Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
Hello, everybody. We are back for some Care and Read. Hope y'all are doing good, having a good weekend wherever y'all are. Love to see you guys and happy you're here to join us. So we are going to be watching this Daubert hearing. We've got, for those of you who haven't seen it yet, there's a couple of surprises in store, and we will also go over Judge Bev's decision, which even if you've heard what the decision is, to actually read it is very interesting. And there's some things that are not so typical about it, but we'll do that after we watch the hearing. So I've got this ready to go. And without further ado, hopefully we'll get some hear-yees going on here. So yeah. Come on, hear you.
Was that session exceeded?
What the fuck? We're in hear you, man. That's weird. That's very weird. You skipped it.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I'm just conferring it from Your Honor permission, Mr. Brennan. I want to make sure.
Hold on. Only one person can speak at a time. I don't know. All right, so you.
Starting the day off on a I don't even know what, on a normal, I guess, Judge, starting out with, hold on. Already in trouble. Yeah.
You were speaking to me, Mr. Alessi. I think Mr. Brennan was speaking to his co-counsel. No, that's okay. I just
wanted to let you know what we were doing. Mr. Brennan and I are conferring to make sure we maximize the chances of the exhibits being right. So I've offered to Mr. Brennan something he wants to consider and look at what he has to make sure we do this efficiently.
okay. So the copies that Mr. McDermott made are the attachments to the
And hi, Jennifer, welcome. I'm really, I don't know if you're being sarcastic, but I'm really surprised. And if you're not being sarcastic, please share your thoughts on why you feel like Dr. Russell is a hack, because I don't know that I don't know that I've heard anybody say that. I mean, I feel like everybody tends to think she's vastly overqualified. Like maybe maybe of all the expert witnesses we see in trials, like she could qualify as an expert witness in more fields than anybody. And she has like the maximum experience and whatnot. But yeah, just let me know if you're what your thoughts are.
motions that were filed.
And provide a copy with the court's permission of the voir dire testimony, the trial testimony, the Lanigan hearing.
Sure. Okay, I did not have Mr. McDermott do a copy of the Lanigan hearing.
I've had an extra copy that I've given to
Great.
Ms. Russell. I'm sorry, Dr. Russell.
Okay.
And if I may, can I write on the top of each transcript which each one is? That way it'll be easier for
Is there a
Dr.
problem with that, Mr.
No
Alessi?
problem at all.
Okay.
May I get first witness?
Yes.
May I speak, Your Honor?
Yes.
Dr. Russell, I'm handing
I don't
you
blame
two
him.
documents. You have a third. The
May
one
I speak? Yes, appropriate.
for you is a transcript of the last hearing called the Lanigan hearing that you attended. This is a copy of your voir dire testimony. I've noted it on the top right for you, and also trial testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you. May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Like with Judge Bev, you may as well be like, may I breathe?
I'd asked you if you had expressed any uncertainty in the past about your opinion as it relates to the opinion you gave at the Lanigan hearing, at the last hearing, whether your position has changed or evolved is what I'm getting at. And you said that your position has not changed. Is that right?
That's correct.
You were asked at the trial about the injuries and how you think they happened, I want you to turn to the trial transcript. If you turn to page 19, line 21.
Nineteen.
Page
Line-
19, line 21, may I approach around?
Yes.
So the page number is here.
Yes.
And then line would be. Sorry.
So I will just say, just because for any, as I'm typing this onto the banner, I'm like, well, I should probably say something. So, there was part one. Part one was early in December, right? But because of the holidays and everybody's schedules, so this is part two of the hearing, right? It's continued. So on this banner here, I have cross-examination. I put continued just to refresh everyone's memory that they did start cross, and we already watched that right a long time ago. But they did start cross last time, and then they had to stop for the day, as Judge Bev has a strict. She definitely adheres to the clock. So anyway, that's why, just to make sure it's clear. So, and then, hi, Top Cat.
My apologies. This one is the trial.
Yeah. So let's say this question right here, an expert who doesn't use science or testing, just looks like a picture, isn't a qualified expert. So that's really getting to the heart of the point of these hearings, right? That's the point of this Daubert hearing, is to determine, is she a qualified expert, right? Like, is there, and we've heard a lot, especially, we heard it in part one, we're hearing it again today, the methodology, right? There has to be a methodology. There has to be, science is pretty broad, right? But, and not everything requires testing, right? Not everything is, so like, for example, if you're talking about DNA, like, yes, there should be testing. But anyway, I would say that here, the methodology, right, might replace the testing, just in terms of this field, right, that she's in. So, hopefully that makes sense. Like, testing isn't going to be a part of every type of expertise that people can testify to as expert witnesses. So, and science, again, is pretty broad, but methodology, I would say, falls under that science umbrella. But what's here, on the screen here is really what, Hank Brennan is going to be getting at, right? And so this is great. So let's just assess this objectively, right? Happy to see you again, Top Cat. Oh, by the way, Top Cat asked a really great question at the last live stream, which was Brian Kober, about a question about dismissing the indictment. So just wanted to mention, Top Cat, thank you for that question, because on the next BK live stream, I've got some stuff planned. We're going to go over it because your question made me refresh my memory and go and look up and see what was going on. So I thank you for your good questions. And we will follow up with that on the next BK live streams.
Do you recall at the trial, you were asked about the injuries, and you said, I believe that these injuries were sustained by an animal, possibly a large dog, because of the pattern of injuries? Do you remember saying that?
That's not here in front of me.
Okay, but I'm asking, do you remember saying that at the trial, that you believe the injuries were sustained by an animal, possibly a large dog?
Something to that effect, yes.
And when you said that, you used the word possible because you weren't certain, were you?
Can you show me where that is?
Well, I'm asking a question, not asking about the transcript. The reason why, when you were asked, and you said it was by an animal, possibly a large dog, is because you were uncertain.
Mr. Brennan, I think I explained that before, that in medicine, there are no absolutes. And that's what, physicians are ingrained to think, is there are no absolutes in medicine. So that's why I expressed it that way. But
Yet
I was certain that it was a dog.
Yet you were testifying as an expert witness, weren't you?
Yes, I understand that, but I was thinking like a doctor.
I see. And you understood as an expert witness that you were asking the jury to rely on your opinion. You were trying to be as accurate as possible, weren't you?
Yes, I usually do, yes.
You were trying to be precise in your testimony under oath, weren't you?
Yes, and I don't see a difference really between those.
And when you use the word possibly a large animal, that's different than an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, isn't it?
Objection, Your Honor.
In this witness's view. She can answer that.
That's not what the transcript says that he's referring to.
So he's not asking about the transcript. I'm going to allow the question.
And the reason that's weird to me, though, is because he just handed her the transcript, right? He handed her the transcript. So therefore, I understand why she's asking the question, like, well, where is that in the transcript? Like, you just handed me the transcript, but now you don't want to use the transcript? So, yeah.
Would you like me to repeat that?
Yes, please.
When you chose the word during your testimony to precisely describe what you thought, and you said possibly a large dog, that is different than to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, isn't it?
No, I don't think so.
You were asked whether or not you could tell what type of animal left these marks, and you said you couldn't with 100% certainty. Isn't that true?
With 100% certainty, that's correct.
And the reason why you don't have certainty when you first testified is because there really is no methodology in identifying dog
What's
bite
that
wounds. is
word?
there?
That's
Methodology.
incorrect.
I see. When you talk about methodology, is there any standard you're comparing your comparisons to?
There are multiple published peer-reviewed articles that describe what dog bites and dog injuries look like.
Is there any standard that you use? Is there any particular things you look at with specificity that you compare to a standard model?
The pattern.
The standard model of patterns, where do you get that from?
Pattern recognition is used throughout medicine.
Mhm.
And, it's something that I have been trained on since actually before medical school, but certainly in medical school.
Pattern recognition, you understand, is different than a standard of comparison. You understand there's a difference between those two things, don't
Oh,
you?
yes.
Okay, we'll talk about pattern recognition analysis in a minute. But what you're saying is that there's a methodology in identifying dog wounds. I'm asking you, where does that standard come from?
It comes from multiple published peer-reviewed articles
Okay, tell me one.
to Munich.
I'm sorry?
To Munich, we talked about that one last time.
The gentleman who studied human teeth.
No, he wrote about dog bites.
Okay, and what's the name of the article that you've relied on?
The name of the article, I have to refer to my report, but it's something to the effect of forensic evaluation.
Do you have any specific memory about what you're relying on as a standard of comparison to identify dog bite marks?
Yes.
Okay, share that with us.
Again, the standard would be what the wound looks like, and the pattern recognition that goes along with it, along with the configuration of the wounds. It's a multifactorial
I'm
process.
trying to have you assist us in distinguishing between pattern recognition analysis, which we're going to get to, and when you're looking at a wound, the standards in the science, the methodology you would actually use to look at it and see if there's points of comparison, to see if there's similarity. What standard are you working with?
I'm not so sure I understand what you mean by standard then, because I know how I evaluate wounds.
You have personal experience where you've treated dog wounds and you look at it and you're simply deciding whether or not to you this looks similar. You're giving your personal aside, aren't you?
So I want to take a moment and mention forensic odontology. Okay, so think about this. Let's take a moment to think about in the realm of human bites. Okay, so for example, if somebody presents to the emergency room, right, and they've got bite marks, right, the doctor will have to look at it and be able to say, like, for example, let's just say let's just say a person was bit by a human, right? The doctor would have to be able to look at it and say, oh yeah, that's definitely human teeth, right? Versus teeth of something else, right? And they're not going to be at that point, right, in the emergency room. They're not going to say, they're not determining which human's teeth it is, right? They're just going to try to figure out, is it human teeth? Now, how do they determine that? Is it because they take time to scrape the skin, or is it because they they look at the marks, right? The teeth marks. And they're like, that looks like human teeth, right? Like whether, of course, I'm not the expert, but you're looking at, of course, things like how deep are they? How big are they? You're looking at the shape, right? It's the pattern recognition, right? And forensic odontology used to be used in trials. Great example that most people are familiar with is like Ted Bundy, right? Now, forensic odontology has gone by the wayside because it was determined that there were flaws. Now, here's what I wanted to say. The difference between forensic odontology, I guess, as it pertains to dog bite marks versus human bite marks is this. The reason why forensic odontology is not used anymore is because it was used when the human teeth bite marks, right, were allegedly belonging to the defendant. So that means two things. Now, what you've got is you've got the need to match the bite marks with an actual person, right? Like I said before, there's the first step of what type of creature gave these bite marks, right? And it's like, okay, that's a human. That's one thing, right? But in order to use it at trial, the reason being that you've got a defendant who allegedly bit a victim, right? You have to prove not just that it was a human, you have to prove it was that specific person. So now you're talking about matching the bite marks to like things like dental records, right? So again, it's in terms of the level of certainty that is needed before we even get into like defendants' rights and whatnot, right? The level of certainty has just went 50-fold over because you need it needs to be assessed that it is a specific person, not just a human, right? But then on top of that, then you have the whole thing of like, well, because of the fact that there's too much at stake, right? Because it's the defendant's teeth, right? So that I wanted to point that out because I think it's important to see the similarities and differences when it comes to this particular case where there's a dog, the dog is not on trial, right? Dog is not on trial. And what's interesting is that when there's the suggestion of the dog bite mold, what's really interesting is that is like the Commonwealth wanting to put the dog on trial when that is not the question here. And that's not possible. The dog, I mean, I guess ostensibly they can't put the dog on trial, but in a way, it's almost like hiding not hiding the ball. It's like a magic trick, like swapping Karen Reed out, there's another defendant and the defendant is the dog, right? So, and so part of why that hasn't been talked about before, well, there was a number of reasons, and maybe I'm getting ahead of myself because we haven't gotten that far in the testimony, but like in the first trial, right? The reason why none of that was brought up was because it was like, we don't know where Chloe's we don't know if she's at the Happy Farm in Vermont, right? And that's it, right? But also, even if we had access to Chloe, right? This, whether or not you can match it to the specific dog was never a part of something that was needed, right? And if anything, in doing so, you're getting dangerously close into the realm of forensic odontology, like I was just talking about with humans. So I said during the first trial, when she came in, right, for the Daubert hearing, I said it at the time on the live stream, and I probably said it again in the first part of this round in December, that where they need to be careful, right, is that they need to be careful that they don't, by they, I mean the defense, right, that they don't tread into that realm of forensic odontology, because once they do, then they're giving the state the opportunity to be like, don't you realize that this is not a real science and blah, blah, blah. And I even said in the first trial, I was like saying, and of course it was Lally at the time, and Lally doesn't have any strategy, but I've said like a strategy here, if you're the Commonwealth, would be to try to bait them, if you will, or trick them into testifying. By them, I mean Dr. Russell, right? Into delving into that realm, right? Because if you're the defense, if you're Dr. Russell, you want to stay away from it because, again, it's not needed. It's not relevant because the defendant, Karen Reed, is not being alleged. It's not alleged that she bit anybody, right? So that's the first thing. And then the second thing is that you're really setting yourself up to be completely obliterated if they can compare it and say that you're trying to look at forensic odontology and blah, blah. So hopefully that makes sense. And we'll talk about it more but all that to say that, again, Lally didn't have the brains to do it. But in my view, whenever we get to the part about the mold, that's exactly what Hank Brennan is trying to do. He's by bringing in the mold and all of that and the suggestion that Chloe exists. It's exactly what I said during the first trial, which is the strategy here. If you're the Commonwealth, would be to try to, and in a way, bait them, right? Bait Dr. Russell into answering questions that start to start to delve into that territory of the forensic odontology, where it's matching it to a specific, again, in the way it was always a human defendant, right? So a human, but also, again, the defendant, right? So while that's not the case here, the bite marks are not of a human, and it's not of a defendant, right? Simply because it has to do with assessing bite marks, right? So you can see where it's not the same, but that they could trick you into testifying, and then, you know, don't you realize that this is, you know, been, you know, this is not used anymore because it's unreliable or whatever, right? And again, it would be one of those things where it's like you could say all that to try to make it seem like they're the same when they're really not. But anyway, I just wanted to mention that. So shout out to Black Witter. Happy you're here. Also shout out to Kitsmits. Awesome. Yeah, the dog mold is not necessary because, again, that would only matter if you're trying to, like, for example, let's just say that back when the McAlberts still had Chloe. Let's just say that somebody was bitten and they say it's Chloe, but no one's confirmed that it was Chloe. It's like one person's word against another. We're talking civilly here, right? And let's just say that the person wanted to sue the McAlberts for the damages, okay? In that case, the question really is, was it Chloe or not, right? And in that case, you could see where maybe potentially having mold of Chloe's teeth would be, because if that's really the thing in question, is like, was it Chloe, was it not? And that would, you know, in other words, if it was a different dog, then they can't, you know, then that lawsuit, you know, that isn't gonna go anywhere, right? They would have to prove to the jury for sure that it was this dog, right? And unless it was on camera or there were other witnesses, right? If you don't have that, if it's one person's word against another, you're going to need something else, right? But again, that's when it's very specific as to, was it Chloe, was it not? And that would never be really at odds in a criminal trial that I can think of, unless maybe Chloe, it's alleged that Chloe killed somebody, right? But anyway, this is all very much extraneous in this trial, right? Because their point isn't necessarily to prove it was Chloe, right? It's just to prove that something else caused those wounds that wasn't a car, right? So I totally agree with what Top Cat said here, that it's just, the goal here is just to prove it was dog bites. Because why? If it's a dog bite, even, let's just say for the sake of example, even if it was a dinosaur bite, right? That means it didn't come from the car. And that's the whole point. That's the whole point, is to prove it was not from the car. So
I actually find that offensive.
Oh, okay. Well, is that what you're doing?
No.
So if you're comparing it to an actual science, a standard, a methodology, I want to learn that methodology from you. So what I'm asking you is, tell us, where does that come from? The methodology.
Exactly.
You have a point of comparison.
Yep.
You look at a wound and you compare it for similarities to another item.
There are several published peer-reviewed articles that describe what to look for, how to observe, evaluate, and then sometimes treat wounds, dog bite wounds.
Okay.
There are, you know, several authors that have published similar things. And in terms of there being an organization that says, here is the standard for dog bite wounds,
Right.
I don't think that there is one.
When you say you don't think there is one, if you're an expert in this field, you would know that there is not one, is there?
There is not one that I know of, correct?
Well, you're not guessing there might be one you don't know of.
I don't know of any published standard by an organization.
So it'd be fair to say, when you are giving an opinion, what you personally believe to be a dog bite wound, there is no standard in dog bite science that shows you what the standard is. There's nothing to compare it to.
Again, it's based on the a combination of the experiences that I've had over the last 30 years, observing, evaluating, and treating dog bite wounds, plus the numerous articles that I have read on dog bite wounds, their characteristics, morphology, patterns, you know, and other things like complications, et cetera.
Okay, so to get back to my question, I know that you're using your experience and your memory.
And you guys are making really good points. Kidsmith says, granted, in the last trial, the defense very much wanted to prove the alternative theory, which in my opinion was a poor decision. Yeah, I totally agree with you on that. I think most people are on the same page. And Top Cat also making a great point. I thought it was more to prove John was in the house. Yeah, that's another great point. And then I'm just thinking back to the first trial where there was a lot of questions when Brian Albert was on the stand about like when the last time Chloe went out. When was the last time Chloe went out, right? And, you know, I don't remember what he said, but, you know, whatever he said may or may not have even been the truth, right? And I remember also now, see, I'm trying to think back. Now I remember too, when when what was Brian Albert's son's name? Was it Brian Albert Jr.? God damn it, what was his name? Anyway, the son whose birthday it was, right? He said something differently about when Chloe went out and who took Chloe out. He said something differently. I do remember that very well. So there was conflicting testimony about the whereabouts of Chloe, right? But I think that one of the things that seems like it was coming up in the questioning was it possible that Chloe had been outside during that time? Seemed to be kind of what they were getting at, right? And I remember there were questions about like, could Chloe like get out? Could she jump the fence maybe? Do you guys remember what I'm talking about? So Brian, it was Brian Jr. Okay. And thank you, MCAT. Glad to see you again. Thank you, Brian Jr. It was. Okay. So yeah. So do you guys recall that though? Like, in other words, and I don't remember if those questions were coming from Lally or if they're coming from the defense attorneys, and I think it might've been Mr. Yannetti, but I would imagine it was probably coming from the defense. Because if you're them, right, you want, like, whether or not it's you want to try to prove that Chloe was definitely inside and the dog bite marks mean he was inside, or you want to just prove it could be one or the other, right? Chloe could have been outside. That's good enough too, right? Again, and just that could be enough for reasonable doubt. Like, could Chloe have been outside? Yes. Okay. Well, there you go. Now we're getting somewhere, right? But for anyone who has, I mean, I haven't rewatched that since when it was happening. So I don't remember a lot of the specifics, but, and to that end, I think we can expect to see them call Brian Albert and Brian Albert Jr. again for those reasons, right? The Commonwealth, I guess, right? If they're trying to prove Chloe's circumstances, right? Where Chloe was, and Chloe was being a good girl, and Chloe didn't bark when all the law enforcement came and all that, right? All the other things that Chloe didn't make a peep. Chloe was sleeping in that one place. There's a lot, wasn't there? Now I'm thinking back on it. Right. There's no other way to prove. And the thing is like, but again, they don't have to prove he went in the house. I know they want to, right? It seems like they want to. But you have to believe, right, that they have been looking at this first trial and thinking to themselves, what did we do wrong? No doubt, right? They have been probably asking for people's opinions. And I guarantee you, they have certainly heard that where it could have gone wrong, maybe, right, is in trying to prove this other theory. And compare it, if you will, compare it for a moment, like compare it to Delphi, right? Here's the trouble. The trouble is, if you want to go with the third party, and it not just like it could be a third party, but like it's this specific third party, right? Or more than one specific third party, where you're actually saying like these people are responsible or involved, whatever, right? Compare it to the Odinist theory, right? The trouble is, if that's the route that you want to go, and then you have evidence that you want to bring in, right? And the judge does not let that in, then you're really in a tough position, right? Because now you've got to try to sell something to the jury that was already going to be difficult, but you have to do it without a lot of your supporting evidence. And that happened in both of these cases, right? Or with Judge Gall and with Judge Bev, where, I mean, really it was even more limited in Delphi. So in other words, in my mind, if you can't get in everything you want to get in, if you're the defense team, it might be worth reconsidering whether or not you want to still go with that strategy. Because, and that really, I think this case is a really good example of that, right? Where like they had some stuff to kind of like hint at it and like suggest it and point to it, but not enough, because it's going to take so much to convince a jury. You know what I mean? Again, if you're not just going with, it wasn't Karen, but it was definitely the McAlberts, or it was definitely whatever, right? You've now, it's just, we've talked about this at length, right? But there's a bit of burden shifting there that you're taking upon yourselves as well, when you don't have to go that route, right? You can just go, and everybody's been saying this, including me, right? It's like, this case should be so easy to prove, like it wasn't Karen, in the way that they said, right? That you don't need the rest of that. But if you're going to do it, it's just harder to do, especially if you can't get in the evidence that you want. So that's what I was going to say about that. Kit Smith says, scenario, John was hit by a car, Chloe's outside or let outside, jumps the fence and attacks the prone body. Even in this scenario, the Alberts look bad. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, I agree. No evidence John was hit by a car. Yeah, I think the evidence is that he wasn't hit by a car. Yeah. That's true. Now, we don't know what all the jury said, but we, you know, apart from what we saw in the affidavits, they could have given more information. That's true. However, I would say that the defense attorneys were probably very careful to make sure that they did not get into what they discussed specifically in their deliberations, just to be on the safe side. And that's what I was thinking. That's what I was definitely thinking. I agree with you, MCAT, that I figured that they would not be going that route in this trial. So I was actually kind of surprised, I will say, whenever it was that we learned that they were going to bring Dr. Russell back. The first thing that signaled to me was, oh, they're still going to try to go. I mean, now maybe not as heavy-handed, right? But to a certain extent, they're still going that route, at least as it pertains to Chloe, right? But again, it really could be more like just to prove it wasn't the car. You know, and it's not a bad idea because we've got the Commonwealth also trying to keep out the ARCA dudes, right? I mean, really, with the ARCA dudes, do you need Dr. Russell? I would say no, right? But I suppose it might be just in case that, you know, something, I don't see it happening, right? But if the Commonwealth was successful in keeping out the ARCA dudes, now you've got at least something else, right? For that as well. And the other thing too, we have to remember is like, it's a whole different situation now this time around as it pertains to Trooper Proctor and the other fuckheads. Yeah, you know, it's going to be really interesting to see how the Commonwealth is going to handle that, right? Are they going to call them themselves and try to get out ahead of it, or are they not going to call them? That's a whole other thing, right? So I agree. The ARCA dudes should have yep. I mean, in my mind, that shut the whole thing down. I mean, it was like, anyway, right. It could just be to introduce reasonable doubt. It does feel, I agree. Yep. I agree. I think it could go either way. I think it could be that they're just really, again, it could be just that they're going to have the reasonable doubt. Right. But it did to me, I agree. Like it did to me feel like hinting at maybe they're still going with the third party. And I'm like, really though? Really? I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know why they think it would go better this time, you know? As far as if they're going to try to stick with the heavy-handed, you know, third party. I don't know why they think, I don't know. I mean, it doesn't seem like they've got anything new to bring in on that end, to my knowledge. I mean, but we don't know everything, right? So
There's no standard of comparison. There's no methodology that is accepted as a practice.
I disagree.
Okay.
yeah.
Can you share with us one of those articles that you've been relying on to combine with your personal experience to come
I
to
totally
conclusions?
agree. Layers of reasonable doubt is a good. I agree. Couldn't agree more. And again, that's where that fine line is, right? Because third party, the first step for like a really like a textbook third party, right? The first step is, well, it wasn't my client, right? That's reasonable doubt, right? That's all. That's as far as you got to go, right? But then if you're really trying to make it look like it, you're trying to point it at a person specifically, then you've just taken on, again, a whole other burden that isn't needed. That's why, to me, it's like seems so rare when there's ever a case where it would actually be necessary. Even if you can do it, even if, you know, when I don't really know. I don't know, man. It just seems so risky, right? And it's just, again, it's not necessary. And in doing so, you're almost telling the jury in a way, I mean, you're taking on that responsibility, right? So I agree. The layers of reasonable doubt. So by just like hinting at a third party, that's a layer of reasonable doubt. All good. But by really trying to hammer it home with like this whole other theory and explain what happened, right? With a specific party, you know, it's just, yeah, I know.
And dog bite analysis.
Well, there's the Munich that we talked about.
I didn't talk about. Can you tell us a little bit about it?
Oh, certainly.
Okay, please.
Okay, would you like to go through it together?
I'm asking you to tell us about what you're basing your opinion on, and you said it's Munich, so I don't know much about.
Okay, that's one of them.
Well, tell us a little bit about that.
Okay, well, in that article, the authors described a fatal case,
Mhm.
but also described what some of the characteristics are in dog bite wound cases. What types of wounds you see, their appearance, their distribution, their configuration, different aspects like that. Many of them are parallel things that would affect the appearance of wounds that physicians know about, such as elasticity of skin and other ways that wounds can be distorted from one to another wound. So you have to know a little bit about wound characteristics and basically things to look for in the forensic evaluation of dog bite wounds.
Did that article lay out a standard of methodology?
I guess I don't understand what you're getting at.
Rather than having a particular case study where that article talks about a person that was attacked by a dog and deceased, correct?
In that case,
Yes.
however, it
And
referenced,
and
I'm
it's,
sorry, Your Honor, if you could finish the question.
Yes, I'm going to let her finish.
please.
And Mr. Alessi, for objections, just simply objection.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I will, thank you.
that article, it was a case report, but it was also a review of previous literature. So in the review of previous literature that had been published, they came up with recommendations. So yes, there are recommendations in that article.
In that article, it talked about a wound to the neck where the deceased bled to death, correct?
Yes,
Okay. It didn't talk about pattern recognition analysis.
I
in that article,
disagree.
did it? Okay. And did it talk about a standard of practice of methodology?
recommendations.
No, but that's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you, did it have a standard,
to
a
Chicago.
methodology that it discussed?
These were authors that were practitioners, and I don't believe they were in a position to create a standard.
In fact, you can't point to one place where there is a readily accepted standard in the dog bite community for identifying dog bites. You can't point to one article, journal, book.
That's correct.
And so because there is no methodology or standard for you to look at, it involves a great deal of your subjective opinion based on your experience treating dog wounds, doesn't it?
With all due respect, Mr. Brennan, I'm not somebody that just came in off the street. I have at least 30 years as a physician, and I use that information in helping me form my opinions about wounds. I've seen all types of wounds.
And I agree. So I'm saying Dr. Russell Halder and Brennan was disrespectful to his elder. I'm not. Yeah. I mean, yeah. And I mean, it didn't feel like he was a defense attorney cross-examining somebody, because I mean, that's literally what he is. Not in this case, right? But like, it had that feel, right? And so, the other thing I will say is like she did just admit that, or she answered the question that like there isn't a standard in any of those journals or whatever. So this is where, again, it's going to come, the jury's going to, it's the perfect example of where you need a jury, right? Because if in other words, most of what she's going to be testifying to is based on her, in terms of the standard of methodology, quote unquote, is going to come from her experience. That's where it's going to be in the eyes of the jury to determine, is her experience enough or is it not enough?
So my question was, because there is no methodology, because there is no standard comparative analysis, you need to rely almost virtually on your personal experience treating wounds.
No, I believe you're again mischaracterizing it. I'm relying on my personal experience plus what I've learned from these numerous articles.
And so because there is no methodology and standard to compare to, you've introduced the idea that you have used a process known as differential diagnosis.
That's one of the processes used.
And as far as differential diagnosis, what that suggests is when, as a doctor or a person looking at symptoms, you try to rule out other conditions that have similar symptoms.
Correct.
Okay. And so you said, although that's traditionally used in a doctor assessing a cause of a patient's symptoms, you're using that in identifying dog bites, this differential diagnosis you speak of, right?
I used it to assist me, yes.
Okay. And so when you're using differential diagnosis, it means that there are many other ways or reasons why the same symptoms can occur.
Not always. Not always. It could mean that there's just one or two other conditions that would resemble this, but it's a process that a responsible physician would go through.
And in this case, you went through differential diagnosis to exclude other causes of these abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's arm.
I did.
If you had used your training experience and you were certain to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that these were dog bites, you would not need to go through differential diagnosis.
Oh, that's so incorrect.
Okay.
I'm not perfect. I'm not 100% perfect human being. And so so I have to, as a responsible physician, in every case, go through a differential diagnosis to make sure I'm evaluating and treating the right thing if there's treatment involved.
When you chose to go through differential diagnosis, you recognized that these abrasions could be caused by a lot of different mechanics of injury, didn't you?
I considered that they could have been caused by others, but but I went through the process.
Well, you were uncertain, weren't you?
No,
Yet you went through this process of differential diagnosis anyways.
yes, absolutely.
Okay. And when you did that, you decided that you should focus on car accident.
No, I didn't focus just on car accidents.
Well, what other subject did you focus on in differential diagnosis other than car accident?
Could these have been self-inflicted, for instance?
You went through that process?
I did.
I didn't see that anywhere in your report
It's in my
whatsoever.
head. I didn't write it down.
Well, aren't you supposed to report the process you go through before coming to conclusions? Isn't that why you wrote a report in discovery and disclosure?
Yes, but it,
Okay. Is there anything else in your head that you thought about that you didn't put in the report or tell anybody? So we have car accident, we have suicide, we have dog bite. What else did you think of in your differential diagnosis?
well, I thought, could it possibly be road rash?
Okay. What else did you think?
Oh, I don't remember all the things I thought of at the time, but there, it wasn't a very large list, but it was a list, and it was a differential diagnosis.
Well, if it was important enough to think about and distinguish and go through differential diagnosis, can't you remember what it was that you thought it could have been the cause other than suicide, road rash,
Okay.
car accident?
Well, of course, I mean, there were some things I thought of and immediately ruled out. Were these stab wounds inflicted by someone else? No.
Okay.
So the list, there was a list that I went
Okay.
through in my head. Would it be worth writing down? No, I don't think so.
Well, was there any other significant causes that you went through and vetted through differential diagnosis that you didn't write down?
Not that I remember at this time.
And that's why it helps to write it down. Okay. So one of those causes of these abrasions that you went through differential diagnosis for was car accident, wasn't it?
Yes,
In fact, when you first met the defense attorneys, you had an interest in this case, didn't you?
I thought I could clarify the issue of what those wounds were caused by.
So you were learning about information about the case publicly before you got involved in this
No.
case, didn't you? Well, you knew there was an issue.
I heard, yes, I did know that there was an issue. I saw something in the Boston Globe, and Mr. Brennan, I wasn't following the case at all. I don't even subscribe to the Globe for information about this
You don't-
general region.
You don't have to be defensive about it. I'm just asking you.
Okay.
You knew
Just
enough
clarify.
that you wanted to get involved and you made some phone calls to offer your services.
I didn't want to get involved, but I thought that I should.
I see. And so you learned enough through your study or the Boston Globe or television that you knew generally that there was an issue about the abrasions, correct?
I knew there was a question, yes.
You knew that the defense was claiming that a dog caused those injuries.
I wasn't even sure who was claiming what at that point.
So you didn't know much about anything, but you still made phone calls to introduce yourself to get involved in the case?
Again, I know that there are very few people in this country that have the combination of experiences that I do, and I thought that I could just clarify the issue and maybe help people move along in the case.
Before you decided that you were going to offer your services, what did you know about the case?
I knew that a police officer had died. I was a former police officer, so I knew a police officer had died, and I knew that there was a trial, and I didn't know details really. I just knew that I believe I read that there was something about a car accident versus dog bites. That's about all I knew about the case.
Had you seen any photographs?
No.
And so just generally knowing that there was an issue, you thought you could help because of the word dog bite in your experience?
Correct.
Okay. So when you ruled out motor vehicle accident, is it fair to say that your perspective was a motor vehicle accident would have caused injuries to the other parts of the body, and that's why you considered car accident as not part of the cause of these abrasions?
That was not the only reason.
That was one of the reasons?
Yes.
Did you look at the wounds and you thought based on the accident, there would have been broken bones or other injuries?
That was one of the reasons.
Okay. So based on those two reasons and other reasons, you decided to exclude car accident as the cause of these wounds, correct?
Correct.
And when you made that decision to do that and exclude car accidents, you didn't really have the experience in car accidents to decide whether a car accident was the cause of these injuries, did you?
Mr. Brennan, I've seen thousands of car accident victims through my emergency medicine career. So I had plenty of experience.
Have you ever been trained as an accident reconstructionist?
No, I'm trained as a physician to treat car accident victims.
That's not what I asked. What I asked you is, you ever been trained as an accident reconstructionist?
No.
Have you ever taken classes and certifications in accident reconstruction?
No.
Have you ever gone to a scene of an accident and been asked to give your opinion and help reconstruct the accident?
No.
Have you ever served as a witness in court as an accident reconstructionist?
No.
In fact, when you decided that this accident couldn't have happened, you hadn't even read the investigative reports, had you?
No, I didn't decide that an accident didn't happen. What I decided was that those injuries were not from a motor vehicle accident.
When you first gave your opinion in this case, she was done.
Hold on, Mr. Alessi. Next question, please.
When you first gave your opinion in this case, excluding car accident, you had not even read the investigative reports in this case, had you?
That's correct.
Yeah. And when you were asked about materials that you reviewed to give your opinions, you said you were just trying to focus on the wounds and you hadn't read those reports, right?
That's correct.
Have you read the reports to
Yes.
date? You now have read the reports?
Yes.
Okay. When you excluded the car accident, did you know anything about this collision between the Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe? Did you know anything about it?
Objection, Your Honor.
Can you answer that question, Dr. Russell?
Did I know anything
Yeah.
about?
Did you know anything about how it happened?
I was somehow I knew that. Well, I believe I knew that the car was backing up. That's what I was. Somehow I got that information.
So
The
when
car
you were
backed up.
excluding the collision in this differential diagnosis, did you know how fast that Lexus was going back when it struck Mr. O'Keefe?
No.
Do you know how far it traveled when it hit Mr. O'Keefe?
I mean, does the
Objection, Your Honor.
Commonwealth
So
even know
it's a
that?
question, the question's proper. Let's see if she can answer it. She may not be able to answer it as asked.
Do you know how far the Lexus traveled backwards when it hit Mr. O'Keefe?
Your Honor, I'm objecting to the
I
to the assumption
understand.
that-
I understand, counsel. Can you answer that question as asked, Dr. Russell?
As asked, no, I don't know.
When you excluded this collision as differential diagnosis, did you know the angle of the collision between the car and Mr. O'Keefe?
I'm
Objection,
going
Your
to
Honor.
see counsel at 7.
Yeah, I mean, and then yeah, there's a lot of moments in here where it's like, wait, what about Trooper Paul, right? Yeah, I'm with you on that. Where it's like, I know it's frustrating. It's frustrating. You know, here's the thing. That you know, have you guys heard of Depo Scarring? I think that's what we're seeing here because this is not normal. This is not your standard. I think you guys can already see, like, if you hadn't watched us before, or if you have, like, this is not your standard Daubert hearing, right? This is like a practice cross exam, right? And there's no jury, right? Like, and so why the hell is this happening? So the thing is this: if he were to question her, and he might still, right? But just an idea, if he were to have this approach during trial, the jury might hate him, right? But here's the thing. If he does all this now outside the presence of the jury, and he, you know, again, like Depo Scarring, right? To where when the trial comes around, at the very sight of him, she like feels rattled to a certain extent, or feels nervous or agitated or anything, right? Frustrated. Then no matter what he does, he could be completely different with different questioning and different tone, different style, and it could still, it doesn't matter, the damage is done, right? Like from the very get-go, from the very first question, it's a psychological thing. And there's different people on law too who've talked a lot about Depo Scarring, and like that's the whole thing. It's like there's certain witnesses where they're like, yep, that's Depo Scarring. Like why? It's like, why is it that like somebody's like, how are you today? And the person's already like on edge. It's like, that's Depo Scarring. So that's what I wonder if that's what's going on here. Oh, that's awesome. You got married in Charleston. Okay, cool. Love that. South Carolina, neighbor right below. But yes, very cool. Yeah, because the thing is this too, right? The thing is this, you know, if he planned on crossing her like this at trial, this would be a disadvantage. It would be disadvantageous to do this now, right? Because in other words, you don't really want her, like if you were just doing like a practice cross exam, right? But you weren't going for like a Depo Scarring effect, you would be really, it'd be a disadvantage for you if you're the Commonwealth, because now you're giving Dr. Russell a chance to really prepare and to be sure she's gonna know, she knows what you're gonna ask. She's, you know, gonna have all this, you know, so you see what I mean? So like, that's if you're just doing like a cross exam, let's just say a friendly cross exam, right? It's like, okay, but this is not that. So this is more like, if anything, it's like maybe you probably won't ask a lot of these things again, right? But the damage will have already been done. So, right, exactly. And the thing is, it's surprising because, you know, it's surprising that the defense didn't object more, or that, you know, I don't know, Judge Bev didn't like. It's surprising that this went on the way it did, right? Because again, it's not normal. It's not necessary for the actual standard. And that's true. That's true. That's a good point. Thank you, Top Cat. Her testimony here is under oath, so it could be used to impeach. Wow, look at everybody at that sidebar. Holy crap. That is a huddle. Ever we had one. And the thing is this too, right? because you have to remember, I'm just thinking about this because like, oh, spinning wheel, you know, it depends on the jury, right? Because the jury, if you're the jury, if you're on the jury and you're really on the side of the Commonwealth, right? You would probably want him to be brutal if he does it the same way, right? The same as how when, you know, if you are really rooting for the defendant or whatever, right? Or even if it's just the specific witness, right? You know, how it, you know, it pisses you off when the Commonwealth is really brutal. It's just usually you see that coming from the defense, right? But if, like, in other words, if you're on one side, you might want the other side to be, or you might want that same side to be ruthless when they cross the other side, if that makes sense. So, I guess my point is that if the jury is really thinking Karen Reed did it, and so then they really are like, we're not even gonna listen to Dr. Russell, we hate her or whatever, right? Then they might be like, yeah, get her, you know, I don't know. But I totally understand why you're saying that, because it seems like that, of course the jury wouldn't. I mean, I agree. I'm just saying that, you know, given what happened the first time, it's crazy, right? But we can't say for sure what the jurors will be thinking, I guess, is kind of what. You don't think it's aggressive, Top Cat? Yeah, I think she's in her 70s, definitely. I mean, she's got like 50,000 years of experience. Oh, spinning wheel. Well, and I will say, part of the reason why this reads to me as aggressive, first of all, remember, he is a defense attorney, right? So his style, you know, it's that there's a recognizable style, but also I think part of it for me and maybe other people too, that maybe made it come across as aggressive is like also in the sense that none of this is necessary, right? For a Daubert hearing, right? So in other words, there's some other reason why he's doing this, whether it's like for the Depo Scarring effect or for the public or whatever the case is, or to rattle her, whatever it is, right? But none of it, the fact that all this is, I mean, the vast majority of this is really not necessary for the standard of a Daubert hearing, you know, that could be read as aggressive as well.
Yes.
When you engaged in differential diagnosis, excluding a car collision as the cause of these abrasions, did you know or learn any information about the angle of the strike between the Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe?
No.
Do you know whether or not the person, John O'Keefe, who had these abrasions on his arm, do you know if that person used his arm in any way to defend himself from an oncoming vehicle?
I considered that.
You did?
Yes.
And in considering that, did you consider the body position of John O'Keefe?
Oh, yes. I considered various possibilities.
Okay, what was his body position at the time the car allegedly collided with him?
We use the word allegedly. I'll go with that.
Yeah, I was going to say he said the word allegedly, which I think actually is interesting that the Commonwealth would say that, right? I would have assumed he wouldn't use the word allegedly.
What was his body position?
I considered several possibilities. I considered if he was standing, I considered if he was kneeling or sitting or even lying down. I considered multiple
Was
possibilities.
he standing?
I don't know, but I considered all of those possibilities.
Was he kneeling?
I don't know.
Was he lying down?
I don't know.
So you considered all these things, but you have no information, fact, or understanding of what body position he was, do you?
I went through the process of what the wounds would look like in those various positions.
I see. So
And
if John
the
O'Keefe
thing is that's frustrating because the Commonwealth can't say for sure what position he's in. I mean, the best they could do is have an expert offer maybe he was in this position, but that's no different than her saying it, right? Like, that is insane, right? It's like he's saying that as if we have the answer and you don't, but no one has the answer. Anyway.
was trying to defend himself, pulling his arm up to brace himself, what would the injuries have looked like?
Well, if they penetrated his clothing, if there was penetration of his clothing, from broken parts, for instance, they would have been quite irregular. There would not have been multiple parallel abrasions and punctate wounds that were seen in those pictures.
How do you know that?
from my many years of experience.
Did you do any comparison analysis of the broken taillight in Mr. O'Keefe's arm
Actually, eventually I did.
before you gave these opinions, did you?
I didn't need to because I've seen thousands of accident victims.
Every accident is dynamic and
So
changes, isn't
that
it?
part,
Yes,
I use the word dynamic because Trooper Paul, this part that, hold on. Oh, spinning wheel. For fuck's sake. Meh. I was going to ask you guys something. I wanted to play this part again, but spinning wheel.
Comparison analysis of the broken taillight in Mr. O'Keefe's arm
actually, eventually I did.
before you gave these opinions, did you?
I didn't need to because I've seen thousands of accident
But
victims.
that's not the part.
Every accident is
Never
dynamic
mind.
and changes, isn't it?
Different part. That's
Yes, but I also had that in consideration. That's why people train for the number of years that I trained.
Every accident is different, isn't it?
Yes, probably.
And so you can have a number of people in an accident and they can have different injuries from the same accident, can't they?
Oh, absolutely.
Right? If a car drives down the street and runs into 20 people, they may all have different injuries.
I agree.
Same car,
I agree.
might be the same speed, but they could hit people differently. Some people, unfortunately, they could kill, right?
Yes,
Some people could be catastrophically injured but still alive.
correct.
Some people could have scratches and bruises.
Correct.
Some people could be in that type of situation, bounce off the car and escape without a scratch.
Possibly, yes.
Right? So there's no science or standard when you say car accidents would have had a certain result. The truth is you don't know.
I disagree with you.
Okay. And so when you were excluding these causes, you have no idea his body position or angle, correct?
I went through various scenarios in my head.
But I'm asking you, not the scenarios in your head, Dr. Russell. I'm asking you about detail, fact, science, okay? I'm asking you, do you have any idea the position of John O'Keefe's body when he allegedly was struck by the car?
Objection, Your Honor.
I considered multiple scenarios.
Tell me the facts you have. Tell me the facts you have. You can tell us how was his body postured on fact. What facts do you have?
Again, I considered multiple scenarios.
When you did you go to the scene of where Mr. O'Keefe was found lying on the ground? Did you go and visit the scene?
No,
Did you take and look at photographs of the scene?
I looked at some photographs.
What did you see in those photographs?
They were very difficult. It was very difficult to see much useful information in the photographs.
When you're engaging in differential diagnosis and you're excluding causes of abrasions to Mr. O'Keefe's arm, wouldn't it be important to either go to the scene or look at clear photographs so you could see all the debris and the land and the turf and see what it looked like? Wouldn't that be important?
No, in the 30 years of emergency medicine experience I've had, I've never gone to the scene of a car
I mean,
accident.
I just have to say that question is literally a question for a crime scene reconstructionist, right? There's no need for a medical doctor to go to the scene of the crime. And in fact, as we know, even with forensic pathologists, it's not a part of their practice either. Why? They examine the body. They look at the body. They're doctors. They look at the body.
Accident victim that was brought into the emergency room.
And you've never gone into court and testified as an accident reconstruction expert.
A reconstruction expert? No,
You've
but I've
never-
testified about vehicle
And
accidents.
you've never gone to court and
Victims.
testified as a dog bite expert before this case. Yes?
I was never asked.
And so when you say what you used to do, you treated people who came in with injuries. I'm talking about when you're going to exclude something as a cause. I'm asking if you have any experience in actually going out and looking at the facts and using science to exclude something fairly.
I used medical science.
Do you know what the ground looked like where Mr. O'Keefe lay that morning?
There was snow.
Know how many inches of snow were under his body?
Under his body?
Yeah.
No,
Do you know what the ground was? Do you know if it was smooth like a turf football field or frozen jagged like dirt tends to do in the Northeast during the cold winter?
I considered several different possibilities: grass, dirt, asphalt. So I considered several different possibilities to see in my differential diagnosis.
You considered all these different possibilities, but you never even went and looked at the scene to see what it looked like, did you?
I didn't have to.
Do you know if there was twigs or roots or a brush nearby?
I don't know.
Do you know if there was a fire hydrant nearby?
There was a fire hydrant
Do you
nearby.
know if there was a curb nearby?
That I don't know.
So you have no idea really, other than a fire hydrant, what this area of impact, alleged impact looked like, do you?
Well, again, a curb would not have caused those wounds. So that's irrelevant.
You have no idea.
I disagree.
Okay. Did someone tell you what it looked like?
No.
Okay.
Guys, you guys remember in the trial, the first trial, do you guys remember there was much ado about the curb? Do you guys remember what it was? It was like, there was talk about a curb, and then it was like pictures and years like there was no curb, and then other people referenced a curb. Do you guys remember? It was like, there was weirdness about the curb, and I just, I don't remember if it was ever for sure there was a curb or wasn't a curb, but there was a lot of curb shenanigans going on in the first trial. So does anyone remember?
You said that you ruled out car accident or collision in part because there were no broken bones. Yes?
In part.
And we've agreed.
Except for no skeletal broken bones.
And we've agreed that car accidents are a dynamic process. Not all car accidents result in broken bones, do they?
That's correct.
It depends on how and where and a number of other factors in the collision. Yes?
That's why it was only one of the factors I used.
It's one of the factors you excluded. Do you know the difference in force between a head-on collision and a side swipe?
I have a general idea.
Is there less force when someone is hit on the side of the car as opposed to being run
Were
over?
y'all shocked when he said sideswipe? I was.
Is opposed to being run over?
Yeah.
Generally, yes.
And I'm sure in your thousands of treatments, you have treated people in the hospital who have come in contact with a car who did not have broken bones.
Oh, yes.
Plenty of times.
Excuse me?
Many times.
Yes, but they weren't dead.
What's that?
They were not dead.
Right. Okay. Well, you don't know when Mr. O'Keefe died that morning, do you? Do you know what time he died?
I have a range.
You didn't think he died from the abrasions on his arm, do you?
No, he did not die from the abrasions.
Okay. He died from a break in the back of his skull from hitting the ground, right?
Oh, he died from a skull fracture and brain injury and
Yes.
hypothermia.
Hypothermia.
Yeah,
Oh.
not from an abrasion to his skull.
Right. The abrasion for his arm had nothing to do with his death, did it?
It did not cause the death.
Okay. And so is there a difference between the force when a car hits somebody directly on or hits them on a side?
Generally, yes.
Right.
Thank
And
you.
you've seen many
That's
times
what I
somebody has been in contact with the
thought,
motor
so.
vehicle with no broken bones, many times.
I have seen that, yes.
I mean, there's a difference between being run over and hitting the side of a car, isn't there?
That's correct.
So if someone didn't hit them, they just clipped them, that might be different than being run over in the middle of the crosswalk in the middle of the car. Yes?
Yes, that'd be correct, but you have to put it in context.
Now, you said in addition to your experience treating injuries, you also have experience as a police officer.
Yes,
Yes. And you responded to many car collisions as a police officer, didn't you?
I did.
And when you respond to car collisions, whether it's a pedestrian or another car, there are certain things as a detective you detect that are in the street, right?
As a detective,
Yeah, a detective or a police officer, you go to a scene
Mhm.
and there's a collision, you certainly see things often as a
yes,
result of the collision, don't you?
yes.
Tell us some of the things that you'll see as a police officer after a collision. What do you
Oh,
see?
After a collision, you oftentimes see debris from the car.
Right,
from
debris from the
vehicles,
car.
yes.
You can see rubber, right?
Probably, I don't know if I have, but yes,
Sometimes metal pieces, parts of the car.
right.
And sometimes when there's a collision, maybe often, you see glass, don't you?
Yes, you do.
Yeah, glass breaks when a car collides with something, oftentimes, doesn't it?
Yes.
And so when you were doing this, engaging in this differential diagnosis, did you consider the circumstances, the physical evidence at the scene from where Mr. O'Keefe was found?
I considered the possibilities. Yes.
Okay, well, there's a phrase, getting knocked out of one's shoes. You've heard that phrase, right?
I've heard the phrase.
You've heard the phrase in relation to car collisions, haven't you? A person getting knocked out of their shoes.
And other things, yes.
Yeah, but not other things. We're talking about car collisions.
Okay.
That's what we want to talk about today.
Okay.
You've heard the phrase knocked out of one's shoes in car collisions, haven't you?
Yes.
Yes, because the force is so great when a car hits a body, it moves the body and the shoe from friction on the ground can sometimes be left behind. Yes?
I don't know the actual causation, but yes.
Well, you did know in your review of this case that at the very area where that car backed up and Mr. O'Keefe was found, one of his sneakers was found next to the curb on the street. You know that, don't you?
Objection, Your Honor.
Are you aware of that fact?
No.
Okay, next question.
You were never given any of the information, the physical evidence at the scene where Mr. O'Keefe was found to help you engage in this differential diagnosis?
I eventually saw reports.
So you do know.
Oh, we
You do
need
know about
Dr.
this.
Bob.
I also, well,
What
I
about-
don't know that. I don't know where the sneaker was found. No.
Well, what do you know about the sneakers? It sounds like you know a little bit about the sneaker. Tell us
No,
what you-
I know that in hypothermia, there's a condition called paradoxical undressing, where people sometimes are found without their clothes and shoes. because
Wasn't
and in this case, there was hypothermia.
Do you have any opinion that Mr. O'Keefe undressed his shoe before he died?
I have no opinion about that.
Do you have any information, evidence to support such a comment like that?
I'm just advising you that there is a phenomenon called paradoxical undressing. So that is possibly a cause.
In that phenomenon, does somebody take off one shoe and leave all their other clothes on?
It's possible they
Yeah.
could, yeah.
And you have a case that you've seen
No,
like that?
I have not.
Fuck's sake.
Okay. And so in this case, at what point did you learn that Mr. O'Keefe was knocked out of his shoe?
I don't know.
Objection, Your Honor.
Phrase it differently.
At what point in this case did you learn that Mr. O'Keefe's body was about 7 feet off the street, fully clothed, not undressing himself, and that his sneaker was on the roadway right next to the curb?
Objection, Your Honor. City papers.
So, did you learn that fact?
No.
Next question.
So as you sit here and testify today, you didn't know that?
That's correct.
When you're ruling out car collision in your differential diagnosis, wouldn't it be helpful to know a little bit about the physical evidence of where it was found at the scene?
Again, my focus is injuries. The injuries caused by car accidents, not the scene itself,
Right.
injuries. So that's what I focused in.
A dog wouldn't knock somebody out of their shoe, would they?
Excuse me?
A dog wouldn't knock somebody out of their shoe, would they?
I don't think so.
Okay. When you are excluding car collision as the cause of these abrasions, and you consider circumstantial evidence as a police officer, if there was trace evidence on that shattered taillight, would you want to know about that?
Yes, I would.
Yes. And DNA is a form of trace evidence, isn't it?
Yes.
It's a pretty sound piece of trace evidence, wouldn't you say?
Yes, if collected properly and chain of evidence, yes.
Right. One of the most formative pieces of scientific evidence that is used in medicine and science, isn't it?
In forensics, yes.
Yeah, forensics. And so when you used differential diagnosis and excluded the car collision as the cause of the
Welcome,
abrasions to John
Heather.
O'Keefe's arm, did you know that there was DNA on the taillight of the defendant's car?
I did not know that.
Would you wanted to have known if there was DNA, particularly would you wanted to have known if the DNA on the taillight of the shattered taillight was John O'Keefe's DNA? Would you want to know that in your differential diagnosis?
That would be helpful. However, again, that the car accident did not cause that configuration of wounds.
And when you're considering the cause of the wounds and you're trying to rule out car accident, you know that that taillight had been shattered, leaving glass and jagged edges. If you had known there was John O'Keefe's DNA on that taillight, would have you wanted to have taken a closer study of the taillight casing and the broken glass?
I don't think it was necessary. Those wounds are so characteristic of a dog attack.
Do you know there was other trace evidence on the back of Miss Reed's car that morning?
I mean, and to that end,
So-
it's also just not her job, right? Again, to reiterate, the thing is this, right? Her job is to examine the body. So the thing is, like, then maybe that will help us understand why is he asking so many questions that, at least so far today in this part 2, right? Like, that aren't about the body. Like, I know he's going to get there, but like, he's asking about the car, he's asking about the curb, he's asking about the grass, he's asking about the crime scene, he's asking about all of these things that are, again, those are all in the realm of crime scene reconstructionist, right? They're not, and you see this all the time in trials, right? It's one of the tactics you'll see with expert witnesses. Like, what do? You ask, whichever side you're on, right? If you're crossing an expert, ask them about these things that you know are not their job, that you know they aren't supposed to do, that you know are not, you just ask the question, right? We see it all the time. It's that thing. But like, again, the rarity though is in a Daubert hearing, right? It's bizarre.
Such as?
Hair?
No.
You didn't know that one of John O'Keefe's hair was left on the bumper?
Oh,
No.
that stupid hair.
And engaging in your differential diagnosis,
That stupid hair.
considering the mechanic of injury, wouldn't it be important to know that the trace evidence coming from John O'Keefe was left not only on the defendant's car, but in the particular area where the damage to the car, the taillight?
Objection, Your Honor.
Were you aware of that fact, Dr. Russell?
No.
Next
Hate it
question.
when she does that.
When you were excluding a car collision as the cause, did anybody share with you the digital forensics, the black box information showing and demonstrating where the car was, the speed it went back, and the
I was surprised he asked about this because we know they're doing a chip on, right? It's like, it was a weird question for me because it's like, well, wait a second, because y'all at the previous hearing already said, y'all being the Commonwealth, right? Already said that like he didn't have all the information because they fucked it up. So no surprise there. and that you're redoing it, right? And I mean, I guess that hasn't been completed yet or whatever, but anyway, it just,
Did anybody share that with you?
No,
Did you know that John O'Keefe had a cell phone?
not surprised.
Heather shedding
And-
hair everywhere.
Do you know that at a certain point when that car left, his cell phone, which was found near his body, never moved? Did you know that?
I read that, yes.
And when you were using differential diagnosis and thinking about the potential causes of the abrasions in the arm, did it seem important to you that all these facts coincided? The car reversed, the damage, John O'Keefe on the ground, the phone under him.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that question.
Did you consider those things, Dr. Russell?
As I mentioned earlier, I considered various possibilities of a car accident
You know,
and a pedestrian accident, I should say. And I went through
Wasn't
many.
there also something funny about the phone? Like, didn't we figure out at the time too that like the whole scenario of how the phone ended up under him wouldn't make any sense? Correct me if I'm wrong, or remind me for those of you guys who were there when we were working this through during the trial, like that it didn't make any sense for the phone to be under him. If imagining that, let's just say somebody was hit by a car, it was backing up, right? Like the phone under him didn't make any sense, right? I mean, do y'all remember? Because it seemed weird. It kind of gave me that vibe, if I recall, the vibe of like the Paul Murdaugh phone with like the butt, right? It's like that something's not right there, right? Like we cracked that case, I feel like, as far as what went on with that phone, right? But like the whole butt pocket phone flipping over thing was like, But luckily in that case, we had actual evidence to work with to figure things out. Whereas here, it's just, there's so much we don't know. Okay, so MCAT agrees with that one about the phone. That's also possible, yeah. Right. But I feel like, wasn't there somebody, was that true of Paul's job though? Or was there somebody else? I'm trying to remember if there was somebody, yeah. I mean, whoever they had though, it's not like they really had any, I don't recall them having any experts. Well, because all their experts were just law enforcement, right? So, I mean, not just law enforcement, but law enforcement that worked this case. So that's a lower standard than your usual fare.
Scenarios in my head, and no car accident scenario could create that configuration of wounds that's on the arm.
You've done advanced studies on wounds related to car accidents and broken taillights?
I've seen thousands.
Oh, no. Have you done any studies? Do you have any journals that you rely on to say that there's a expected pattern that's going to happen when a taillight intrudes through a sweater and into one's skin?
I have, yes, there are many textbooks that I have relied on. It's a fundamental area of study in forensic medicine and emergency medicine. And in fact, the examination of the exterior of the body in a motor vehicle accident case is emphasized, and special lectures are given about that topic to the forensic.
So y'all, and this all like I'm standing, I don't know if y'all are standing up, but like if you imagine, like I've got my phone, I'm standing right here. Like if something happens, right? Let's just think through. Like something happens, you're holding your phone and you fall. I mean, I guess we don't really know how far. Did we ever learn like where, like the phone being under him, right? Could mean a lot of things. Do we remember like where under his body? Like, was it his trunk area? Was it like under a foot? Do you guys remember? Because like the thing that I guess I'm picturing is the phone being like under his back, right? And maybe that's because they said that in the first trial. I don't remember, but like under him, right? Because that seems like, I don't know how, I'm just picturing like I fall over, like you drop the phone, right? Like if you fall, you're going to drop the phone. So like that's why I was giving an example. Let's just say the phone was under a hand or under a foot. That would make more sense if you're falling. But like if it was like under like someone's like trunk area, I have a hard time seeing how that could happen. Just if you're holding the phone, right? Like, okay. They didn't say the exact position. Yeah. And that, which is, that seems like we should know that, right? Like in other trials that would have, because the phone being under him when you think about a person and he was 6 foot something, right? Like there's a lot of different places in the body and they're all different, right? And honestly, like looking at that could actually tell you more about the crime scene and what happened, right? Because again, depending on where it is under him and how far under him, that all matters. You know what I mean?
Doctors.
You never examined John O'Keefe's body.
By photographs, yes.
Face
You never
up.
examined his body.
Personally, no.
No, personally, you never examined his body.
I never touched his body. I examined
No,
the
no, you
photographs that
didn't.
were taken in the hospital and in the coroner's office, medical examiner's office.
When you're treating
Yeah.
at the hospital,
Yeah. Again, especially like if it's like under his back, right? Again, if it's like under a hand, that makes sense if he's holding the phone, right? And he falls and then it's under his hand, right? But like again, like under his trunk or under like his pelvis or you know what I mean? If it's like, especially if it's like in the middle and not just like sticking out. But yeah, I wish we knew that though.
people are coming in telling you there was a dog bite, you're relying on that reporter's history, aren't you?
Usually, yes,
Or an eyewitness who saw it and told you about it.
correct.
When I asked you before, when we were here the last time, about any cases where you had to make a diagnosis without information, you couldn't point to one. I asked you to give me one example, and you couldn't give me an example, could you?
I don't remember patients' names.
And so when you rely on the reporter as a medical expert, you take what they say, right? And you assume it's true.
Oh, not always,
I
no.
see. You
No,
look and see if it's
absolutely
not.
Objection,
One,
Your Honor.
excuse me, one person speaks at a time.
Please.
Let her answer, Mr. Brennan.
No, I don't always take what they say is true because there's many reasons why people do not tell the truth.
Did somebody ever come in and say it was a dog bite and you did differential diagnosis and pattern recognition analysis and determined they were lying, it was not a dog bite?
No,
In all the hundreds, thousands of cases, never has anybody reported to you a dog bite and you determined independently through your powers that it wasn't a dog bite.
not dog bites, but other wounds, gunshot wounds, stab wounds,
Yeah.
many other kinds of
Okay.
wounds. People report
Her powers? Like a wizard?
that they occur a certain way and actually they have occurred a different way.
With respect to dog bites,
Mhm.
every time you've treated a patient, they've either told you what happened or somebody with them has told you what happened.
Or they didn't know what happened.
Okay. In this case, when you were excluding the collision as the cause of the abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's arm, did you look at witness statements?
As far as I know, there were no witnesses to the event.
Okay, well, did you read the testimony of Officer Saraf? Because the witness who talked to him was Karen Reed. Did you read that?
Objection, Your Honor.
So ask the question differently, Mr. Brennan.
Okay. Did you know that Officer Saraf reported that Karen Reed said, "This is all my fault. This is my fault. I did this." Did you consider that or know about that when you made your differential diagnosis regarding the collision?
At some point, I did know that there was a statement like that.
Not like that. Did you know about this statement? "This is all my fault. This is my fault. I did this." Did you know about this statement?
Objection, Your Honor.
Did you know that statement? I'm allowing the question.
No.
Let's move on.
Did you know
Mr.
about the statement to Mr. Flamati? "I hit him. I hit him. Oh my God, I hit him." Did you know about that statement?
Not that statement, no.
Did you know about the statement that she repeated repeatedly? "I hit him. I hit him." Did you know about that?
I learned that there was some question about whether there was a statement or a question, did I hit him? I learned
Yeah,
that,
accurate.
but that doesn't, I mean,
Where
okay,
did you learn that from?
I don't remember.
Okay. You said that you had experience in domestic violence cases? Okay. Did you know that it's reported that the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe got in an argument shortly before this happened?
Yes, I know that.
When you were considering the cause of these injuries, did you consider Ms. Reed's statements herself to not just witnesses, but to the public, to national magazines and programs? Did you consider any of that?
I don't read the national magazines.
Well, would it help you if you knew she told Boston Magazine that maybe John hit the back of her car, telling her to stop, and then she ran over his foot, or she clipped him in the knee, and in his drunkenness, he passed out? Would that help in your differential diagnosis?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
It wouldn't help because those wounds were caused by a dog.
Well, if you believe that statement that she said about running over his foot and clipping him, it would help you conclude that it wasn't a straight-on accident, that it was on the side, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
Even if it were on the side, the car did not cause those injuries.
And we talked about when someone's hit on the side, they could brace or defend themselves, correct?
Oh, correct.
Right. And did you know that if John O'Keefe was standing up and his arm was bent, it would be about the same height as that taillight?
Yes, that I understand. I've been hit on the side. I know about side injuries,
Uh-huh.
side swipe injuries.
Yeah, a clip. It's different.
I'm going to back it up a second. There's something crucial here. Hold on. Oh, spinny wheel, spinny, 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 spinny wheel. Yeah, great point, Kit Smits.
They
Here.
could brace or defend themselves, correct?
Oh, correct.
Right. And did you know that if John O'Keefe was standing up and his arm was bent, it would be about the same height as that taillight?
Yes, that I understand. I've been hit on the side. I know about side injuries,
Uh-huh.
side swipe injuries.
Yeah, a clip. It's different, right?
Hold on, I didn't go back quite far enough. Hold on. There's something important here. Yeah, he's embracing, right, the side swipe, yes. So the reason I'm back,
Even if it were on the side, the car did not cause those injuries.
That- I was going to say, because the reason I was backing it up, because remember, in my view, the best thing that can happen, right, is less about dog bite and more about it wasn't a car, right, as we've said. So this answer right here that she gives just from his question, right, it's not even like being asked directly, like, could it have been a car, right? Like, so that makes it even more, like, it's more candid and just on it, like, just more emphatic. Like, this to me was a great answer for the defense. If it'll play, spinning wheel.
Read that statement that she said about running over his foot and clipping him. It would help you conclude that it wasn't a straight-on accident, that it was on the side, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
Even if it were on the side, the car did not cause those injuries.
And we talked about when someone's hit on the side,
Right there.
they could brace or defend themselves.
I mean, that's
Correct.
it. Job done. Like, it wasn't a car. Like, expert after expert, right? So,
Oh, correct.
Right. And did you know that if
Yeah.
John O'Keefe was standing up and his arm was bent, it would be about the same height as that taillight?
Yes, that I understand. I've been hit on the side. I know about side injuries, side swipe injuries.
Yeah, a clip. It's different, right? And so knowing that his height
didn't let her
matches up with the
answer that.
taillight, what other evidence would you want to know before you excluded the taillight as the cause of the injury? To be thorough, what else would you want to know?
Well, see pictures of the fragments of the taillight, which I eventually did, and were there any pieces of metal that had the configuration, anything that could cause those parallel lines with the punctate injuries in between?
How about taillight fragments?
Yes.
Little pieces of glass, right? When glass shatters, it shatters randomly, doesn't it?
Well, it depends on what kind of glass. So
How about, I'm
now,
sorry, please.
this, of all of it. You guys, how many of you guys were having an aneurysm when this happened? I was like wanting to strangle whatever it was the computer or the TV, whatever I was listening to. I wanted to just strangle. I was like, you've got to be kidding me. You've got to be kidding me. And luckily, it doesn't even matter because her answers don't change whether it was glass or plastic. It's just so disingenuous. And I don't know why. It's just so weaselly because plastic. I lost my mind, y'all. Because, and he knows that. He
It
knows
depends on what
that's
kind of
not like.
I want you to.
well, motor vehicle glass, a lot of motor vehicle glass is tempered glass, and that shatters a certain way and creates a characteristic injuries.
Okay.
Again.
Tell me about your experience in
So even
Lexus
if it
rear
was tempered
taillight
glass, it wasn't
coverings.
correct.
What is the pattern injury on that?
I'm not aware of any pattern injuries.
And are you aware when the rear taillight of a Lexus breaks, the different pieces it breaks into? Is it random or is there a standard in how it breaks?
I'm not sure, but I have an idea.
I'm sorry?
I'm not sure.
Did you look at any photographs of the scene in the debris field showing the different size taillight fragments at the very scene where Mr. O'Keefe was found on the ground? Did you look at any of those photographs?
I attempted to, but I couldn't see much detail.
Okay, so
Photographs were not good.
Okay, so you don't really have a command of what the debris field looked like relative to the taillight fragments that were on the ground that morning.
Again, I imagine various scenarios of what broken glass and taillight would look like. And again, I could not come up with any scenario that would cause those parallel marks and the pattern that we described.
Well, I don't need you to imagine a scenario. I only want to talk about one scenario. That's the scenario that led to the death of Mr. O'Keefe that morning. That's the scenario I'm asking you about. And the debris field that actually existed that morning. So what I'm asking you, when you engage in differential diagnosis and you take the position that this couldn't have happened, I need to understand what you actually know about the physical evidence that's at the scene. So that's what I'm going to ask you about, that scene. If you don't know, it's okay. But I want to ask you about that scene that morning. Do you know how many pieces of taillight were found on the ground where Mr. O'Keefe was found?
That's a can of worms.
No.
right
Do you know
there.
the shapes and sizes of the shattered parts of the taillight that were found in that debris field where Mr. O'Keefe was found?
I've seen a picture of various pieces of taillight. Yes,
And if you've seen that, you would see that there are a number of different pieces of shattered taillight, yes?
correct.
Of different sizes.
Yeah.
Of different shapes.
Uh-huh.
Different diameters, right?
Yes, they're irregular, very irregular.
Different, irregular.
Yeah.
Irregular. Many of them sharp,
Yes,
perhaps almost all of them. Yes?
possibly.
Well, you say possibly because you never actually have looked at the physical evidence. You just looked at a couple of photos.
I looked at photos, correct.
And as far as the housing for the taillight, what is that made out of?
I believe it's made out of a plastic,
Okay.
and there's a metal around it.
It's metal.
Yeah.
What's the shape of the metal around it?
What's the shape?
Yeah, what is it, when you're describing the metal that you saw, what does it look like?
Well, it looked like there was some curves in it.
Curves?
Yeah.
Any straight lines in it?
Yep.
Yep. Any jagged parts of it from the breaking?
Yes,
Okay. And inside, were there other parts other than just the casing, like wires or metal sticking out?
yes.
How many pieces?
I don't know how many.
Did you ever measure those angles or study the angles of the pieces of metal and the casing?
No.
And you never studied the angles or took measurements of any of the shattered taillight, did you?
No.
Okay. Now, sharp objects can cause puncture wounds, can't they?
Yes,
Sharp objects can go through clothes and tear a, no, let me finish, you can answer. Sharp objects can puncture a hole through something like a sweater, can't they?
they can.
And if that object comes back out, it can pull the threads back out with it, couldn't it?
Theoretically, yes.
Yeah. And a sharp object, like glass, can poke or push a hole in a tear in a sweater and then rub up against the skin, causing an abrasion, couldn't it?
And, well, yes. Yes,
And if the glass and the angles and the shattering is irregular, it could cause irregular type abrasions.
not like that pattern. No,
That's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you, can irregular glass that penetrates a sweatshirt or a sweater and rubs up against the skin, can it cause irregular looking abrasions?
yes,
And if there's two pieces of metal or glass that are straight, could it cause a linear abrasion?
yes,
Would you agree with this statement? In a car accident, linear wounds are most commonly caused by contact with shattered glass from the windows, particularly tempered glass, which breaks into small, sharp shards that can create linear cuts on the skin when the body impacts it during the collision. These are often referred to as dicing injuries in forensic medicine.
yes. And so they're not really very long linear. They are tiny linear abrasions or lacerations.
Abrasions come in all different sizes.
Right, but the ones that caused by tempered glass are very, very characteristic.
Does glass cause a slicing pattern?
It can.
And it can cause a linear abrasion.
Yes, but there's a specific pattern with tempered glass.
I understand that you have an opinion.
Oh, no, it's fact.
Okay.
It's in textbooks.
Yeah, it's in textbooks that glass can cause linear abrasions.
The tempered glass pattern is in textbooks.
Glass from this broken taillight could cause linear abrasions.
Another thing too, y'all, I feel like, what about the head injuries? Because I feel like, I mean, is it just me? Like, but even in the first trial, I'm trying to remember, but like, it seems like there was never, what was the Commonwealth's theory on how he got the head injuries? You know, do y'all remember? Yeah, I agree. I also love that. Yeah, it's a fact. Totally.
That probably, yes, I agree.
Okay. So the glass that was in this debris field that you got a little look at, it had sharp edges, some of it, right? Yes?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
imagine so. I don't know for sure.
Do you know if it had parallel edges?
Parallel?
Yes.
I don't know.
Okay. Now, when you're looking for trace evidence to see if something caused an injury, you look for remnants of that evidence,
You
don't
know
you?
what?
Yes.
Now I remember. So I think you're right, but this is where the curb came in. Remember when I was saying before how it seemed like there was something about the curb? Didn't this come from Trooper Paul? And wasn't there something about it being the curb? And then there was talk about how there wasn't a curb, and then he changed it to like the ice, the snow being icy. Maybe that's what it was. But none of that is sufficient in my mind. Like, really, though. Y'all remember, I accidentally saw that wound to the head. I accidentally saw that when I wasn't expecting it, when I was looking for something else. And it's very specific, and it's major. It's major, very major, huge. And he was a good distance from the curb. Yes, he was. Right. Our house. Right. That's exactly right. The fire hydrant. Yep. I mean, to me, again, having seen the head injury, it did look, it looked like when you looked at the fire hydrant, you know, when we did that at the time, like the top of the fire hydrant, it totally looked like what would happen if you fell backwards and hit your head on that. And it was the right everything to where that totally looked like it could have been the culprit. The other theory I had too was the blade of the snowplow potentially, right? That was like maybe the first thing. And then I thought of that, but then we saw more pictures where and you could see the fire hydrant and you could see the top of the fire hydrant. And then I was like, I think the fire hydrant could be the culprit. But yeah, he was a good distance from the curb. Yeah.
In this case, you didn't do any study of the clothes and you didn't do any study of the actual Mr. O'Keefe's body, right?
I did not have hands-on
Okay.
study,
Um,
correct?
But you did learn that there was something remarkable in Mr. O'Keefe's sweater, didn't you?
And can you be more specific?
I can. Glass shards or broken taillight plastic shards. You understand they were found in Mr. O'Keefe's sweater.
Now that was the thing that from this hearing that I was like, oh wow, I completely forgot about that. Did any of you other guys, did anyone else also have that same reaction where you're like, wow, I forgot about that? I had forgotten about that. That I was like, whoa, yeah.
Right?
Doesn't surprise me.
Well, I know it doesn't surprise you, but the question I'm asking you is when you decided to engage in differential diagnosis and you decided to exclude collision as the cause of this abrasion, didn't you want to know all the facts and information in considering
Spinny wheel of death. Because yeah, this was a big thing that I was like, whoa, yeah, I'd forgotten about that. And maybe they didn't make a big enough deal about it in the first trial because yeah, well.
remarkable in Mr. O'Keefe's sweater, didn't you?
And can you be more specific?
I can. Glass shards or broken taillight plastic shards. You understand they were found in Mr. O'Keefe's sweater, right?
Doesn't surprise me.
Well, I know it doesn't surprise you, but the question I'm asking you is when you decided to engage in differential diagnosis and you decided to exclude collision as the cause of this abrasion, didn't you want to know all the facts and information in considering whether it was the taillight that caused the abrasion? Didn't you want to know that information?
Yes.
Okay. And when you were considering that information, did you know from the criminalistics reports that shards of that broken taillight were littered in his sweater?
I did not know that.
When's the first time you learned of that?
Right now.
Right now. And so when you've prepared for this case and you've received materials from the defense,
That is
nobody's
something
ever sent you
they
ever
should have told her that.
the criminalistics reports that show taillight shards were in his sweater where the abrasion was. No one ever showed you that?
I don't recall seeing that at all.
Oh, boy. Well, talking about being a detective, using circumstantial evidence and trace evidence, I want you now to consider this new evidence that you didn't know before you testified at the voir dire in the trial in the first Lanigan hearing. I want you to,
I'm sorry.
So let's hear the question.
when you were ruling out the taillight as the mechanism of injury, when you excluded it in your differential diagnosis, and you said to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that these injuries that you looked at were caused by a dog bite. Now that you know that there's a debris field of shattered taillight
So did
right
that
near the
not
body of
come out in
Mr.
the
O'Keefe,
trial?
and now that you know in his very sweater where the abrasions, the same arm under them,
So that's interesting. So yeah, so I assumed that I just forgotten it, but some of y'all are saying you didn't hear that in the first trial. That really matters, right? Because like, how the fuck? I mean, there's no way that would be new. Like evidence, like I don't know, man. Is he weird, right? Right. Good question. Yeah. See, that's why, again, I was surprised. I was like, wow, I must have forgotten that. Right. But it's like, that was me giving them the benefit of the doubt with the assumption that surely they brought it up in the first trial. But like, I was like, wow, I'm surprised I didn't remember that because like, that seems like a big deal. Right. And as far as this question, did they ever match the shards? Common sense to me would say, no, of course not, because why would they have done anything like that? But also I don't remember that happening if it did. So Top Cat says it was in the first trial. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's odd because like if you're the Commonwealth, wouldn't you like really focus? Like, I don't know. If it came up, it certainly wasn't enough to where we remember it, right? And the thing too, right, that is interesting about that is because one of the other possibilities for how the taillight got shattered, right, was when Karen Reed was backing out of the driveway at John's house, right? And she like bumped into his car or whatever. And so that was an explanation for an alternative explanation for the taillight, right? But that wouldn't be an explanation for the taillight arm combo platter, if you will.
Is littered with shards of taillight from that Lexus. Does that in any way change your analysis in your differential diagnosis, excluding the car as the mechanic of injury for that abrasion?
Objection, Your Honor.
So I'm going to allow that minus the police officer, the detective part.
No, it doesn't change my my conclusion that those injuries, those abrasions were caused by a dog bite.
How do you think the shards of taillight got into his sweater?
They could have got into the sweater from an accident, correct?
From an impact with the taillight, yes?
Could be.
Right. And when the taillight breaks and there's jagged, irregular, linear, sharp edges from that break, what do you think is going to happen to the skin when those shards impact the skin?
They could cause injury, yes.
They could cause puncture wounds, couldn't they?
Yes, they could,
They could cause scratches, couldn't they?
but not in that configuration.
I need to ask you the question so you can answer my question. They could cause scratches, couldn't they?
They could cause scratches.
And you have no studies on how abrasion looks after an impact with a taillight that is shattered. You don't have any studies or comparative analysis there, do you?
I have no studies. I just have my years of experience.
You know what wasn't found for trace evidence in that sweater? DNA of a dog.
I understand that.
You know when dogs bite, saliva, foam, sweat in their mouth, correct?
I also understand that there were issues with the collection.
Well, we're going to get to your claims and see if there's any basis for it, but that's not the question I asked you, but I will invite you to talk about that in a second. Looking forward to that. What I'm asking you, you know when dogs bite, they can froth at the mouth,
Yes,
sweat,
probably.
yeah, saliva,
Saliva, yes.
right? And when they get active and aggressive, it increases the production of those viscous materials, doesn't it?
I believe so.
Yeah. Well, it's in some of those studies and reports and books you studied all these years, isn't it? That's exactly what happens?
That they increase their production
Yes.
of saliva? No, I haven't seen that, but
Okay.
it makes sense.
And so when the dog bites a person, if they're biting through material, that saliva naturally could be embedded in the material, couldn't it?
Could be, yes.
Yeah. And something like a sweater, right? It traps liquid, doesn't it? Been out in the rain in the sweater. You don't want to wear a sweater in the rain. You'd be soaking all day, right?
That makes sense,
Yeah.
yes.
There was no dog DNA found anywhere on the holes in that sweater, was there?
No,
You understand that the crime lab took swabs of every one of those holes, right?
I don't know how many holes they took, but
Well,
yes. they-
Before you
multiple.
discount or allege a conspiracy about DNA taint, wouldn't you want to know what they did before you criticize them?
I know that they took swabs.
Okay. Do you know that they took swabs of every hole?
No,
Do you know that they then packaged them and they tested and they sent them to UC Davis?
I know there was an interval of time
Well,
between the,
people are exonerated.
Your Honor.
Hold it, I just need to hear the answer. Next question, please.
People are exonerated decades after they've been wrongfully convicted based on DNA. Yes?
yes,
DNA lasts for a long time sometimes, doesn't it?
it can.
Okay. And so you know that the DNA or the samples that were swabbed from the sweater was sent to UC Davis. You know that.
Yes,
And you know when they did the analysis, there was no dog DNA,
right,
right, on any of those holes.
right.
And you've opined that these are bites, teeth going in and out of those holes all the way up and down the arm.
Yes,
Now, it is remarkable that there is no dog DNA on any of those holes in the sweater, isn't it?
again, there's an issue with the collection and transportation of that.
I'd love to talk to you about that. We're going to, but you got to get through my questions first. It is remarkable as a doctor, as a scientist, that there is no dog DNA in any of those swabs or holes. It's remarkable, isn't it?
Remarkable would not be the word I use.
Extraordinary.
No, I disagree.
Hard to believe.
I disagree.
Okay. Now, there is no dog DNA. Do you think somehow that hurts your cause or your case for your opinion?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Do you think that somehow challenges your opinion that there's no dog DNA?
No,
Because many times you've interrupted and tried to talk about a suggested or a supposed taint that doesn't exist. And I'm just curious, why is it so important for you to discount dog? Why is it so important for you to discount the fact that dog DNA does not exist on any of those holes?
Objection, Your Honor.
going along.
I'm aware of many of the steps that are involved in the collection, preservation, transportation of evidence. And there are multiple places where that can go wrong. So the absence of the evidence is not as remarkable as the presence of the evidence.
What training and experience do you have with regard to DNA evidence? Your answer,
That was a good
not
answer.
very much. Does that still stand today?
Correct. I've had lectures, but I'm not a DNA person.
Not very much, right? And so now you're suggesting, without any fact, that many things could have gone wrong.
Absolutely, with any specimen.
So you're willing to
red
come into
solo
court
cups.
and just float an idea without a good faith basis or fact?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
What went wrong in the collection of this DNA? What went wrong in it?
I can't tell you what went wrong, but I can tell you that there were possibilities that there were errors at various steps.
Okay, well, if you want to claim and allege an error to demean or discount the evidence, tell us.
So it's a good moment for this real quick here. Speaking of the red solo cups, where is it?
You would use a solo cup.
I'm sorry, what?
Objection, Your Honor.
Solo cup.
And that was with the dog DNA lady too. So yes.
What the error was that happened with the production, the preservation and testing of this DNA. What was it?
I can't tell you the exact error, but there's, first of all, the decedent was in the snow for a while. So it may have washed off some of the evidence.
What evidence do you have that it washed off?
I don't have any proof, but you asked me possibilities.
No, I didn't ask you possibility. You're raising possibilities. I'm asking you what evidence, what fact do you have that DNA was degraded or taken from that sweater because he was lying in the snow? What evidence do you have?
I don't have evidence. I'm considering different possibilities.
What about the preservation of it? What evidence do you have before you make such a claim that somehow there was an irregularity or a taint? What evidence do you have that there was something about the accumulation of this evidence, this item that was tainted?
I didn't say, or I didn't mean to say that there was a definite error in the process. I'm telling you that there could be. So that's why a negative finding is not all that
Very
remarkable.
generous of her.
When you're in a courtroom, as an expert witness and as a doctor, you can't speculate. That's not a reasonable degree of medical certainty, is it?
I'm telling you, with a process, just like when blood is drawn from a patient, for instance.
This is coming from somebody who says they don't know very much about DNA. You're floating an idea that you have no factual basis for.
I'm talking about a specimen in general.
I'm not talking about-
It doesn't have to be DNA specimens. Specimens in general there can be errors in the process.
But we're talking about DNA here because you brought it up last hearing. You suggested that there was an irregularity at the last hearing.
There could be. You asked, for an explanation why DNA was not found. Well, that's a possibility.
So when you're using words like something could have gone wrong, you're not suggesting in good faith, and in fact, that you believe something went wrong, are you?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it. Are you suggesting that, Dr. Russell?
I'm suggesting there's a possibility that something could have gone wrong.
Oh, but you can't tell us what that was.
No, there are multiple steps.
Tell me one of the steps that went wrong. Tell me anything.
No, I can't tell you definitively that anything went wrong on a particular step. I'm telling you that there are multiple steps where error can occur.
Not
That's all. So, and any physician, even not only scientist, but physician knows that not all test results are 100% accurate.
All right, let's wrap this up. So
Okay.
you've been through the UC Davis report.
Yes.
You've been through now you know there's a criminologist report and they swabbed all the holes, right? There was an absence of dog DNA. We agree about that, right?
That's what you tell me.
Right. And we also agree that you have no actual science, medicine, or fact to suggest that there was anything wrong whatsoever with the collection, preservation, and testing of this dog DNA.
I have no evidence. That's correct.
Okay. I want to now turn to the actual exhibits and photographs and ask you some questions about the photographs and about some of the statements you've made prior about those.
Okay.
Okay. Have exhibit 5, please. You've seen this exhibit before.
Yes,
You've testified about it a number of times.
yes,
And you understand this is a photograph of Mr. John O'Keefe's right arm.
yes,
You've described different abrasions on that arm on different dates in court, haven't you?
yes.
I want to start from the left to the right. And although we haven't used numbers, I'm going to characterize it as a number so we know which wound we're talking about, so that we can discuss the different statements you've made about each wound. The wound closest to the shoulder, you see that wound?
Yes.
I'm going to call that wound number 1, if you don't mind.
Okay.
When you look at the wound closest to the shoulder, is it fair to say that you've given different versions or statements about what you think was the cause of that abrasion?
Not that I'm aware of.
Remember testifying in the voir dire in this case when you first came in before the trial?
Yes,
And you described that that is a pattern, saying there are 2 wounds with potentially a scratch in the middle?
yes,
Okay. And do you remember saying in that voir dire that they were consistent with teeth marks?
with teeth marks?
Yes.
I believe I do.
And do you remember when you first testified in this case at the voir dire, you said they could also possibly be consistent with nail marks?
Yes,
Okay. So when you were looking at this, and isn't this an example of no methodology in dog bite science? Because when you're looking at that, there's a very big difference between what teeth would have caused and what nails would have caused, isn't there?
no,
Teeth on a wound start with a puncture and then pull down, or the bottom teeth puncture and then pull up. Is that fair to say?
not always.
And a nail, a dog's nail shape, kind of like a horseshoe, right? The nail. And so when it pulls, it's going to leave a very different pattern than a tooth, isn't it?
Not necessarily. It depends on how deep the contact is between the nail or the tooth and the skin.
Suffice to say, when you first testified under oath about wound number 1, you expressed uncertainty whether it was teeth or whether it was nails.
Yes,
And so you didn't have any standard criteria to look at the wound to try to match up a comparative analysis. There's nothing specific where you would have a standard where you would say, well, this is what I would need to determine it's a nail, and this is what I need to determine it's a tooth. You didn't have that, did you?
there is none. And in the literature,
The old
it's,
nail versus tooth scenario.
authors have mentioned that it's very difficult to tell the difference between a claw wound and tooth mark sometimes.
When we look at wound number 1, when you originally said it was either teeth or nails, you then testified at trial, and you said the same consistent thing at trial, that this could either be teeth or it could be nails.
Would you repeat that?
After the voir dire, when you said that this wound, number 1, could have been caused by a dog's teeth or a dog's nails, you then testified a few days later at trial. And you said the same thing, didn't you? That this wound could have been caused by teeth or nails.
May I look?
You don't remember?
It sounds right.
Okay. Well, I want you to look and be sure. It is trial transcript, page 20, line 3. Thank you. Page 20. Sorry, line 3. You right there. Dr. Russell, do you have the same transcript as us?
Yes,
Okay. When you were talking about the number of patterns, you started with the upper part of the arm. You talked about the parallel lines, and you said they were inflicted by either teeth or claw marks.
line 3.
Well, start at line 3. Teeth or claw marks is actually line 5.
Line 5 says the word photograph starts here.
Okay. You must have a different version of this.
Are you talking about the trial?
I am, so you have a different copy than we do. My apology.
20, line 3.
Okay, we're gonna go ahead to where they find what they're looking for here. Oh, speaking of. Oh, right, the blue wrench, right? Because Heather's not a mod here. I
I'm
don't.
going to have to show my copy only because there's different versions of the transcript going around.
All right,
It's not going to
so
reconcile.
what I have that Mr. McDermott copied on the trial transcript.
Yeah, so mod symbols only go for
someone when they're a mod on that channel, that's when you see it. So.
Is what you just read from page 20, starting at line 3.
And that's what we have, but it's not the
Yeah,
copy
I thought.
that Dr. Russell has. So if the court would allow me, I'll show her my transcript.
All right, I thought Mr. McDermott's copy went to Dr. Russell. Okay. Sure, go ahead, Sherry.
I mean, I think one copy has a sidebar and one copy doesn't.
Okay.
Nightbot has a lunch.
Do you have a second
Yeah,
copy?
lucky night.
Thank you. Here you go.
That's so cute, Nightbot.
So the trial, you similarly said that this was caused by either teeth or claw marks.
Yes,
Okay. And so there was obvious uncertainty by you whether this was teeth or claw marks when you testified at the voir dire and when you testified before the jury at the first trial.
yes.
You told counsel.
You know,
had
that's
to get-
funny. I didn't even think of that until I just saw this, but the whole thing with the claw marks, and then funny how so much white claw, right? Did anyone else ever think of that? White claw marks, just so much claws in this trial, right?
Examination on the last case, that between the time of the trial and between your testimony at the first hearing and this Lanigan hearing, you had not
Only I
reviewed
can kick people out, but the only person that's ever been kicked out is, y'all know, the legendary Glenn, the only person.
any further materials.
No, I don't think I said that.
Oh, you did review further materials,
In the process of writing my report,
which Mr. Alessi helped you with, yes?
Objection, Your Honor.
in the process of writing my report, I did review articles. I re-reviewed the
funny.
photographs, and
That's funny.
and my opinion even, became a little clearer.
So when you testified in front of the first jury, expressing an expert opinion, you weren't very clear?
No, I was certain that
There
these-
was one of the recent live streams, somebody in the chat, apparently they said that they've seen Glenn in other live or in other chats, like popping up and being Glenn, which is hilarious.
the teeth or claw marks.
Okay, but things have evolved, haven't they?
Yes, I have, in the course of reviewing and also being challenged, I'm being challenged. So I need to review everything. Yes, things have evolved.
So things have changed.
Changed? No.
Well,
It's one of the, I said teeth or claw marks.
well, it's not one or the other. You're supposed to testify
Wow, Lolly's over there. He's just a piece of the furniture now. So.
with specificity.
Again.
Oh, that was you
in
talking about?
articles, in the literature.
That's hilarious. I'm so thank you. I couldn't remember who it was. Because I think we had several new people on that stream, but awesome. Okay. Yeah. Remember, if anybody else ever sees Glenn pop up somewhere, just make sure you ask how his book about Wendy's going.
Medical peer review literature. It's mentioned that it's very difficult in some sets of marks to determine what's a claw mark and what's a tooth mark.
So based on your reading of the literature that tells you it's very difficult to distinguish, you nevertheless then come into the hearing and you change your testimony and distinguish, because what you said now at the last hearing is this wasn't claw marks. Your position now is that these were teeth marks, not claw marks.
I also mentioned that I saw some punctate wounds up here, these two little wounds up there, and that helped clarify.
That picture hasn't changed since you looked
Yeah.
at it before voir dire.
Perhaps I didn't see them the first time. They're very faint.
You made a mistake.
No,
Oh.
either teeth or claw marks included, both of those.
So because you overlooked certain things, your opinion you gave to the jury was not an accurate opinion.
At the trial?
Yes, at the trial.
Is this the trial?
Yeah.
This is the trial. It isn't accurate. It's
Well,
either
the-
teeth or claw marks.
Well, that's not what you're saying now. Now you're saying it was teeth, not just teeth. You're saying it was canine teeth.
Yes, I believe now
Right.
that they are more likely canine teeth.
Well, you didn't say more likely. You said to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty.
Well-
Is it more likely or is it to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Reasonable degree of medical certainty.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes,
To a reasonable degree of medical certainty, those are now dog bites.
those are, teeth marks.
These right here.
Correct.
All right, to a reasonable degree of,
It's my opinion that to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, those are marks made by teeth.
and the teeth that you claim that these now made are the canine teeth.
Yes, I believe so.
Well, not you believe so. I want to know if you're certain about this, a medical certainty.
Yes, to a reasonable degree of medical
Okay.
certainty, those are made by canine teeth.
Okay. And so your opinion from the time when you first testified at trial, the opinions you gave to the jury, it's now different.
I don't see it as different.
Okay. What else did you overlook in this wound when you first gave your opinion to the jury? What else did you miss?
I don't think I missed anything. There's another abrasion in the middle.
Well, no, we're not going to move on. We're going to stay right here in one until we're done.
Excuse me.
Staying
I
on
mean,
this-
yeah, there's an abrasion right there in the
Right.
middle.
What's that caused by?
It could be caused by one of the incisor
Well,
teeth.
Yeah,
When you say
I think she huffs several times. I don't blame her. By the way, tomorrow we're going to be doing the Katie McBenois proffers. So make sure you join us for that.
I want you to use science and not just speculate. How many incisors are on the top row of a healthy dog?
6.
And the bottom?
6.
Okay. And if a dog has healthy incisors that are not irregular, that are even, you know it's not going to have one incisor leaving a scratch and the other one's leaving no mark.
No, I disagree with that. It's very possible. Skin is very elastic,
Mhm.
and teeth are not always the exact same
Right.
height and have the exact same configuration.
And if they're irregular, one's bigger or missing or there's a gap, it could leave an irregular mark. Could.
It could.
But you don't know that. You don't know anything about the dog that is claimed to have caused this wound, do you?
I don't know about his specific teeth. No.
And do you know whether there's any irregularities in Chloe's teeth that would cause this irregular
we
scratch by the
go.
incisor in the middle and leave out any other marks?
Even if there were no irregularities, the fact that skin is elastic and that that it could mean that not all teeth made contact.
Do you know anything about Chloe's incisors on the
Here
top?
we
And whether there's
go.
any irregularities or missing incisors, do you know?
I don't know.
Would it help you to know that?
It'd be nice to know, but
When you say
I don't
nice,
need it.
when you say nice, is that a medical term?
This
Of,
is the baiting I was talking about, right? Remember baiting it into, we have to say it was a specific dog, right?
yes, it would be helpful to know that.
it could be helpful.
And so when we look at wound number 1 that you now say is a bite mark, not a scratch mark, caused by canines, how many canines do you think caused these 2 linear lines?
I believe that those are caused by 2 canine teeth.
Okay, so did the teeth start at the top and work their way down, or did they start at the hair and work their way up?
I can't say.
Well, wouldn't you, if you're going to say the canine teeth, wouldn't you want to look at the wound and see where the puncture starts and then where it tears from? Wouldn't you want to know that?
You know, excuse me. There is no puncture.
Uh-huh.
There was no puncture in this one.
Right. And when a dog bites, the bottom jaw with the canines grabs and anchors, and then the top pulls and tears. That's how a dog bite works, isn't it?
Sometimes, if both the upper jaw and the lower jaw actually make contact, but not always do both jaws make contact.
It's a third prong lever, jaw, the way it works. It traps and pulls. Yes?
If there's contact, yes,
Mom's a
And so
with both jaws.
most animals don't just bite with their top teeth and drag.
It happens quite a bit.
What happens with frogs, right?
The
No,
frog-
very-
What? Frogs? Since when have you, Hank Brennan, have you been bitten by a frog? What is happening? Frogs?
Yeah,
Frogs.
it
Sorry.
doesn't happen with dogs. Dogs bite and pull.
They try, but they don't always contact with their lower jaw.
Did you look at the underside of Mr. O'Keefe's arm to see if there was any punctures or abrasions as an anchor that would allow the
Frogs.
top canines to pull on this?
Frogs.
I did.
Yeah, and what'd you see?
I didn't see them.
And so what would have had to happen in your version of events is that the dog would have had to not create a puncture, but just scrape with its top 2 canines and not anchor into anything else.
That happens often.
Uh-huh. And you can't tell whether the canine started
Chloe is
here.
innocent until proven guilty. So Chloe, like I'm saying, like free Chloe, so then we can have a trial where Chloe's the defendant, right? That would be so cute, wouldn't it? Right. That's right. Yeah. Months later. Right. That's what we heard in the first trial. Yeah. It was, had nothing to do with this. Right.
Here or started here.
That's correct. I'm not
Right.
sure.
Well,
I don't even remember. What was the reason they gave for getting rid of Chloe? Do y'all remember?
here it's not a puncture, but it's a rounder wound. We're still on wound number 1. The right linear abrasion is wider and rounder, isn't it?
It appears to be.
Okay. And this is a little more narrow up here than it is down here.
Correct.
Right? But there's no way the canines from the top mouth could have started here and worked their way down here. There's no way that could happen, right? Because this arc would mean that the dog's mouth is backwards. The dog's mouth is backwards if it went this way.
I'm not sure I'm understanding what you're
Yeah.
saying.
You see this here.
I'm saying what reason did like the McAlberts, like what reason did the family, Brian Albert and Nicole Albert, what was the reason they gave? Did they say it was because of the other person that Chloe injured? Because it would have been a really long time after that, right? Because that was before this happened. So it would be weird if it's like, oh, that's why, but it was like way, way, way after the fact.
2 teeth.
Mhm.
If the dog's
Right.
canines
Is that what they, I think that's
started
what they
here
said,
and worked their way down this way, they don't line up. They're not even. It's backwards.
It would be an odd configuration.
Well,
for the-
odd, it would be like,
Did Heather
believe
just
it or
make
not, the dog
another,
would have to have their teeth the opposite way.
I could see how that could happen.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. And these 2 scratches, there is no puncture, you say. You don't know what direction it's going in. There's no anchor on the bottom. But yet, your opinion is that these are dog bites,
I believe they are, yes.
based on just simply looking at them. You've seen something before in your experience that makes you think it looks similar.
Again, based on my 30 years of experience.
But you don't have any comparative sample or any type of model where you're
Hang on, we got something for this. Doo-doo. Where is it? Here it is.
That call is actually from Brian Higgins to you, isn't it?
Yes.
Obviously, you know how long 22 seconds is.
What's that?
You know how long 22 seconds lasts.
Yes.
There it is.
looking at this and matching up particular point of interest with specificity, like a fingerprint, a swirl or a whirl. You're not looking at this and saying, well, this is endemic of a dog bite or a canine. There's nothing about this that is particular or specific.
Right. I remember that. But that
The
was
pattern is
that incident though, where Chloe bit that lady. That was before. I don't remember how long before, but it was before the homicide. And it was still months after the homicide, right? That they got rid of Chloe.
fairly specific. It's highly specific. Actually.
This pattern here
The
can only
pattern
be
of the
caused
whole,
by,
the whole configuration, the whole arm.
let's start with this one though.
Yeah,
There's
but you have to
nothing-
take things in context.
We're gonna go through all of them, then we can talk about all of them in
Yeah,
context
it was
together.
before. That's my
I know what you said at the
recollection,
last hearing.
before.
I'm talking about these.
That's
There's
my
nothing
thought.
about these that are particular or specific or endemic to a dog bite, is there?
If the arm only had those two
Right?
abrasions,
Uh-huh.
You're saying months after, as in it was months, the months after being the other incident with the lady, or when they got rid of Chloe?
yes, it would be extremely difficult to say that those were dog.
Well, it's not difficult. It would be no objective evidence that it was a dog bite. It wouldn't just be difficult. It wouldn't be accurate. There's nothing about these that's just dog bite. There's no puncture. The abrasions consistent here. They're different.
There's a
Objection, Your Honor.
Part of you shouting objection adds to the overlay.
What would you like to
So
do?
if when you start to stand and say object, that's fine. Dr. Russell, you finish your answer, and
I'm
Mr.
back.
Brennan, wait until she finishes her answer before your next question.
I'd like to see the court clarify.
Oh, sidebar. Sidebar. So it sounds like I think we've got some allegedly drunk people in the chat. Welcome everybody, whether you're drunk or sober, welcome. Appropriate though with the red solo cups, right? Okay, so Kit's, so I might have been wrong then. Okay. All right, yeah. So my memory was incorrect on that then. I apologize. That's why I always ask y'all what y'all remember.
It's okay.
I'm going to see counsel at that minute.
Again? God, that white noise. Are you asking if you can see me like while I'm streaming? I don't actually ever use my camera while I'm streaming. And the reason is because I always feel like there's no reason. Like, in other words, whenever people have their camera on whether they're reading a court document, which we're going to read Judge Bev's ruling when we get done with the hearing, or if we're watching trial testimony, if anything, you see less of what the actual thing that matters is. You know what I mean? It's like there's nothing that is helpful for y'all by seeing me, like my face launch. Now, I mean, I have videos of me on YouTube playing violin and playing guitar and whatever. So it's like I'm not like trying to, it's not difficult to see what I look like. But again, I don't see why it's different, right? If you're performing on an instrument, right? Like that's kind of important, but like I don't know, I'm just standing here talking. So does that make sense? That's funny. Okay, let me see if we need to jump ahead here. Meh. And the other thing too is actually, I will say, so far, no one's actually ever asked me to, no one's ever brought it up, like, about me, or like with live streaming, like, you know, like the camera, like no one's ever brought it up. So, because my thought was like, I don't see why it would be helpful. And unless and until, you know, people are like asking for that, I guess, you know, but yeah.
All rise to the court, please.
So I guess, are they? Okay, they're going on a break. Going on a break.
This begins or ends, because you don't know, and this begins to adopt tooth
And
Just backing it up. Back it up.
there's no clue. There's nothing.
By the way, let's do this real quick though. Let's do this. So for anyone who hasn't seen it, because some of you guys are new here, this is let's do this. This is the like music video, if you will, that I made for this trial. It's called Get Low, Canton style. So like Get Low, like Little John and the East Side Boys. And so it is this is what I made. Do 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 do. 339 Canton time. Jackson United, it's time to shine. There's snow, there's snow, there's snow, there's snow. To the window, to the wall, to the wall, to the bartender's last call. At the waterfall, I say sleep, motherfucker. I say sleep, goddamn. I say sleep, motherfucker. I say sleep, goddamn. They'll crunk and act and meet. Run from the rest when they have too much drink in their minds. Everything's fine, they've been acting for together about 50 damn times. To the window, to the wall, to the wall. To the bartender's last call. At the waterfall, I say sleep, motherfucker. I say sleep, goddamn, goddamn. I say sleep, motherfucker. I say sleep, goddamn. Do 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 do. So I think it's more funny, I guess, for anyone who knows that song, right? That's from what the early 2000s, Lil Jon and the East Side Boys, right? So like in the original song, it's like skeet skeet, right? So like, get low. So it's like get low and like off. So like I change it to there's snow, right? And like a sleet instead of skeet. Anyway, but like that's an original as far as like, yeah, I'm 37. I just turned 37. Right, the OnlyFans, right? Yeah. So, but yeah, I also have a song for Alex Murdaugh. Where is it? Anyone. It's not unusual to have killed your wife and son. you've done. It's not unusual to see you lie or pretend to cry.
It's a house.
That It's a House is from the 911 call. Oh, kids, I didn't realize we were that close in age. I thought you were younger than that for some reason. Yeah, I turned 37 in October. So yeah.
Dr. Russell, we were talking about these two scratches or abrasions as wound 1. I want to continue asking some questions about wound 1.
Cover up there, Ben.
And I'd asked you, now that your position is that these were caused by the canines of the dog, was it the upper or lower canines?
I can't tell 100%.
Well, not 100%. What's your opinion? Are these upper or lower canines?
I believe they're upper canines.
Okay. And why do you believe these are upper canines as opposed to lower canines?
Because when the mouth of the dog opens and attacks, it's usually the upper canines that grasp first.
And you're saying because there's an absence on the other side that this must be the upper canines? Is that your logic?
I'm saying because it's usually the uppers that grasp first.
There's nothing in methodology or comparative study that would tell you that these are consistent with upper canines. You're just deducing that based on there's only one pattern instead of two?
There's nothing that makes it definitive, correct?
Well, not just definitive. There's no cues. There's no clues. There's nothing here that says to a person or even an expert that these are caused by canine teeth.
Well, the other consideration is if the victim was trying to defend himself, it's the upper canines that would impact first on that surface of the arm.
What if the victim was defending himself from a 6,000-pound car? That be a different type
I
of
don't
wound
believe
than
this is not caused by a car. I
So
don't believe
what
it.
evidence do
Here
you
it
have
is
that the victim was defending himself, which caused the shape of wounds?
Again, it's very common for someone who's under attack to take their arm and flex it in front of them to protect their vital organs, the
Okay.
neck, head, face.
So if Mr. O'Keefe is flexing his arm to defend himself, that doesn't answer the question, what identifying feature with specificity in these support any conclusion that it was a canine tooth that caused either of them?
Well, first, in general, it's the canine teeth that are going to impact because they are much longer than the incisor teeth.
Right. The question I have is, look at these two scratches here. What objective?
Sorry, I'm just laughing because like the thought of people revealing their weight, that's hilarious. I guess no one's asked anybody about their weight. Not that anyone has to, or whatever, but that's hilarious.
Evidence do you have based on methodology, comparative analysis? What evidence do you have that either of these were caused by a dog tooth, a canine?
Heather, I don't know why.
Again, the methodology is
There's
that
two
I
of you.
looked at the overall pattern
Not two
of the wounds on the arm, not just those two wounds up by the shoulder, but the overall pattern.
So your testimony is, if I look at everything together, I can have an opinion. If I look at this separately, it means nothing.
If I look at it separately, I cannot be as definitive, correct?
Well, not as definitive. I'm asking you for an opinion. You don't have any evidence that this has any relation to a dog bite. Without looking at the whole arm and giving that general opinion we'll get to, you have nothing as far as facts or comparative analysis or studies that would say that this was caused by canines on a dog, do you?
It's consistent with two canine teeth. There's a distance between those parallel marks.
Did you measure the distance between where this begins or ends, because you don't know, and this begins or ends?
I would have loved to,
And
but
if I could just finish, I'm sorry. Did you measure the distance between this and this and this and this?
I could not measure it because there's no ruler in that picture.
You know that when a dog bites, the canines don't move. Unlike paws that might open or close, the teeth stay the same distance apart, don't they?
Correct.
Yeah, I'm with you, Kat. I'm with
There's
you.
nothing that you know of in any
Yeah,
dog science that canines,
I agree.
when they bite, they open or close, they get wider or more narrow. They're always the same distance, right?
With it for that dog, yes.
Right. That dog.
Assuming that they're healthy teeth, yes,
And you don't know if they're healthy teeth or not because you never looked at Chloe.
correct.
are we
Okay.
getting to the mold?
And you're not saying there's any punctures anywhere in here, are you?
I don't see a definitive puncture.
Yeah.
Or do you see a,
Let's just take a moment here. I see what you're saying. So Kitsmans is talking about Alan Jackson's beard. So if you guys can see my mouse. Yeah, it is weird. That is very odd. That is a really good point about the gap between the beard and the hairline. I don't know that I've ever seen that before. That's unique.
puncture, that's not definitive.
At the very,
Oh, even better. Now we got a close up. Wow. Huh. Y'all beard growers of the world out there. Is this a thing? I don't feel like I've ever seen that before.
lower aspect of the photo, this area is not well defined.
So you're saying this is possibly a puncture?
I can't rule it out by that photograph.
Well, couldn't you rule it out through other analysis and evidence? Couldn't you rule it out as we just spoke about? Because if this was the puncture,
Why does
means
that
the
sound like a weird sex thing?
bite is going this way. And
That's
if it's going
making
this
it,
way, the arc is in the total opposite direction. Couldn't you rule it out just on that?
Right?
I couldn't
know.
rule it out, but it certainly makes sense that it would not, that the punctures would not be down below.
Well, not does it not make sense. It makes no sense that it would go this way. It wouldn't be going up if the dog has an arc going this way. The arc would have to be this way.
It depends on the position of the victim.
A dog's arc is not going to change depending on the position of a victim.
No.
And the dog's canines are not going to move depending on the position of the
Ever
victim.
do this?
That's right. But if he's bending over and
Does your husband partake in gapping, as it were?
depending on the position of the arm, the wound can change. The wound can have a different appearance than what you would expect.
Let's move on to number 2, which I'm identifying as these 2 linear scratches and then the scratch on the bottom. And you've testified about this wound number 2, although you didn't characterize it as wound number 2, right?
Yes.
Okay. When you first testified under oath in the voir dire about wound number 2, do you remember what you said that you thought that might be?
I believe I said bites or scratches.
Teeth or claws, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, yeah.
Now at trial, did you change your opinion at all about teeth or scratches?
I'm not sure.
Do you think you said at trial that this was not scratches, but most likely teeth?
I may have said that.
Okay. And then you testified at this hearing, didn't you?
Yes.
And now definitively, you're saying this wasn't scratches at all, it was teeth.
Definitively, I cannot say that. They
Okay.
still could be scratches. There's a possibility that 2 adjacent nail marks made that.
So you're
Yeah,
saying this could be
I would
nails
say.
or could be scratches? I mean, this could be nail
Like,
scratches
or-
or could be teeth?
Yes, there's a possibility that those could be scratches.
Okay. When you were asked on direct examination, that wasn't your testimony, was it?
Top cat.
I turned you to page 101, line 13.
On what day?
I'm sorry, the last hearing date is the thickest of the 3. Yes, it's page 101, line 13.
It's up to 3, he says.
May I approach and help you on that?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and hand her the thing. The spinning wheel always shows up more for Karen Reed stuff, I feel like. We'll see how it goes tomorrow with meeting Ripanua.
Okay.
Okay.
Speaking of bearded dragons, Brendan
that's
mentioned it. I was telling a story on I think it was the last live stream about being at the Pet Smart on I was getting a Christmas present for Frodo, my dog, and I was waiting in line, and they had a whole display, a whole kiosk, or whatever, with all the different, garments, animal garments, right? It's a pet store. So I saw it and I was like, what the hell is this for? I was like trying to figure it out. And I thought, like, is it like made for somebody's finger? And and they had like everything from sweaters to rain jackets and Christmas themed and, all the stuff, right? Like they do for all the other animals. And anyway, I took a closer look and I realized they were for geckos. So they had an entire kiosk designated specifically for outerwear for geckos. So yeah, that
The
exists.
wrong site, so we're gonna, you got that one. At that hearing, when you last testified, did you
Right.
say
Yes.
that teeth made those marks? You were unable to say which teeth, but it was teeth?
Yes, I believe I did.
Okay, so your position from the voir dire and from the trial testimony changed regarding this wound when you last testified at the Lanigan hearing.
I still think that they are probably teeth, but I cannot 100% rule out scratch marks.
Did you say something like, I'm not sure exactly what teeth made these, They could, one of them could, one set of these could be canine, one part of this and an adjacent incisor tooth, but I'm not sure on the second set.
Again, it goes to the fact that the wounds are not very specific for differentiating between between teeth and claw marks. However, it's in the setting of a pattern, one can get a whole lot more information, and that is supported by the articles.
So getting back to wound number 2. When you described this for Mr. Alessi, he suggested to you, so even though you may not be able to identify the specific aspect of the dog dentition, you're able to identify this is from some aspect of dog dentition. Is that what you're saying? And you said yes. So you were saying at the last hearing, this is from dog dentition.
Mm-hmm.
Dog dentition is different than toenail marks.
Paw marks, yeah.
So your testimony.
Yeah, that's what
that
it
you
is.
offered the jury in this case was
It is
different.
it's definitely got a Civil War. You know what? Let me see if I can find something.
For regards to wound 2, than the testimony you offered the court at the first part of this hearing.
The jury?
Yeah, the jury. When you testified at trial, you said it was claw marks or teeth.
Uh-huh.
You said at the last hearing this was dentition, teeth. So the opinion has now changed.
I think for the most, I'm sorry if maybe I made a mistake.
I don't think so. I think your opinion has changed. You said this was either claw marks or tooth marks. You weren't sure. There was uncertainty at trial. At the Lanigan hearing, when you were asked by Mr. Alessi, he asked you specifically if this was dentition, and you said it was.
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay, so ask the question differently without the commentary.
Wow.
You're saying now this is not claw marks or toenail marks. This is by teeth dentition.
I actually think it could be either.
Okay. Now, would you agree that is different than what you said the first time you testified at this hearing?
It sounds like it.
So you've gone back and forth kind of a little bit.
It's not a definitive. It's not in and of itself. That set of abrasions is not definitive.
Well, you didn't offer the jury the opinion that they weren't definitive or that you had confusion, did you?
I'm getting a little confused because at the jury, you told me that
Okay, I'm just pausing this real quick to show you guys something. So we got this fellow. Look at this. Can I make this bigger, or is it gonna can we not? I want to make this picture bigger. Look at that though. Look at that. I just had to show you guys because that is something else, right? I don't even know what, but it is special. I'm gonna keep looking though for one just like Alan Jackson's because that's important, right?
I said it was one or the other.
Right. And then you changed to it was dentition, and now you're back to claws or teeth?
I think it's still teeth, but I can't rule out the claws.
Okay. And because you have no comparative standard, you don't have a standard industry where you can look at this and say it has 6 points of contact or 6 features of similarity. You don't have anything like that. You're simply relying on your personal empirical experience.
Well, no, I also saw these 2 punctures, the punctate wounds right there. And that made me think that it was more teeth than claw marks.
This here you're describing
Yes.
as punctate?
Punctate, yeah.
You never stuck. Moles, look at these.
It makes sense with that name, y'all.
They're all over his body. You don't think the dog was puncturing up all over here, did you?
No.
Right. So these are the same. These little things, these skin blemishes, same as these all over the body.
Oh, you're a doctor?
Being offensive towards Irish
Do you
people.
think that what you're describing as dog puncture wounds, you could be mistaken for just his skin and the different types of marks on his skin, like freckles or moles?
I don't believe so, particularly since they're right where those wounds are.
Amazing.
Back to, we're now at, this is either a dog bite or it's a scratch. What is it about the top 2 that tell you it's a dog bite?
Would you rephrase that? Or, would you say it again?
You're saying these are either dog bites or scratches. That's what you're saying. You're not sure which one, but it's definitely a dog. That's your position.
Yes.
Okay. What about these 2 are telling you that this is a dog bite?
I think I said it already previously, that they're parallel. They're parallel lines that seem to have these punctate lesions associated with them. And they're in and around the other lesions, I believe, are dog bites.
When a dog punctures and pulls, there's not an island of skin and then it goes back to the pole. The puncture starts at the pole and then it goes to the bottom, doesn't it?
There are no complete puncture wounds on this arm.
Well, you just cited puncture wound as a reason why you think this was a dog bite. You said these aren't these are not a skin condition, rather they're puncture wounds, and that was the basis for saying these are bites. If you don't know if these are puncture wounds or not, how can you say these are dog bite?
First of all, I did not say, with all due respect, I did not say they were puncture wounds. They are punctate lesions.
Okay. And so
They're different.
the punctate lesion, is that caused by a tooth?
Yes, I believe it is.
And you know when a dog punctures, it then tears and pulls.
Only if they penetrate the skin. They have to penetrate in order to pull,
Okay. And
to create a laceration and pull.
and a puncture is not a penetration?
A puncture is, a punctate lesion is not.
And so what about these two linear abrasions? What science, what comparative analysis, what evidence do you have that these are caused by teeth
It's part of the pattern,
of this whole pattern?
of this whole pattern.
But just like wound number one, independently, this doesn't tell you anything. You can't give an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that this was caused by a dog standing on its own.
By itself, it's consistent with, but yes, I cannot say by itself that it's caused by a dog.
Top Cat, what did you think specifically was a huge admission?
Yeah,
this
lesion by itself.
Big
And
admission?
there's nothing about these scratches that are consistent with the horseshoe shape of a nail of a dog, is there?
I mean, the horseshoe shape of the jaw
No, the
of a
dog's nail, the dog's nails,
paw nail,
toenail,
toenail.
yeah.
Toenail.
There's nothing specific. No.
So again, to have any real opinion to a medical degree of certainty, you need to look at everything together. You cannot look at this and tell us any specific identifying feature that would support an opinion or conclusion to a degree of medical certainty it was caused by a dog bite or a dog scratch.
Mr. Brennan, that's the way medicine
No.
is. You know, with in medicine,
So I think, but wasn't she differentiating though puncture versus punctate? Because I think what she was saying is they were punctate marks, not puncture marks. Is that
you don't
right?
just look at
I
one
think that's what it is.
complaint or one wound or one test and make a diagnosis. You usually need several supporting tests or other lesions to corroborate a diagnosis. So that's part of medicine.
So you would agree with my statement, what I just said?
Would you repeat it?
Of course. So there is nothing specific with regards to these three scratches in and of themselves, without looking at the entire arm. There's nothing about these three that you can say with specificity that supports an opinion that they were caused by a dog bite or a dog scratch.
I disagree. I think the combination of the punctate lesions right there and there,
Punctate, right?
along with the linear parallel abrasions, supports that assessment.
Do you have any papers, any studies that show that a scratch like this, that would look like this, is a dog bite or a dog scratch?
I've never heard of it
just
either
on
until this.
the appearance of these three scratches?
Just on the appearance, no. Usually the studies that I've read
Yeah, I just
have
Googled it.
pictures of multiple lesions, and in those pictures of multiple lesions, there may be lesions like this, individual lesions.
You can't tell, in your opinion, these are dog bites or dog scratches. So is there anything specific about them?
Yeah, so one thing is that I feel like they haven't made very clear the difference, like we are all saying, the difference between punctate and puncture. Now, in the trial, you know, I would hope that will happen. But like looking online here, punctate means marked with dots or small depressions, while puncture means a hole or wound made by a sharp object. In medicine, punctate can describe a medical condition with pinpoint punctures or depressions. So it sounds like, so pinpoint punctures, right, is a punctate. So I guess they're making a distinction that punctures maybe are larger or deeper than punctate wounds, which again, because of the thing that there's a pinpoint puncture, which is a punctate, it, you know, just sounds like there's a lot of P words basically.
That can lead you to a reasonable conclusion, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that these were caused by a dog. Putting aside the whole panoply of scratches, these here, what about them is unique and distinct?
Objection, Your Honor.
So Twizzle stick, that's what I was just going to call you Twiz. Just because I feel like that's what everyone's going to. Anyway, that's what I thought initially. That was what I thought from watching this the first time, was like I was picturing puncture and drag, which makes sense from how she describes it. But looking online, you know, Googling, that's not what they're saying. But, you know, again, that's why it'd be better if she kind of explained it better, like the words side by side, puncture and punctate. Yeah. Right. and again, I guess that more shallow, right? So puncture and drag, right? Then you could see how that could be also more shallow than like a puncture where it's like puncture is like down and then in, right? And then like punctate could be like down, but not as down because then it drags, but I don't know.
What about it?
Okay, again, they're consistent with dog bites and scratches, and together with the overall picture of the numerous wounds, it paints a picture that makes me sure that this is from a dog attack.
Okay, I won't ask again, but I wasn't asking about the overall wounds. We're going to get to that. I was asking just about these three, but I'll leave your answer as it stands. Let's move to wound number 3. Now, wound number 3 really is a collection of scrapes, and you gave some testimony about the first 2. So if we look at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So in wound 3, we have 5 larger abrasions on the top of the elbow. You see that?
I do.
And then you see a couple of dots down here. Yes?
Yes.
And I want to ask you some questions, and what I'll do, even though this is wound 3.
Couple of dots. So again, according to Google, that sounds like that could be in the realm. Let's see what she says of, is this punctate?
I'll talk about scrape 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, so we know what we're referring to. Is that fair?
Yes, but
Okay.
again, any one little tiny part of the component of the image or wound is, it's not going to be sufficient to make a diagnosis. I need the pattern.
You never recognized that in your voir dire testimony or in your trial testimony before the jury that you needed the collection of all abrasions to have an opinion. Instead, isn't it fair to say that you were talking about individual wounds as if they stood on their own?
I believe that
Objection, Your Honor.
Can you answer that? I'm gonna
that
allow
is
you to
unfair.
answer.
That's incorrect.
It wasn't until Mr. Alessi directed you that you started talking about dog attack and collection of wounds as a whole.
That is incorrect.
Okay, so looking at these wounds, wound number 3, and I know it may be a series of wounds, it might not be one wound in your opinion, but let's talk about this collection of abrasions, okay? Do you remember in the voir dire talking about this collection of abrasions and you were saying they were consistent with teeth or claw marks?
Okay,
Is that what you said at the voir dire?
I'd have to look again.
Okay, well, why don't we look at page 38, line 13?
Mine is gone. I don't have it right there.
Okay, we'll have to get you one.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
It's funny because some people
28.
in Florida have been complaining that it's been cold, but maybe it's warmed up a little bit. Yeah.
Line 13,
Oh, Florida.
What page?
that one's not right either. Nope.
They're getting their shit together. Swear, it's a Karen Reed thing. This spinning wheel always comes out in full force.
Did I testify when?
Previously,
Possibly, yes.
okay. And do you have a different opinion today, whether these are teeth or claw marks?
No.
So you think that these could either be teeth or claw marks?
I think they're more likely teeth marks.
Which one of these 5 do you think are teeth marks?
All of them.
You think all 3 are teeth marks? Do you think a dog bit Mr. O'Keefe and inflicted these at the same time or different times?
I believe that this was this configuration, this collection right
Yes.
here.
Yeah.
I believe this is one bite.
One bite. And so
Here
if we were to
here
follow your
we tend to say squirrel holes when we're delving into something.
theory, this was one bite, this would be the arc of the dog's mouth?
Yes, it could be.
Well, is there an arc here?
That's true.
There appears to be.
Okay. And we know that when a dog punctures it, then from the top teeth pulls down, the bottom pulls up, right?
Pushes.
So if this is the arc of the dog right here, and it's like a half of a sun or a half moon over the elbow, you claim these 2 dots are consistent with puncture
Semicircle?
wounds?
No, punctate lesions.
Punctate
Here you
lesions, I'm sorry.
go. Yeah. Punctate.
Which teeth, upper or lower teeth, do you think caused these 5?
I believe those were the upper teeth.
So you believe this is a canine on the left, number 1, and a canine on the right, number 5?
It could be.
Okay. Now, if here's the arc of the dog's mouth, and this is a canine on 1 and 5, where do the canines puncture and pull? Up or down?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Where do the canine teeth puncture? From the bottom or from the top?
So if these are, let me use my my pointer here. If these are canines, and this could, by the way, be two, this also could be two separate bites. But if these are canines, they usually would start on the based on this picture, the upper or higher area and pull down.
Right. They would have to start up and pull down if that was an arc of a mouth, wouldn't it? But you see the bottom of these wounds, right? The round part that is closer to a puncture is on the bottom. Aren't they going in the wrong direction if this is the arc of the mouth?
No, I don't think that they are going in the wrong direction. You have to keep in mind that presumably Mr. O'Keefe was not standing there and letting the dog just chew on his arm. Okay, that is
How do you know that?
relative.
How do you know that?
No, but she's not finishing her answer, man.
The question's allowed.
How do you know?
That's
what
not
he's
him,
doing?
dude. Annoying, right? Because he's like, objection, and then she's like, the question's allowed. He's like, but she's not finishing her answer, and she goes, the question's allowed. Like, I just can't, because he had no problem with the question, Judge Bev. Fucking hell.
Because it's normal human behavior that if you're,
How do you know what he was doing? How do you know what Mr. O'Keefe was doing that
I
night?
agree with that for sure.
again, it's normal human behavior to pull away from someone that's attacking you, a person or an animal. That's normal human behavior. If he was still throughout this whole attack, I would be looking for a different set of wounds.
You're speculating about all these comments about what he was doing and not doing. You have no idea what he was doing, do you?
I'm just
Objection, Your Honor.
The question, can you answer that question, Doctor?
basing it on normal human behavior.
So real quick, I'm just going to say that I've actually been through all of Florida. So some number of years ago when I was still living in Boone, North Carolina, which for anyone who's not familiar with North Carolina, that's in the mountains. So my friends and I, we did a big road trip. So one of my friends had got a deal from like a Groupon thing or something like that. And they got a deal for a trip to or a place to stay like in Key Largo. Right. And so we all crammed into her boyfriend's car at the time, which was like a tiny car. It was a tiny car. Right. And we were thinking, okay, great. Yeah. Better gas mileage, whatever. So we were all crammed in. And so we drove from Boone all the way down to Key Largo, which takes you incidentally through like all Florida. And it's a long drive. It is a long drive. And there's some really funny stories from that trip. But I learned that I did a lot better if I was driving than a passenger. So like we took turns driving on the way there. And I was like, hey guys, on the way back, I have a request. Can I drive the entire, it's like 18 hours, right? Can I drive the entire thing? They're like, go for it. And I was so happy. Anyway, so, but there's some funny stories from that. So yeah. Right. Yeah. Well, yeah. And apparently though, we're going to hear, if you haven't heard it yet, there's going to be, we haven't gotten there tonight yet, but there's a surprise coming with Chloe, right? That hints that maybe she's alive, but we don't know definitively. So yeah.
And so you would disagree with me that if these were dog bites,
Oh, I was in the
the part
zone. I
that's
was just
thicker, that's
plugging
more
coffee.
similar, although not a puncture, would
I
start
was
at the
in
bottom and work up, meaning the
I was
dog's
in the zone.
head was over here on the top. You disagree with me about that?
Do I disagree?
Yes.
Yeah, I believe that that's
Okay.
incorrect.
Okay. And if these are canines, did you measure the distance between the canines?
Again, there's no ruler, but the other thing is we don't know what position his elbow was in at the time of this. So it could be, although it looks like it's a larger, a larger configuration than a normal canine distance, intercanine distance. That's what you're referring to, the intercanine distance. If his arm was flexed, that distance would be shorter. So you cannot make any assessment based on this picture.
Do you notice the differences between the left mark and the right mark are a greater distance than wound number 1, where you said that it was 2 canines that caused these linear abrasions?
And there's no elbow between the linear abrasions of wound collection number 1. There's no elbow up here to be flexed.
Let me ask again, do you notice the difference between these two? Is wider than the difference between wound number 1 when you said it was 2 canines?
You mean this mark here versus this mark here? Is that what you're talking about?
Wound 1 on wound 3, number 1, number 5, where you said these could be canines. You notice the distance is different than the distance where you claim that wound 1 was caused by 2 canines. Do you notice the difference in distance?
Again, I'm not clear what you're asking me. Are you asking me the distance between this tooth and that tooth? That's I think what you're asking me is the intercanine distance. Is that what you're asking me about?
Intercanine distance, I've never heard that word.
Well,
Is that a new one?
no, that's
Okay.
well known in medical literature.
Let's just look at simple math or size. The distance between these 2 wounds.
And that's a really good point here that a good medical examiner, I mean, the thing is, it's like there's a lot that just wasn't done, right? I mean, I agree that it seems like there should be someone who could have, you know, helped with this more so, right? So actually, Kitsman's asking a question. I don't know that I did any classical. If I did, it would have been like Shostakovich, like head banging all the way. I don't know that I did any classical though, to be honest. So, because really, unless, you know, in a situation like that, to stay awake, I was probably picking things where I could just be like singing at the top of my lungs. I remember though, we did have a lot of 90s music, but I think that was on the way down there when one of my friends was driving. So yeah, Boone NC. It's beautiful. Y'all can look at pictures, or we can do a field trip there. I love doing field trips to Boone because I miss it. And you know, Western NC is also where we got affected from the hurricane, although of course there it was the mudslides and whatever, landslide. But Boone was not affected as much, but the surrounding towns were, which is really sad. Yeah, I was all about the singing for sure. I think on the way down there we had like some Destiny's Child, which was awesome, and like Third Eye Blind when my friend Jenny was driving. Awesome too. Love it. Y'all are hilarious. I actually never drank. I'll just
Is a greater distance.
I actually never drank for the first time until I was 26. So out of college, believe it or not. But funny story, real quick. I would be out with all my music major friends at parties or at bars or whatever, you know. And I would have water, and everyone would joke, like my friends would joke and I would joke. We'd be like, oh, it's just straight up vodka, right? But what's so funny is that like people that didn't know me, they would always be like, because I was always the DD. And so then people that didn't know me, they'd be like, why are you getting in the car with her? She's like the drunkest one here. And then my friends would be like, no, she's completely sober. And they're like, no, I'm not getting in the car with her or whatever, which is just really funny. So it was like this whole thing of like people thinking I was drunk, but like I literally didn't drink until I was 26. Anyway.
Then where you said it was canines in room number 1, isn't it?
Again, I believe I just explained it, that if the elbow was flexed at the time that the wound was inflicted,
yeah,
or the
it
bite was
didn't.
inflicted.
That's the thing. So that's a good question. It tested negative for dog DNA, they said. You know, I don't know that they would test for saliva specifically, but saliva would contain DNA. And because this came up earlier in the hearing, and they were saying like, you know, the thing that no one can verify, right, is like the collection of it, which would have been done by you guys know who, right? Like, how well was that done, right? We know what has gone on in this case, and is that, you know, so yeah, good. So why no drinking? I never wanted to. I never had like, I guess also that's like the punk sensibilities that I have of like, when everyone's doing it, I'm like, just not interested type thing. But when I was 26, the reason it was because I had a little moment where one of the many times I was considering going to law school, even though I already had like master's in music and was already, you know, doing all that. Like I considered going to law school, and then I considered like trying to become like a master sommelier. Anyway, you know, like fine wines, because I have like a really crazy gift of smell. Like it's kind of a freaky thing that I learned that I have where anyway, so because of that. And so for that purpose, I needed to start drinking wine so I could study it. And that's why. So
would get these two wounds that are closer to one another. Then they appear here because the arm is partially extended here and skin moves.
Did you consider getting your master's small?
Are you saying this is a full bite, puncture wound top and bottom?
Oh, on the
Excuse me?
crate.
Are you saying this was a full bite of puncture wounds, bottom canines, top canines? Are you saying this is a full bite?
I don't believe any. No, this is not a full
Yeah,
bite.
like,
There is
so, like,
no.
before I ever drank alcohol in my life, like people were testing it out and putting wine, like after I watched that documentary Psalm, and I was like, I don't know, I might want to, people were putting wine in front of me, right? And I didn't know anything about it. It was like blind tests. They would put, line up all these glasses, different white wines, red wines, whatever. And and I would just smell it. And I would be able to be like, I would identify this, and this, like all the different notes. And then I would also be able to identify like the varietal, the year, all this stuff. And people were like, what? But it was just like, I don't know, effortless or whatever. And wines are very interesting, I will say. And I never buy whiskey, but like if someone else was like, we're buying whiskey, I'd be like, Lagavulin for me, please. That's my favorite Scotch. Well, okay. Scotch being a type of whiskey, right? Which I prefer to like bourbon personally.
Penetration, significant penetration of the skin. So this is not a full bite or a complete bite.
Yeah, right?
Did you say at trial, at the elbow, there's another different series of marks that again have linear abrasions up where the pointer is, and then down below some punctate, superficial round small abrasions, again representing upper and lower teeth, in my opinion. Was that your opinion?
Top guy, did they say that? I know that you mentioned Kenny Kinsey, which we'll get to, but that would be really interesting, right? If they're poo-pooing this entire, I mean, if that's the case, here's the thing. If that's the case, they will have to have a Daubert hearing as well. So that will be interesting if that happens.
Trial that this represented upper and lower teeth?
Yes.
And these lower teeth?
Right, I
Which
know.
teeth were these?
What teeth?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Were they the canines?
Could be a canine, could be incisors.
Okay. Here we go. Thank you. And so your opinion of trial is these four could
And
all
that's
be
the other thing
canines.
too, right? Because like where other people, if they start drinking when they're like in college or whatever, and they're drinking the cheap shit, But for me, that's what's so funny is like when you're training on like becoming a sommelier, it's not just wine, but it's also liquor. But it's like, so in other words, I started out with like only the top quality shit, right? like the first anything that's whiskey related. So Scotch being a subsection, right? Like I ever had was Lagavulin, Like the first vodka I ever had was like Kettle One or like Grey Goose. And like the first wines I ever had were like ridiculously fine wine. Anyway, so it's just funny. I guess that could be considered a perk, right? If you don't start drinking in college. I don't know. But I saw my friends have plenty of moments. I'll give you that much. Like, man, I saw all kinds of things. People doing. Getting sick.
Which four?
1, 2, and then the 2 punctures of punctate.
That is a possibility. It is actually, and I think I said this too, that this could actually be a configuration of 2 separate bites. Where you have canine, puncture wound, punctate lesion from the upper.
It's
canines,
expensive.
lower canines.
It's expensive.
And then this could be a separate one. Just can't tell. There's not enough specificity in this configuration of
And
wound.
you have nothing to compare it to either.
Agree. Moderation
No.
is for sure.
Do you see the distance is different between what you said is a 4-set upper and lower canine and this one here, this canine? Do you see the obvious difference?
With all due
Distance.
respect, Mr. Brennan, again, the elbow moves, so the skin moves.
With all due
The skin overlying the elbow moves, and we don't know the configuration that this arm was in at the time those wounds were inflicted. I could not make a generalization.
I'm going to ask you one more time. You don't have to answer. Do you see the obvious distance between wound 1 and 3 where you say that it was the canines? Do you see that?
That's so odd, right? Oh, he's about to object. He's like, I'm going to ask you one more time. You don't have to answer. Huh?
Objection, Your Honor.
So I'm going to strike the part that says you don't need to answer. Can you answer that question, please, Doctor? And then we'll move on, Mr. Brennan.
I see the difference, but I understand the difference.
Okay. If these were canine wounds, they can't be claw wounds, right?
Yes.
And based on your knowledge and study and whatever you're relying on, you have no way of telling if this is canines or claw.
Not 100%, correct.
Not even 100%. You don't have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether it's canines or claws, do you?
I believe those are canines.
Y'all are hilarious.
Did you testify at the Lanigan hearing when Mr. Alessi was asking you questions? Did you observe any claw marks with regard to the injuries? And you said it's possible.
Possible, yes.
How can you give an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty it was canines, and in the same breath and statement say, well, it's possibly claw wounds as well.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
My opinion about reasonable degree of medical certainty is about the whole arm, the configuration, the pattern of the whole arm, and not any one individual wound.
Okay. Wound 4 up here. What do you think this might be?
I don't know. I'm not certain.
Well, I mean, in the totality of a dog attack, it has to be something related to a dog because we don't know that it was there before. Had to have been something, right?
It's probably related to the dog, yes.
Well, you don't think he just had this independent wound and then all these came from the dog attack and this one just happened to be hanging out waiting for them?
That's correct. I don't
Right.
think that he had a separate wound.
You don't think this one maybe was caused by the broken shards of glass from the taillight during an alleged collision, but the other ones were from something totally different, do you?
No, because it has an orientation about it. It's oriented, again, in a somewhat vertical orientation, similar to many of these other sets of wounds.
I don't know what that means. It has a vertical orientation. How does that help us understand if this wound existed before or after the so-called dog attack?
It has some similarity of pattern.
So you think this was caused during the alleged dog attack?
Yes,
Okay. What caused this wound during the alleged dog attack?
I don't know.
Is that because there's no methodology or comparative standards, so you can't compare it to anything?
No, this is because there's not enough specificity in that one particular wound all by itself.
What are the options? How could it have been caused during this dog attack?
By a tooth or
Okay.
or claw, most likely.
Could it have been caused by the ground?
I doubt it, considering that, again, it's oriented in a similar fashion to the rest of the lesions.
Okay. When you read the background facts of this case, well, let me ask you, if a dog attacks an arm, it's going to create force on the arm, wouldn't it?
It depends on how much penetration. Yes, it depends on how
I feel
strongly
like
by.
when you consider that this wasn't even the beginning of Cross, that it started on the other one, like I feel like this would be long even if it was at trial. Like, do you guys feel like it's just, at this point, just like he's made some good points, but like some of this I just feel like he's just so redundant. Is it just me?
Bite is how much penetration it gets through the clothing, clothing that's on the intervening between the arm and the dog is going to present a little bit of a buffer.
That's hilarious.
Well, let's talk about the force on the arm. If this was a dog attack, as you claim, that means the teeth and or the claws penetrated that sweater and caused an abrasion on Mr. O'Keefe's arm, correct?
Yes.
So there had to be an amount of force pulling on the arm to create that friction, which led to the abrasion. Yes. Okay. Did you know from any of the facts that you reviewed that when Mr. O'Keefe supposedly left the car, he had a glass in his hand? With a straw in the glass?
Okay, new topic. So I don't blame you. New topic though. Now we're getting to the glass that he potentially had, but also the best parts are yet to come in terms of the big surprises on this cross. So yeah,
I'm aware that there was
do it, guys.
And you're aware when he was found by the side of the road that glass, the broken part of the glass, was right near him?
Side of the
with the straw?
road. Shout out to Murdaugh.
I don't know anything about the straw, but yes, I know.
And so if there's a dog attack and somebody's holding a glass, right, they're not likely to continue to hold on to the glass throughout the duration of the attack and then move somewhere else with that glass.
I don't know if he was holding onto the glass during the dog attack.
Well, hypothetically, assume that the evidence
Yeah,
is he
this
supposedly
is
was
all-
holding the glass. Wouldn't a dog attack rip that out of his hand? Wouldn't he drop the glass?
There are many possibilities here. He could have transferred it to the other hand.
Let's look at wound number 5. Do you remember testifying about this?
Yes,
And you said it looks like an arch.
it does to
Okay.
me.
Are you saying the arch is on the top or on the bottom?
No, I thought the arch was on the bottom.
Didn't
But by bottom, I
this-
mean what we call proximal part of the arm. So right here is where I think the arch is.
And if this is an arch and these are dog bites, these would be the canines.
They could be. However, I can't rule out that this is because of the curvature of the arm. I can't rule out that this was from a canine and incisor teeth.
Well, this
Y'all-
is a different angle.
Look at the closed captioning. Like the struggle is real. Look at that. Amazing.
Than here, right? But there's no flexion like in the elbow on this wound area. This is the bottom of the wrist, right?
That's correct. However, that part of the arm has a different configuration than the upper arm, and it's got a bone right underneath it.
So you're
The
saying,
ulnar bone.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
It's got the ulnar bone. So a wound to that area is going to look different than a similarly placed or caused wound to this area, which has a lot of padding underneath it from the soft tissue, subcutaneous tissue, and doesn't have the protuberance of this bone right here.
We have a distance problem when we compare these, don't we?
We have a what?
A distance problem. The distances are different. If these are canines, obviously it's a different dog or something else that caused it because the distances are clearly different, right?
Again, one has to know how wounds occur. And I didn't say that those are definitely two canine teeth on the periphery. I'm saying that I believe that this is a combination of canine and incisor teeth.
When a dog bites and tears, you see a missing tear pattern, don't you? You see the skin gets torn on many occasions?
Yes, but we don't have any of that here. We have no penetrating wounds here.
Right. Is it remarkable to you that if this was a dog bite with canines, there is no tearing of the skin? Is that remarkable to you?
No, because that dog was not able to create the force enough to penetrate the skin through that sweater.
Could I have exhibit 32, please? Okay. You've seen this picture before?
Yes,
Okay. And this is allegedly is a dog bite from Chloe?
yes,
And you see the
Oh, there's
tearing of the
that.
skin. don't
That's
you?
Yes.
image
And you can
warning.
see the corners where the incisors would penetrate through a puncture. Yes?
I'm not sure what teeth punctured this, but yes,
And
I see.
this-
I see the skin is all penetrated.
This is consistent with the literature of a tear and a hold, and a pull, right?
No,
Okay.
no, absolutely not.
This is not consistent with the dog biting and then pulling the skin.
This is consistent with an avulsion wound caused by a dog.
Okay.
Very different wound than what we looked at on Mr. O'Keefe's arm.
On
Mr. O'Keefe's arm, very different, right?
correct.
Yeah, this to me looks like puncture and then it got mega infected, right? Yeah, I cannot imitate the sounds that the foxes make, but here's what's interesting. It sounds nothing, or also there's that song, right? About what does the fox say? But anyway, it's not like anything like a dog sound. It's not like, so what's really funny is like when the foxes were talking to him, he would try to imitate it and it took a little while and it like started out kind of like dog-like, but over time he was able to, it was like he remembered his genes or something of being a fox. It was so cute. And he like eventually like was able to get it exactly. And like there's one time, y'all, when I came home from the grocery store and literally there was one of the red foxes that lives in my backyard was on my front doorstep. Like I've got like the steps and the front door and it was like literally there, like talking to Frodo through the door, like wanting to come inside. I was like, this is too magical. My brain's going to explode. Yeah, right. I know. Yeah. Oh, they're so cute. There's like a whole fox family. I've got all kinds. I also have a backyard falcon. So there's that too. It's like a magical creature, like woodland back here. So
If we can go back to 5, please.
and I saw a bear. Had a bear encounter.
Now,
I have video of the fox trotting through my backyard, but I did not get video of them talking through the door because I was holding my groceries. And what's funny is as soon as I approached the fox, like at the front door, it just ran off, you know? So really unfortunate. I didn't have, but I do have a video of the fox trotting through my backyard. I do have pictures of the falcon as well. I don't know what the Soviet panda reference is. That might be an inside joke.
your opinion that this is a dog attack.
Mhm.
Have you ever had peer review of this opinion with this photograph?
No,
No. You would agree that this dog bite science is what they call a soft science. Would you agree with that?
Ah,
I don't know what you mean by that.
Okay, well, it's not like DNA. It's opinion based. It's subjective based. The science of dog bites, isn't it?
It's based on a lot of training.
Yeah, and a lot of subjective opinion too, wouldn't you say?
There's opinion here, yes.
Uncertainty,
There is some, yes.
right? And being that type of
I already know what
science,
Heather's thinking.
haven't you read in the studies about peer review, how peer review works?
What specifically are you?
That you have another qualified professional look at it and question and vet whatever opinions you're giving. Did you go through that process at all?
I've been through that process, yes.
You've been, okay, and who peer reviewed?
Oh, that is
I mean,
horrifying.
this case?
Yes.
Oh, no, not this case. No, I thought that this information was rather confidential, and I didn't share this information.
Well, you discussed with the defense other information in this case, didn't you, about the accident and about people's opinions? You've discussed that as part of your opinion, haven't you?
Yes.
Did anyone else notice? I noticed this last time too, that he's got, Alan Jackson's got some sort of like bracelety thing on. It looks almost like prayer beads in a way. Did anyone notice that?
Did you know that the U.S. Attorney's Office employed a deputy medical examiner to look at these bites? And then he had commented that the wounds of 2 to 3 millimeters up to 7 centimeters were documented on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, and the injuries do not photographically appear to be, nor are described as puncture bite wounds, and thus are highly unlikely to be the result of an animal bite attack. Did you get that expert opinion from the United States Attorney's Office when they investigated this case to consider as part of peer review?
Objection, Your Honor.
No, I did not get that, but
Did you say you did get that?
no, I did not get that. However, I have a comment about that.
Please.
Not very medical exam. Not very many medical examiners have the experience that first of all, have experience with dog bites, seeing hundreds and thousands of dog bites and treating them. And not very many medical examiners have even autopsied a case of dog bites. So although, some physicians have certain opinions based on what they know, they don't have my experience. I'm
Do you
sorry.
know if Mr. Walsh has your experience or not?
I don't know who
The
is it?
gentleman who gave this opinion that was employed by the federal government, do you know if he had your experience or
What's
not?
his name?
Mr. Walsh, John
I-
Walsh.
No, I don't.
So he could have more experience for all you know.
Oh, I'm highly unlikely.
Okay, you have more experience than anybody in the country.
I think I have at least as much
The
experience
shitty thing is that I would say that's probably accurate, but she can't say that.
as any other possible person in the country. And I have it from both aspects, from the clinical aspect
Literally.
and from the forensic aspect.
Yeah.
Did you review the opinion of Dr. Kenneth Kinsey, who said that those injuries were not caused
Here
by
it is. I died. Y'all. Oh my God. I couldn't believe it. I was like, hold on. Wait a second. My freaking hero from the Murdaugh trial. Are they going to bring him in?
Experience as any other possible person in the country. And I have it from both aspects, from the clinical aspect and from the forensic aspect.
Did you review the opinion of Dr. Kenneth Kinsey, who said that those injuries were not caused by a canine?
Dr. Who?
Kenneth Kinsey.
The man, the myth, the legend.
No.
No. If you look, I believe Mr. O'Keefe's arm were completely bent when he sustained the injuries. A lot of them match up. They're a continuation of another injury.
And I don't even know who Dr. Kinsey is.
Okay.
Is that a medical doctor?
So you don't have any.
He doesn't answer that question. Now, here's why. Dr. Kinsey is not a medical doctor. Dr. Kinsey is a goat, like greatest of all time. He's awesome. But here's the thing. Just like he's been doing all along, where he being Hank Brennan, is asking questions that are in the realm of crime scene reconstructionists, right? And she's a medical doctor, right? Kenny Kinsey is a crime scene reconstructionist. Now, he is a gentleman and a scholar, and he will not get out over his skis, as they say in the low country of South Carolina. And he will not tread over things into the, like he won't answer things that are in the medical field. And he would say, I defer to the doctors, right? Like, he is a good freaking dude. And it sounds like the Commonwealth is going to be using him, and I will trust what he says. And he's a good dude for any of you guys who know that trial. So, okay, don't stop. Okay.
Peer review at all. You have nobody who's given an opinion similar to yours about this being dog bites, do you?
Is Dr. Kinsey? I'm sorry.
You have no peer review. You have no peer endorsement. Everything that you have no peer endorsement for any of your opinions, do you?
I didn't think I was allowed to show these pictures to anyone.
So,
When you're giving,
so Twizzle sticks us, hold up, wait a minute. We also have Don't Stop. So I don't know, but also, the thing is, there are better experts than her. But the thing is like, it's comparing apples to oranges. If it's an expert in a different field, you can't compare that, right? Like, you can't compare someone who's a crime scene reconstructionist. It's like, I don't know. It just, they're completely separate fields, right? You can only compare experts against each other if they are in the same, like you could compare, for example, like Kenny Kinsey, like I wouldn't even say you could compare him to one of the ARCA dudes because they're still very different. Kenny Kinsey has a really extensive and well-versed and varied background with crime scenes. So like he has information about a lot of different facets, whereas what the ARCA dudes do, they're very specialized. So I don't even know that you could really compare them, but at least they're in somewhat of the same field versus an MD, right?
Giving opinions about the teeth and suggesting that there's might be bad things you don't really know about. You would agree it would be best to look at the dog, Chloe itself, right?
Oh, here we go.
Not necessary.
If you looked at Chloe and examined Chloe,
Oh my
you
God.
would know whether or not there are any irregularities in Chloe's teeth, wouldn't you?
Yes, I might.
You would see it, wouldn't you?
Well, if I got close enough, and
Right.
I don't know if I want to get close enough to Chloe.
Well, why wouldn't you want to? You're a medical doctor. You want to be
I love that
have an
answer.
opinion to a degree of medical certainty. Why wouldn't you want to see the best evidence of the distance between the teeth and Chloe? Why wouldn't you?
I'd have to make sure that I wasn't putting myself in danger.
Okay.
Good answer.
And if you saw Chloe, you could see if there was any missing teeth, couldn't you?
Yes.
You could actually measure the canines in Chloe, and then you could compare them to what you're calling dog wounds on Mr. O'Keefe's arm. You could do that, couldn't you?
I would have to get a veterinarian
Mhm.
to sedate the patient, the dog, because that going near that dog would be very dangerous. They'd have to sedate the dog to measure the intercanine distance.
What if you did get a veterinarian to sedate the
Oh
dog?
my God.
And then you could safely go and look at Chloe, and you could actually
It's like, what is he doing though, right? Like, why are you suggesting this? I mean,
take a mold of Chloe's mouth, right?
Mhm.
Yes? You've read that in the
One-
literature.
yeah,
The
one-
best
yeah,
way to
one could.
I'm sorry.
There's only one person who's not there.
You've read in the literature, the best way to compare the teeth and the mark is you actually do a mold
That's so
of the
crazy.
dog's mouth. You know how valuable that can be in analysis, don't you?
It can be, but the question, I believe the question here is not which dog created these.
there
wounds,
you go.
But did a dog create these?
Yeah.
wounds?
That's not my question. My question is, if you
This is
took
like I said at the beginning of the live stream. He's asking a question that is irrelevant and it is not the question that this is not at issue here, right? This is not relevant. But by asking this question, again, in my mind, it's baiting her, it's tiptoeing into that realm of forensic odontology, like we have seen in the years of yesteryears, whatever, in the past, as it pertains to humans, right? Again, take like Ted Bundy, for example. But again, another key difference being that the bite marks are of A, a human, and B, a specific human, and that human is the defendant, right? But that has gone, as I've said, the way of the dinosaur. And like I kept thinking all along, right? Like they've got to be careful to not fall into this trap to where they can compare anything that she's offering to that science. Soft
took a mold of Chloe's mouth, you would see the distance between the canines. And you could measure it, quantify it, not guess and speculate, quantify it, correct?
Your Honor, could we approach, please?
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh boy, they're approaching. So meh. I don't think the defense is claiming that. In other words, it could be inferred or suggested, but even more specifically, the expert witness is not claiming that. Like she's literally saying not that, right? It's just like actually, and in the first trial, it seemed like they kind of wanted to say that and she wasn't allowed. And if anything, I think that was a good thing, right? Kind of, again, like we've said before, going too far into the third party thing and burden shifting onto yourselves, right? Like it's not necessary to prove that it's Chloe. They just, like Kit said, and then we were talking about this way earlier, right? They just have, it's reasonable doubt, right? If it was a dog, any dog, it wasn't a car, right? That's the point. Right. Yep. Yep. Yeah, I know. But we talked about this earlier, and I don't think that's even it because, again, my recollection is that the defense also was trying to ascertain Chloe's whereabouts and that she could have been potentially outside. So the in the house thing, I don't know. I don't know that that's, that might be, I don't know. I think that they're better off anyway if they stay away from that. So, but even as it pertains to Chloe, right? Again, there were the questions about jumping the fence and was it, what time and all that. We talked about that earlier though. So I'm not going to worry y'all with that same thing.
All right, so you can continue, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Russell, when you're examining these separate wounds and the distances and the
That's
depth between
funny.
them,
I get it. That's
and guessing whether or not it was a canine or incisor, wouldn't you agree it would be helpful if you had a safe opportunity to actually examine the dog Chloe?
It could be.
If you had a safe opportunity to examine Chloe, you could look at the size of Chloe's jaw.
It could be, but those wounds on you're shaking your
That's not
head.
my question.
Okay.
My question is, if you had an opportunity to go safely and look at Chloe, you would be able to tell the size of Chloe's jaw. You could measure it.
See, now that makes it sound like the actual dog, right? Not just like they have a mold or whatever, but like the whole dog.
Possibly, yes.
You could determine the gape of Chloe's jaw, couldn't you?
I don't know what the gape of.
How it bites, how wide it opens up.
I'm not sure I could determine that.
Okay, you could look at Chloe's teeth.
As they are now, yes.
You could measure the distance between the canines if they still exist in Chloe's mouth.
Yes, from a model of or imprint from Chloe's mouth.
You could take a mold,
Right, a mold.
or you could take a tape measure or a ruler and you could measure. You could
Oh,
do
that
both.
wouldn't be very reliable.
You could determine whether or not she had one incisor or whether she had 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6
Stop it.
incisors.
What?
Currently, yes, but I can't
No.
tell what the condition of the teeth were during the incident.
You could tell if there's any missing teeth.
Correct.
You could look at Chloe's paws, couldn't you?
Yes.
You could do moldings of those and measure those as well, couldn't you?
I'm not sure that that would be useful.
Well, if
Measuring.
you think that some of these wounds could have been scratches, you could look at the nails and the shape of the nails, couldn't you?
Well, nails are frequently cut on a regular
course.
basis, and the distance between the distance between the nails, as you mentioned earlier, can change depending on whether or not the paw is in a compressed state or a more relaxed state. So that wouldn't be reliable.
So you would not even consider measuring the paws because you think that would be unreliable?
I don't think it would be reliable. No.
You wouldn't study the toenails to see the shape of them?
If I could, I'd look to see if there was an abnormal toenail,
Right.
for instance. Yes.
And so there would be a benefit to doing that. You didn't do that though, did you? You didn't go see Chloe and take a mold of Chloe's mouth, did you?
It wasn't necessary.
Well, did you go up and take pictures and measure the teeth of Chloe?
No.
Did you ask to?
No. It was my understanding that Chloe was in another state, but again, I didn't think it was necessary, and I have reasons why I didn't think it was necessary.
You thought that
So-
Chloe was another.
So if you're asking if I think Chloe's dead, so here, I don't really assess things like what do I think, right? But here's what I will say in terms of the testimony that came out in the first trial and what does it point to, right? So like, that what was said was that Chloe is in Vermont, right? But like what many people commented on is that, and I know the thing that I noticed that was weird to me as a dog owner is that when Nicole Albert was testifying about Chloe, she kept referring to Chloe as it in a very odd way. That's really unusual for dog owners. So that for me was just odd, but that doesn't necessarily mean that Chloe's dead, right? But here's the thing. There's people that, I don't know if they're people that live in Vermont specifically, but there's many people who say that that there's a saying, I guess, in some parts of the US where saying that they went to a new home in Vermont or another home in Vermont and like it's specific to that state, like they're at a new home in Vermont or whatever, that is like the like colloquialism to say that the animal is dead. Now there's some people that say that, like, I guess the McAlberts themselves, killed her or whatever. I don't know. I'm just saying like that. I think where that kind of came about was because there's people who heard that thing about the Vermont and said, wait, hang on, that's an actual saying. And it means that the animal's dead. So, but if Chloe's alive, right. And Chloe's in Vermont, it seemed, I guess the other thing is like, why wouldn't they have done this in the first trial, right? Like they could have brought her in the first trial, and like whether Chloe's alive or dead, it seems like Chloe was unavailable. That's my impression. Chloe was completely unavailable, right? Otherwise, you know, so that's this surprised me. And then this also surprised like everybody that I know of, that, you know, on Law 2 or whatever, people watching it, like this was surprising, let's just say, right? Because again, this was new information that did not come out. And, you know.
State, did you ever discuss going to see Chloe and doing these studies on Chloe so you could see if they were dissimilar to these abrasions?
I was asked to evaluate the wounds.
Do you know that Chloe exists, that we provided notice to you, that we went up and saw Chloe and took molds? Did you know that?
Objection, Your Honor.
Did you know that was going to allow? Did you know that, Doctor?
I do know that now. Yes.
Did you know that before you testified the last date in this case, that we actually went out and found Chloe and took molds and measured the paws and the teeth? Did you know that we did that?
I don't know. I don't recall.
Before you came in and testified at the last hearing, you don't recall whether you knew that Chloe was available?
I believe I knew that there was a consultant, that you hired a consultant, and I didn't know what that consultant was going to be doing.
Okay. Now that you know that Chloe's available, wouldn't those molds be helpful? Wouldn't you want to look at them and compare them to the distances on the abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's arm?
Objection, Your Honor.
I don't think it's necessary for many reasons.
If the distance of Chloe's canines is significantly different than these abrasions in this picture, you would agree that the abrasions in Mr. O'Keefe's arm could not have been caused by Chloe. Would you agree?
No, I wouldn't agree to that statement. Again, because of the various factors such as elasticity of the skin, shrinkage, there's various factors.
So if I understand, you have no interest in examining or seeing Chloe. It's irrelevant to your opinion?
I don't think I need to see Chloe.
Well, you said earlier when I asked you about particular wounds, it would be helpful to know these things about missing teeth and spacing and distance between the canines. Is that no longer helpful to your opinion?
No, I think you're mischaracterizing what I said. I believe I said that it would give information about the condition of the teeth now, but it wouldn't give information about the condition of the teeth when that incident happened.
In the spirit of medicine and science, isn't more information good?
Generally.
Generally. But you generally would not want to go see and examine Chloe.
I don't think it's necessary, and there's so many reasons why.
Okay. Thank you for your time.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Alessi, go right ahead.
All right. So I didn't hear yet anything about them having a dog bite expert, they being the Commonwealth. So let's update the banner.
If I could have your order
Sure.
of the exhibits. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. Mr. Brennan has agreed that all the exhibits in the notebook can be in evidence. So that's number 2. And so if I'm remembering correctly, Your Honor's previous direction that if they're in evidence, just refer to them as such. So that's what I
Yes.
plan on doing.
Yes.
And what I also plan on doing, Your Honor, is taking the exhibits that are in the notebook. I've got non-binder ones individually for the witness that are
Okay.
pre-marked. Does that work also?
Sure, you can just put them up on the stand with Dr. Russell.
In my approach to do that?
Yeah. It'll be interesting, right? Like, so if all that's true, if there are molds and stuff, like, I wonder what's going to happen. Like, is that going to come in? Like, are they going to do anything with that? I wonder. Because I agree. I do think that, you know, again, but having said that, right, I'm arguing with myself in my head, like, as one does with law, right? Like how it's still kind of confusing the issue because it doesn't matter which dog, right? But it's like the guy, again, the Commonwealth kind of bait that into a thing where it's like, well, now we have to make sure we can verify which dog, even though it's not the real issue. Yeah, well, yeah, he mentioned Kenny Kinsey. That's the only name he gave. But Kenny Kinsey, I know very well, and he's a crime scene reconstructionist, right? He's awesome. He's out of South Carolina, but he's not a dog bite expert. You know, he's former law enforcement, and you know, he's trained with like tool mark analysis and tire marks and, you know, guns and that type of thing. Meh. Well, spinny wheel.
She can figure out numerically what's what. All right, Mr. Alessi, I'm not rushing you at all, but is it safe to say that you won't finish in 20 minutes?
That is safe, Your Honor.
Okay, so we will plan on breaking at 1. Mr. Clerk will have to cancel our afternoon list. What, how long do you think it might take? And I'm not holding you to this, just curious.
I appreciate the question. If I can just have a quick moment, because I knew what my redirect was going to be until Mr. Brennan went, and I'd like to consider.
Okay, he's gonna take a quick moment. We're gonna zoom. We'll try to finish by 4 today, of course. We haven't broken for lunch yet. I'm gonna bump it up to keep pretty slowly.
May I now proceed, Your Honor?
Please.
Thank you. Dr. Russell, during cross-examination at this Daubert hearing on December 12th, you were asked whether you believed you were an expert in the areas of orthopedics, accident reconstruction, biomechanics, motor vehicle accidents, and defensive wounds. In your 29 plus years of experience as an emergency medicine physician and training emergency medicine physicians, are you aware of any emergency room or emergency department physician being board certified in orthopedics?
No.
Yeah.
Are you aware of any emergency medicine physician being required to be an expert in overall orthopedics?
No. General orthopedics, no.
But do emergency medicine physicians nonetheless routinely evaluate and treat people injured in motor vehicle accidents?
Yes.
And did you, in your 29 years of experience as emergency medicine physician, routinely evaluate and treat people injured in motor vehicle accidents?
Yes, I worked at a busy level 1 trauma center.
During your cross-examination in response to a question, you stated that you were an expert in emergency orthopedics. Can you please explain that?
Yes. So emergency orthopedics is a subset or just a part of the overall field of general orthopedics. So in emergency orthopedics, physicians care for, evaluate, diagnose, treat patients who have acute injuries and that don't need operative care. So acute fractures, acute dislocations.
So you know what I'm actually going to do? I'm actually going to skip ahead to the argument because I feel like the ground that he gains during redirect, it shines during the argument. So that's still, let's just see, because sometimes these timestamps on court TV are not
that relevant to this case.
It's clothing overlying the area that was bitten.
And was there clothing overlying the bite mark wounds of the deceased?
Yes.
And what clothing?
Still. So let's go ahead. I wonder. Recross.
Dr. Russell, Attorney Alessi, pardon me, asked you about Dr. Walsh's statement about the cause of injuries. You remember he just asked you that?
Yeah.
What he didn't offer in the report is this, and let me know if you agree with it. Decedent John O'Keefe was documented to have craniocerebral injuries, including skull fractures of the occipital skull and the right parietal bone with associated subdural and subarachnoid hemorrhages. These injuries of the scalp, skull, and brain are consistent with the.
I'm gonna stick to my word and go to the argument, and then we're gonna read Judge Bev's ruling, which is full of surprises.
Let's play this out with a couple very important cases for your honor's consideration. The first is one out of the Michigan, Massachusetts Federal Court. It's Hines 55 Federal Supplement, second, page 62. It's a 1992 case, authored by Judge Bev. It had to do with a soft science handwriting analysis. It was a very thorough and thoughtful case that talked about soft sciences, methodology, and when there was an absence of methodology. In that case, I'm sure Your Honor is aware, it had to do with a proposed witness who wanted to look at a handwriting exemplar and provide an opinion of a so-called match. The court said there were very important canons, very important principles or foundations that have to be considered when we're discussing a soft science. Empirical study is not enough. Simply because somebody has seen something before, whether it's once or twice or 100 times, it's not a science. It's not a methodology. It's not medicine. It is a personal aside. A potential expert has to be in a better position to understand and explain to jurors rather than a simple layperson. That means there has to be some level of methodology, some type of guidance, some type of study so that they can assist the jury in better understanding what they believe their conclusions are.
Lally Bird.
Empirical is not enough because a subjective opinion without medical, factual, scientific support is just an opinion. A person can look at the constellations and see the Big Dipper, they can see Orion. It's a matter of perspective. It's no different when we have something like a soft science, something different than DNA, where a person wants to give an opinion because they've seen something before. That's not enough. And in this case, Dr. Russell has never been in the business of identifying dog bite wounds. She treats them. She's an emergency room physician, had some experience as an ME. She treats a wound as a brought. She's not diagnosing the wound or determining the mechanics of injury. She doesn't have the education. She doesn't have the qualifications. She doesn't have the training for that. That is not what her job is. It is to treat the injuries. And so all of
So is he saying you just treat it without knowing? It's like, I don't know what it is. Here, just slap a Band-Aid on it. Like, that's really offensive, honestly.
perspective and opinions are empirical. She doesn't have a book. She doesn't have a study that teaches her how to. She never took a training. She never took a class. She never got a degree or certificate. She's looking at her past experience when someone reports to her that it was a dog bite wound, and she's trying to use her memory and make a decision whether or not she thinks this is similar. That is not science. That is not medical certainty. And so there's nothing to suggest that whatever method she used, I still can't identify it because I don't know, despite many questions I've asked her, what her methodology is, other than she says it's pattern recognition analysis. It's empty phrasing unless you can identify and articulate what is the specificity, what is the standard, and we still don't know. After all of this testimony, we don't know. In Commonwealth versus Rintala, that case had to do with a prosecution expert talking about paint spill, and this is could not fit more closely to this case. The conviction was overturned because the prosecution called the paint spill expert. It was found to be prejudicial because the expert relayed their past experience. Their past
paint spill.
Experience about paint spills. Exactly what Dr. Russell did in this case. No more, no less. Her past experience treating injuries that we reported as dog bites. A person with their past experience with paint spills. The court was very specific in Ronaldo about why this was improper and why it was prejudicial. It said that just because a witness has experience or particular experience and decides to use that as a methodology does not make it methodology. And it's just like Dr. Russell's testimony.
Oh, Lally, he's not even moving. You wouldn't even know he's alive, honestly. It's crazy.
Nothing about it that employs methodology. In Ronaldo,
like what is he doing?
Pardon?
I mean,
Wow.
Thank you. Direct the court to page 39. And they talk about when the expert used methods to determine
like he's a statue.
that paint was poured or spilled. And the problem was, this case was reversed. The court said, instead, meaning the expert, he simply relayed his past experiences working with and around paint and drew conclusions therefrom. That is exactly what Dr. Russell has done. She's relayed her past experiences working with and around treating dog bites and drew her conclusions from that. They cite Commonwealth versus Franceschi. I'm probably saying that wrong as well. But what that quotes is, while training and experience, to which the expert referred, might have taught the expert methodology, it is not itself a methodology. And so while Dr. Russell may have taught herself or been intrigued or interested in dog bites, it is no methodology. The defense has introduced a couple of articles. Those articles do not describe or lay out a methodology for identifying dog bite wounds. They don't provide a standard. They do not provide a comparison. They don't provide any guidance. And so the danger in having somebody go before a jury and portray themselves as an expert when they have no methodology is they can pretty much provide any opinion they want to the jury that can be unchecked because it's not factually based. It can't be compared. It can't be analyzed. It's not peer reviewed. It's just an opinion. And when an expert lacks methodology, classic things happen, which happened in this case.
Yeah, totally agree, Top Cat. I mean, I think that's for sure. This trial is definitely going to be a lot different. I mean, first of all, no Lally. I mean, well, he's there kind of, but yeah, no, it's definitely going to be a lot different. And they already said as much in what was it, like the first hearing, I think, where Hank Brennan came in and he said, we're paring down the witness list and we're, bringing in actual experts and no Trooper Paul. And, it's like, yay, and I also hope that the defense does not rely as much on the third party. I think, hopefully we will get more answers and that would be great for everybody. That'd be great for justice. Right. But yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure I'm a millennial. I'm pretty sure born in 87, right? That's millennial. But I don't know of this Bluetooth, whatever, flashlight thing. So yeah.
Happens is that a witness does not actually have certainty about what they're saying. A witness is prone to change their opinion because there is no standard or methodology to confine them. A witness can just change their mind without new information because it suits their purpose. When we looked at Exhibit 5, and we actually broke down the wounds into separate wounds, 5 wounds, the doctor, I believe, concedes when you look at each of those abrasions independently. She cannot say with scientific certainty. She can't say with any certainty that those were caused by a dog. Her fallback was when you look at the entire series of wounds, that equals a dog attack. No basis, no reason why we reached that.
Oh, I'm just not realizing y'all are saying flashlight and not flashlight. Oh, okay. Okay. My brain auto-corrected and now and instead of paying attention to the spelling. Okay.
Uncertainty to dog attack other than just because she said so. That can't be challenged because there's no methodology. And so the risk we have is you have an expert who gets up in a voir dire and they give opinions that wound number 1 could have been teeth marks, could have been claw marks. Wound number 2 could have been teeth, could have been claw. Wound number 3 the same. Really no idea. It's just guessing or speculating. And then they get up later and they change their opinion that more benefits their side. She later testifies at trial, sometimes maintaining teeth or claws. And then she appears in this hearing after writing a report and consulting, and she is emphatic that these are not scratches, but that they are dog bites. Think about the posture of that. If she is now saying that these are dog bites, that impliedly concedes that her testimony in front of the jury, for which she was allowed to testify as an expert, not only was inaccurate, not only unsure, but inevitably it's misleading. It cannot be helpful testimony if an expert provides an opinion to a jury and then later on, without any real changes in information, changes their opinion for whatever reason. They're not constricted because there's no methodology or standard. And so the fact that this witness was allowed to testify at the last trial with opinions she no longer endorses or stands behind, and the fact that we can reasonably conclude that is misleading to the jury, well, that begets the argument that she should not be given another chance to go in front of a jury and give a different opinion without having actual factual and medical and scientific support, and she does not. There is no doubt about one thing, she has no idea. When I walked her through the different wounds on Exhibit 5, I invited her to explain to your honor, why is it that this wound was caused by a dog? There's no circumstantial evidence to support that, none whatsoever. It's just her personal, empirical.
Yeah,
history
I
dealing
agree with that, Top Cat. I agree. I agree. And the evidence of that is the mistrial. I mean, the hung jury, you know? Yeah, definitely agree with that for sure.
For wound 1. What direction were these canines? She couldn't tell. Where's the puncture wound?
That's another good point.
A lot of pulse. There is none. The distance and width of those wounds.
I mean, the thing is their lead detective, like, again, like I said, it's going to be interesting to see what the hell they're going to do. Like, are they going to call him? I mean, you have to call the lead detective. I mean, this is just highly unusual, right? I mean, that right there changes the dynamics a lot, right? Yeah.
How could she reasonably and fairly say they were caused by canines? Any indication, any support, any pattern recognition that would tell us that was caused by canines, and she couldn't give us any information. Not weak information, not information that I could fight with another expert, not information that I could say, wait, not the invisibility. None. She could just fall back on, well, when I look at everything at the dog bite. Same thing with number 2. Number 2, interestingly, the widths are much different than wound number 1. It doesn't take an expert to know that it wasn't the same mechanism that caused the injuries to wound 1 and 2. And if they want to continue to pretend it's a dog bite on wound 1, there's no way they can reconcile that wound 1 is in any way similar to wound 2. It would have to be a baby dog or a different dog or the pack of dogs I asked her about the first time I talked to her. It is totally different. And again, when I asked her for any specificity, these weren't hard leading questions. I opened to her to explain to us, why is that a dog bite now? She would only give us a conclusory answer. It just is. There was nothing about teeth or the tension or about the dog, about anything that would support the claim that that was a dog bite and why she changed it from scratch. None. We get to the elbow wound number 3. There's the speculation that the arm could have moved, would have moved. But yet she has no idea. She has no factual support for this. None. And she vacillates between this being potentially bites, scratches, all 5 of the different points on wound number 3 could be canines on both sides, or maybe there was a 4-point canine in a smaller fraction of number 1 and number 2 in wound 3. That cannot be. It defies common sense and reasonableness to say the same dog caused wound number 3, points 1 and 2, with the so-called punctures, and caused number 1 and number 2. Again, you could simply look at the distance between canines are not going to move when a dog bites an arm. An arm can move, you can change the angle, the depth. The canines are not going to move. Then we get to wound number 4, equally baseless. Wound number 4 at first wasn't sure if it even had to do with the dog attack. But then that made no sense. So Dr. Russell retreated to say, well, it did have something to do with the dog attack, but hard to define. And then wound number 5, again, a 4-point bite that is totally reconcilable with 1, 2, and 3. There is no collateral or supportive evidence to suggest that this is a dog bite at all. It's fertile imagination for her to get on the stand and claim.
Fertile imagination, also with his voice. Where I'm at in my head with his voice at this juncture is your mom's a dog bite. But, you know, yeah.
A dog bite. Not just there was no opportunity and that there was no dog in question, but the wounds are dissimilar. She cannot point to a pattern, a methodology, a standard to say, this is why this is a dog bite. It's just a dog bite. So it's interesting when we learn that she didn't know about much of the evidence that wholly contradicts the fact that this is a dog bite. She didn't know that there were plastic shards in the sleeve of his arm. The fact that there is physical evidence that results from a collision left in the very place where this wound happens to be there isn't mere coincidence. It isn't mere coincidence. It's exacting evidence. And what is not exacting evidence? The absence of DNA. Now, this is important because Dr. Russell was comfortable taking the stand and providing information to Your Honor for consideration that was totally baseless. It didn't in any way hamper her willingness to do that. She floated theories of taint in the DNA or manipulation, or the DNA wasn't handled properly. There was absolutely no good faith basis whatsoever for her to suggest for a second that that DNA collection, preservation, and testing wasn't sound. She had a right to look at the evidence in the prognosis reports and the DNA processing. She knew she could not admit the significance because it would undermine the entire theory. And so she was comfortable on the stand using her experience as a doctor to try to convince Your Honor that
he's like, just so you know, she's really like a hardcore class A manipulator, Your Honor. Like, just look at how easily she could deceive you.
DNA was insignificant based on a demeaning of the evidence with no basis. An insulting claim that somebody did something wrong with no basis. The reason why that's important, it shows that this witness has the willingness to testify to Your Honor about a conclusion for which there is no support. This witness has the comfortableness to testify to Your Honor about an opinion that has no factual basis. And her doing that with the DNA was a parallel to her doing it with the dog bites. She is comfortable getting on the stand and simply giving the ultimate opinion that is helpful for her cause without any support. And so that DNA attack by her is reflective of her willingness to compromise fact, science, and medicine to just provide an opinion. Knowing there's no real methodology here, there just isn't. Knowing there's no standard, unable to provide us any balance for why this is a dog bite, having the free reign of an opportunity to look at the exhibit and tell us anything she wants to support it's a dog bite, and being unable to do that, the defense employs differential diagnosis. That's a fancy way of saying, well, we might not be able to prove this, but we can disprove everything else. That's the way they presented this expert. They own that. Because when you look at those
No, but that's kind of the job of defense. I mean, is he not listening to himself? I mean, he's a defense attorney. Like, he just said, we don't have to prove this, but we can just disprove everything else. That's their job.
wounds, and you can't identify them as dog bites individually. You can't say the whole series becomes a dog bite. Wound 1 has 0 value. Wound 2 has 0 value.
She's not saying that. She said they could be scratches or bites.
So 5 times 0 is 0. Cumulatively does not equal us. Using the word dog attack doesn't make you look at that and say, well, that's methodology. That is nothing. And so differential diagnosis is a very compelling argument for the government why you should not allow this. This witness is in no position, kind of like the DNA and kind of like the DNA on dog bites. She's in no.
Are you saying mind your lives? Because that whole the plan for that was to be live over New Year's, and I had all this stuff planned, and then I had laryngitis, and couldn't make a sound. And so then I really loved the thumbnail that I made with the fireworks. So anyway, all of the New Year's lives were like way after the fact. So then I turned it, like initially it was like a New Year's Eve live. And then I was like, well, maybe my voice will come back in a day. So then it was like New Year's Day, and like, yeah, it was like over a week. So then it was just like New Year's theme, like for the first 2 weeks of the new year. Anyway, but most of that was pretty much all Adelson stuff on that. But I wanted to be live New Year's Eve, and I'm sure I will be this New Year's Eve. That was the plan. And by the way, there was a murder that happened right near my house on New Year's Eve at like 1 a.m. And I was just talking to my mom about this today because they still have like no idea what happened, and they still don't have a suspect. And it was kind of insane because there were shell casings everywhere. Like it looked like a shootout. Like it was wild. And they have like no idea, nothing. And one person died and one person almost died. And it's a crazy area for that to happen. And anyway, kind of crazy. So yeah, it happened, but it was like, I don't know, probably the 8th or 9th or 10th or something like that. It was in the first 2 weeks of the new year. And so I think I did like 3 of them because I was like, yay, New Year's celebrations. But yeah. I've never had, again, I don't ever use my camera. I've never had guests on. Maybe what we'll do is for New Year's Eve, we'll do a different thing where like we can do guests or something, and and just like do whatever, like, we can have a New Year's Eve party. Maybe we'll do that.
Position to engage in differential diagnosis regarding the car accidents. She may have been a police officer. She treats injuries at the hospital. She's not an accident reconstruction specialist. She has never gone to an accident and done reconstruction. In fact, she never even went to the scene in this case.
At least he's admitting it. Finally, she's not a reconstruction specialist. Yes, no one said she is.
She never saw Mr.
No.
She doesn't even know about much of the evidence that exists. She didn't consider the black box. She didn't consider the speed. She doesn't know the angle of the collision.
Oh my
she
God.
doesn't know what Mr.
Oh my
Keith was
God.
doing in his last moments. She has no idea
Okay.
about any of that.
Okay.
None. Yet she'll be presented on the stand as if she can exclude a car collision as the cause of those injuries. Not that they could be, it's consistent with what didn't happen. How dare she get on the stand with no experience, no training, no methodology,
Oh my God,
no
stop.
facts, and ignore
No
reality?
experience, no training. I don't know if you guys can hear the goat because my goat battery is dying because I goat hardcore over here. I hope you can hear the goat. But this is so offensive though. Ugh.
And say this couldn't have been a car collision. It's funny that as a emergency room physician, she considers the basis of mechanical injury based on what people tell her. They come in and say, I got bit by a dog, or a parent says, my child was bit by a dog. They rely on statements of witnesses. She didn't rely on statements of witnesses here. I hit him. Oh my God, I hit him. Maybe I clipped him. Maybe I hit him in the knee. Maybe he dropped his phone. Whatever the statements were. All the various statements.
If we
An
do it,
expert
anyone who wants
like
to
her,
can come on.
she proposes to be, would consider the witness statements to try to determine the cause of mechanical injury.
What
So
battery?
for her to take the stand respectfully and suggest for a moment that this was not caused by the collision to Mr. O'Keefe, not only with any no factual basis, in defiance of actual fact, is repugnant to the sense of fairness in the courtroom. A witness, just because they have experience as a doctor, doesn't mean they can just come into court and say what they want and then let the government try to counter it. That's not how it works. And so when we consider not only what she doesn't know, but what she chose not to know, it is overwhelming. This is not a qualified person to come in and talk about dog bites. From her perspective, she's probably one, if not a few people in the country can do this kind of thing, which suggests that there is no real methodology. If she is the only expert in the country, it is not generally accepted in the community. It can't be. It can't be. As much as the defense may want her to testify to promote this theory, she does not have the credentials and qualifications to do that. She didn't even take the basic steps that you'll see in some of the literature of going to the dog. Chloe, they knew we found Chloe. They know we've done moles. And she says they told her. And she tried to fight with every posturing angle that may be important, but she didn't need to do that. I dare say, if she had taken some steps to try to do due diligence, it wouldn't have ended well for her theory. Perhaps that's why she didn't. She doesn't have the qualifications. She doesn't have the experience. She doesn't have the methodology. a willingness to tell opinions that are speculative, factually wrong, not based in science and math, should disqualify her from giving another baseless opinion about a so-called dog bite wound. There is no DNA. There is plastic shards in his arm. She has done no due diligence. And she can't describe any methodology because there is none. And she, most importantly, has changed her testimony from hearing to hearing, and we should not let that happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, Mr. Alessi.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The greatest danger to the issues in this case, the greatest danger to a defense right to a jury trial and present its witnesses to have an entire motion supported by nothing but the assertions of an attorney on the other side.
Well said.
That is the greatest danger to our system. That is the greatest danger to a defendant being able to present their case in their view. Remarkably, all of the arguments you just heard now do not come from a medical doctor, which Your Honor has said causation of an injury to a person in Massachusetts must come from a medical doctor. Where is the affidavit? Where is the...
That's actually really important, right? Causation must come from a medical doctor. So you know what that means? It can't come from a crime scene expert, even if they're a crime scene expert, right? Like a Kenny Kinsey, as awesome as he is, right? Medical doctor.
Report of a prosecution witness to support one statement Mr. Brennan just made in 30 minutes. Where is it? It doesn't exist. I would like to start my argument and tell you exactly where I'm going to go. I am going to go to why we're here and what the issues are for this motion. So I'm going to start my argument with what is the legal standard that Your Honor faces to answer. And I know Your Honor knows it. I'm just doing it for the logic in the presentation. I'm going to go through that.
Logic.
I'm going to identify specific case law of dog wound cases, not paint cases, not others, because it matters, because Daubert and Lanigan are so flexible and so nuanced. It's got to be the issue before it. Paint cases that Mr. Brennan mentioned are irrelevant. So I'm going to go through cases that speak specifically to dog wounds on humans. Then what I'm going to do is to go through the completely inaccurate statements of Mr. Brennan. He said it, I mark it down 8 times in just his argument alone. There's no methodology. I'm going to go through and say what the methodology she testified to was, where it's rooted, and then I am going to go into why Dr. Russell is actually stronger in December than she was in June. So let me start out with the baseline for this hearing. The January 20th transcript, page 1-4. And if Your Honor will indulge me, it's what Your Honor said, and I'm going to read it verbatim. This was when Dr. Russell was challenged by the prosecution the first time. Line 15. I find that she is a medical doctor. She's an experienced ER doctor, albeit, several years ago since she's worked at that capacity, but that she does have specialized knowledge in that field that may assist the jury in that regard. So if you compare the level of information that Your Honor had at that time to reach the conclusion to what we have presented in this hearing, 11-page single-spaced report.
Yeah, good question. So I don't think so. Having said that, Jackson is in California, right? But I would imagine if he was getting off the case and that's why they brought Mr. Alessi in, then it wouldn't make any sense for him to be coming all the way from California to attend these Daubert hearings, right? You know what I mean? So, wow, that's special. A goat petting zoo. Wow. Oh, he's definitely better than Lally. No, he's Hank Brennan. No, he's great. I mean, there's no question about it. You're right. It is a low bar, but he does a really good job. Definitely. Yeah, but as back to this, so, they brought him on after the Commonwealth brought on Hank Brennan. And I wonder if part of it is just because it's like a fresh face to match a fresh face kind of thing. But also for anyone who was worried about the goat battery, I found out what battery it is, and they're sold everywhere locally. So, so you know what? The next time we hear this goat on the next live stream, it'll be goating hardcore, more hardcore than ever. So.
And Your Honor noted before that there wasn't a report, so we wanted to respect that and get a report.
Wine coolers.
Your Honor has sat through testimony, which I'm going to adduce, but not too much because you sat and heard it, and went through her qualifications, and we adduced much more of her qualifications, much more than were adduced when Your Honor first found that finding and made that finding. So let's start with the law.
Well, that's a really good point, because Judge Bev, like, what better to do than to be like, Your Honor, you make such great decisions, and here's the great decision you previously made, right? So in other words, like last time they had a Daubert hearing, right? And it was like way less. I mean, my God, it was like 2 hours total, right? Because they had that day. Actually, it wasn't even the whole day. It was part of the day, but they went through her and the ARCA dudes in the Daubert hearing. Anyway, but he's like, you already made the brilliant decision to let her testify before, and she's only been given more information and, you know, offered more expertise this time. So,
Mr. Brennan and I agree on one thing: the Rotolo case is relevant. But respectfully, Mr. Brennan went off in a tangent, because what does Rotolo stand for that's relevant here?
I mean, I would agree.
Quote, the crucial issue, in determining whether a witness is qualified to give an expert opinion is whether the witness has sufficient education, training,
and
experience, and familiarity with the subject matter of the testimony.
There it is.
What is the subject matter of the testimony?
There it is.
It's what are the cause of the wounds to the decedent's right arm.
Yep.
I submit that if you ran an artificial intelligence program, you couldn't come up with a more perfect witness for the subject matter of this testimony.
Brilliant.
Emergency medicine physician, 29 years experience, forensic trained pathologist who has co-authored books on dog bites. She's well-versed in the articles. She is consulted by experts like Dr. Vale that you heard about for these types of issues. The crucial issue of whether she's qualified, to me, is 100% her favorite, and I don't believe you could find another witness more qualified. And that's the crucial inquiry. What's the second prong of the inquiry?
Yeah, absolutely. If what you mean by do this to them is a Daubert hearing, absolutely. Now, the thing is again, the Daubert hearing is called when you've got an expert witness and they're they're wanting to offer testimony in a field that has not really been tested in the court of law before in that jurisdiction. Great example. Rex Huerman, the Lisk case, right? There was recently a motion filed there pertaining to something with one of the hairs and something about the DNA tested from the hair. And basically the motion is just simply asking for a Daubert hearing. It's not saying that the person who was going to testify isn't qualified. It's not saying that there's a problem with the hair. Literally, the motion was like saying that that specific type of DNA testing had not been offered on a hair in this specific way in this jurisdiction in New York before in the court of law, right? So, for example, so in other words, they can't just ask for a Daubert hearing for every expert witness, right? The whole point is like they have to be offering expert opinion on a specific topic or field of expertise for the first time in that jurisdiction in the court of law.
Qualifications. Is the methodology reliable? That's the second. Whether Mr. Brennan agrees, and 95% of what he argued, that's for cross at trial. But more importantly, that's for a jury to determine. That's the job and province of a jury to determine whether, assuming Mr. Brennan ever gets a doctor to come in and counter Dr. Russell, it's for a jury to decide which expert do we give more weight to. But the focus of this hearing, why are we here?
But second prong, just to reiterate, so yes, it's true for both sides, right? Daubert hearings. I just wanted to make sure that it was clear that it's not for every expert witness. It's like it has to meet that standard. But yes, either in both sides, absolutely. So for example, if the Commonwealth did have a I almost said Daubert. Oh, combo of dog bite and Daubert. If they do have a dog bite expert that they want to bring in, we would have another another Daubert. There would be another Daubert hearing without question. So
is the methodology. Mr. Brennan 8 times in just this argument now, and he tried it on cross, said there's absolutely no methodology. Your Honor sat and heard the same thing that all of us heard. She went through her own pattern recognition methodology, especially in redirect, but she did it very thoroughly in a report and very thoroughly on direct. She went through what it is. And importantly, counter to what the Commonwealth just said, she says it's rooted in the medical literature. We just heard the statement that there's no support for it. De Munich and Pollock. And we walked through, with your Honor's gracious indulgence, we walked through specific
her gracious indulgence
sentences and paragraphs where that pattern recognition methodology is stated. And here's a key. Remember, please, the word pathognomonic. This pattern is so specific that it almost by itself rules out anything else. That's the definition of pathognomonic. And that's the definition. And Dr. Russell used highly characteristic, but she did note and explain what another study said was pathognomonic. It's incredible to me that it can be stated that there's no methodology here and that there's no basis for it. It is generally accepted in the medical community. That's the purpose of the Pollock and the De Munich article, is to establish that it is accepted. Dr. Russell is not coming here to the court and just testifying, it's my subjective empirical statement. Mr. Brennan tries to do in his argument exactly what an expert rejected and for which he has no support. And that is to say, we got to look at these wound by wound by wound. And he said 0, 0, 0, 5 times 0 is 0. He tried that on cross.
5 times
Russell
0 is 0.
rejected that resoundingly. She said, you're missing the point. The point is the pattern. You look at these all together, and it's the pattern that matters. And the authors, Pollock and
essentially
say,
so Brennan is saying 5 times 0 is 0. And then Mr. Alessi is saying 1 + 1 + 1 + 1 + 1 = 5, right?
That pattern is pathognomonic.
Just some math.
You really don't even have to go to other causes, although Dr. Russell said she did, because that's what good, thorough doctors do. So it is incorrect that Dr. Russell didn't explicate a methodology. It's incorrect that she didn't explicate that there's a rooting in the medical community and that it's generally accepted. Now let's go to the cases. Mr. Brennan cited to a paint case, etc., but interestingly, and in contrast, in our papers, which Mr. Brennan has had for almost a month, and he didn't respond, interestingly, we cited to the Lobello case, the Brinker case, both of which are dog wound injury cases, not pain cases. I know a little bit about Lobello because I know a little bit about the firm that sponsored the expert in Lobello. It's my firm, my law firm. And the exact argument that Mr. Brennan just made was expressly rejected by the court on a dog bite case, a dog wound case. Here's what the court said. The court finds that Dr. Sirota qualified as an expert on the presentation. This is on Westlaw page 10. The court finds Dr. Sirota qualified as an expert on the presentation, treatment, and medical sequelae of an attack by a dog. Here's the key. As explained in his expert report, Dr. Sirota has personally repaired thousands of wounds and lacerations, including wounds and lacerations caused by dog bites. And he's authored a number of peer-reviewed articles in the areas of his certification, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And so there is a dog bite case from the Southern District of New York, not an insignificant court, as recent as 2023, saying a doctor that sees and treats all these, that's reliable. And this was a Daubert challenge, Your Honor. This wasn't an incidental question. The challenge was defendant's motion to preclude expert testimony, albeit federal rules of 702, but we know in Massachusetts it's Daubert, Lanigan. You can satisfy Daubert, the federal, but you also Lanigan, and under Davis, you can have generally accepted in the medical community as well. There's one case. Another dog bite case, we cite Brinker, that Mr. Brennan didn't address, is a federal court case in Indiana where same challenge to a doctor.
It's tough, right? Like I remember when John O'Keefe did that interview, we watched it. We watched it one time through without pausing, and then we watched it another time through and talked it through. And I was really surprised because, well, you know, anyway, I was just really surprised. So yes. And I understand that it's hard, right? Because I think that for oftentimes for victims, families, understandably so, right? They really are in a position to believe that the defendant did the crime regardless of anything else. And, you can't fault them, right? You can't fault them for, what gets in the way of objective reasoning, right? Like when can people maybe not be utilizing their, again, like common sense or critical thinking skills? And again, like objective reasoning, right? And emotion, right? So it makes sense. It's more rare when you've got victims, although it does happen sometimes, right? But it's more rare when you've got victims' families who really don't have an opinion going in and are like, we're going to wait to see what the evidence is at trial to figure out if we think the defendant, you know what I mean? I have seen it a handful of times, but typically you have the opposite. But with John O'Keefe's interview, I was surprised even with that in mind. So we'll say that.
About the cause, and it was italicized, the cause of the injury to the person there. And the court basically said in that case that this expert here, and they challenged the causation issue, said that doctors who have experience in treating them, that's enough in and of itself. We don't need to go into, we know Daubert's flexible. You don't have to use all 5 factors. They're called non-exclusive factors for a reason, which is a good segue now to Massachusetts cases.
I appreciate that.
Mr. Brennan's
his argument is very well laid out, like in terms of the organization. Jesus.
Hypothesis is that you can't just have somebody use their years and years of experience. You've got to have something more.
Yeah. Did I say John O'Keefe? I've made that mistake many, many times. Thank you, Paul. If I said John, I meant Paul. I've made that mistake before. It's the 4-letter word name, 4-letter names. That's what it is. Yeah, sorry. Yes, Paul. Hopefully you guys knew what I meant. But yes. I think I did say John, didn't I? I meant Paul. But yes, I agree here. The state, they want to believe the state is honest. Yeah, for sure.
We cited the Goodman case, a Massachusetts case,
interview, man.
And I'll read the relevant portion. The challenge in that case was to a burn pattern. So it's not a dog bite case. I want to be clear about that, but it's a burn pattern. And here's what the court said. The foundation for Slowick's methodology, that was the expert here, was simplicity itself. Examine the exterior of the facility for external causes, and finding none, examine the interior of the building to locate the origin of the fire by following the burn patterns. And the court put by following the burn patterns in italics, not me. And so the court basically said,
this is really, 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 I think this is one of the strongest points here in terms of supporting that it's valid, right? That this whole the pattern recognition analysis is that's valid right here. And the fact that the court put it in italics, not him, is great for the defense. By the way, Judge Bev's tumbler is very similar to the tumbler that I drink my coffee out of, although mine is a lot bigger. Homemade cold brew.
Here, it's simple. Just look at the patterns. This person has experience with seeing these patterns.
And again, you can't.
Next case we cite, another Massachusetts case, Puncture. What's the issue there? Not a dog bite case. I've already given you 2, but a firearm examiner in that case. The court said, and I'm going to quote, a judge may also look to his, let's get it correct, her, for this case, own common sense, as well as the depth and quality of the proffered expert's education, training, experience, read on, to determine reliability. All right? So even in situations where courts have repeatedly said, including dog bite cases, if a doctor has repeatedly looked at, treated, etc., they get to testify with regard to whether they believe a wound is caused by whatever. And in the 2 cases I've given you, dogs. So the law is very clear for what the position is of the defense with regard to methodology. And that's what this hearing's about. That's why we're here. Is her methodology reliable? And there is one methodology. There's a pattern methodology. She testified to it. And the Commonwealth has no competent evidence whatsoever to counter that. It's remarkable to me that we're being faced with the challenge to whether the defense could put up a defense and put up a witness when there's no opposition to her methodology from, as your doctor has, or your honor is required, a medical doctor that is required under law in Massachusetts.
Again,
I also, Your Honor, want to go to now what the Commonwealth has argued in its papers, which I think further underscores the waywardness of their argument. On page 11 of the papers, the Commonwealth further attempts to criticize, or excuse me, what we said in our papers on page 11, the Commonwealth further attempts to criticize Dr. Russell for being a, quote, trained emergency room physician as opposed to a professional in the field of canine bites or claw marks, veterinary medical science, forensic odontology, or canine behavior.
Oh, there it
How
is. Forensic odontology.
does that square with your honor's standard that it must be a medical doctor that speaks to the causation of this injury? By definition,
Right.
a veterinary medical science person is not a medical doctor.
Yeah.
A forensic odontologist, most always a dentist, is not a medical doctor. And
So-
certainly,
The point here is that all of the things that the state was like, or the Commonwealth rather, was like, you're not this, you're not this, you're not this. His point is all of those things are not what the law requires in Massachusetts. Massachusetts requires a medical doctor, and none of those other disciplines are.
canine behavior. And why are those words there? Because that describes exactly
Jackson looks
the
tired.
expert that the Commonwealth has sat on since the trial, Dr. Cosby. That's him. And in the book that Mr. Brennan attempted to use, Dr. Cosby has written some of those articles, interestingly enough, citing the very articles that Dr. Russell relies upon for the very pattern methodology. So again, the waywardness of the Commonwealth's argument is they're not addressing the need to have a medical doctor. We are not here arguing over whether the dog behaved correctly. We are here to determine, and this is the focus, what is the medical cause of the injuries to the decedent's right arm? And what we have done, perhaps too thoroughly, is we have established the credentials of Dr. Russell, not only with regard to dog bites, but with regard to medical causation, a broader umbrella. And under that umbrella of medical causation is expertise in dog bite wounds, expertise in motor vehicle accidents, but importantly, expertise in wounds caused by motor vehicle accidents. We never presented her as an accident reconstruction because if you need to be a medical doctor to be able to opine in these wounds, I've established through Dr. Russell, and it's unrefuted by the Commonwealth, that Dr. Russell has never heard of someone who's an ER doctor who is an accident reconstructionist. They're two different disciplines. And lastly, on this point,
I think this is some of the most important points here. I mean, this is really why this hearing did not need to take more than 2 hours, because these points here are really all that was necessary here.
To my next, if an accident reconstructionist is going to come in and try to testify about the nature of wounds, I think I can predict what Your Honor might do. So in terms of why we are here, it's straightforward. Her credentials are enormous. Her experience is enormous. She has been.
That was the only thing that disappointed me. So when I heard this the first time and he said her, hold on. So he says her credentials are enormous. So in my mind, I was trying to predict what he was going to say. Hold on. The spinning wheel. Pete's sake. Come on. Come on.
Why we are here. It's straightforward. Her credentials are enormous. Her experience.
So in my mind, so it was her credentials are enormous. Her experience vast, I think is what I was thinking that he was going to say. And then I was like, the only disappointing thing for me was when he says instead,
is enormous.
Enormous again. I was like, dang it, man. That was the only thing. Like that could have been even more impactful. It was great, but like I would have been like, you know, her credentials are enormous, her experience vast or unprecedented. Just choose a different word, you know what I mean?
She has been truthful and honest. Your Honor has the notebook for the exhibits for today and can look and see that she did not make inconsistent statements. By way of example, when she said, when it was alleged that she said possibly was in the question, not in her answer. When it was alleged that she didn't answer your question to a medical degree of certainty, we proved that that was wrong with specific language.
Absolutely agree.
So on the methodology, this is straightforward.
It'll be
in the law, in the cases I've given you, in Massachusetts, as well as dog bite cases, it is completely accepted for a medical doctor to use their many years of experience in treating these types of wounds, and that's exactly what Dr. Russell did in this case. Now, a very important, in my judgment, Your Honor, legal point. The Commonwealth has waived its entire motion, and here's how they did it.
Oh boy.
I asked Dr. Russell what I refer to in these Daubert hearings as the magic question. I said, do you have an opinion on the cause of the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm? Yes, I do. What is that opinion? I believe that those wounds were caused by a dog attack. Do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty? I do. The Commonwealth never objected to that question. To me, that's a waiver of the entire issue. If they thought she was unqualified to answer that question, they should have done what Mr. Lally did in the June 21st trial. Because another part I got in the notebook for Your Honor to see.
That's a surprising thing to say. I don't think we'll ever hear that again. Somebody say they should have done what Mr. Lally did. Words that we will never hear again, my friends.
Is she never got the opportunity at the June 21 trial to answer the question of whether she had that opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, because Mr. Lally objected, as is his right, and Your Honor sustained it and sustained it and sustained it. That's yet another reason why it's not inconsistent, because at the June 21 trial, she never got to answer that question.
Interesting.
Because the Commonwealth, but back to the waiver. The Commonwealth should have, at that moment in the hearing, objected, but they didn't, and they have waived that objection for this motion. Lastly, I want to just cover.
I know, right?
A couple more items that Mr. Brennan had quickly. He kept saying, can't be, equally basis, evidence wholly contradicted. Where's the medical profession to support that? Those are Mr. Brennan's opinions. And respectfully, Your Honor, I don't believe that's even for the court in this hearing to decide. That's for the jury to say. As almost all of these cases go to, the Labello case that I cited, those arguments go to the weight of the testimony. They go to cross-examination.
Not admissibility.
As Your Honor well
Not
knows,
admissibility.
you're the gatekeeper to see whether Dr. Russell gets to go to the jury, whether you're going to keep that gate open that I believe you very carefully and judiciously decided on June 18th. And I respectfully submit that gate should be much wider open now, given what Your Honor has heard and the basis for it. But even if Your Honor might be inclined to be interested with, maybe even persuaded by some of the things Mr. Brennan said, those have nothing to do to whether there's a methodology or whether it's reliable. Those are easily answered by DeMunick and Pollack. And that's the end of the inquiry. Everything else is beside the point. With regard to the DNA that the Commonwealth has tried to make so much about, there was only one reason why that was brought up. It was brought up because Dr. Russell answered she didn't need to know much about the DNA. Why? Because the pattern of the wounds are so highly characteristic of a dog bite and a dog attack, and because the authors used the word pathognomonic. But because she was careful, she went through a differential diagnosis, but she was consistently honest and forthright. When she didn't know something, she said so. So in terms of this particular matter, and I'll conclude my points at this point and keep to below the 20-minute mark.
30 minutes.
I'm sorry, 30-minute mark. The tremendous importance of a defendant's right, especially in charges of this seriousness, to present a defense, to present a counter argument to the whole theory of the prosecutor's case. Their theory is that a motor vehicle hit the decedent and caused these injuries to the right forearm. The presumption should be the defendant gets the right to present evidence. Now, they don't have an absolute right. You got to satisfy Daubert, but I believe the satisfaction on the crucial inquiry of qualifications and then the methodology reliability is overwhelming. So, Your Honor, I would urge that Your Honor find that Dr. Russell is qualified. She's qualified as a medical causation witness, which has her able to not only testify at trial with regard to whether those wounds are caused by a dog attack, but also she can testify, and she's qualified to do so, that it's not from a motor vehicle accident. And she's also allowed to testify with regard to her forensic pathology hat, because contrary to the impression of the first in June, she's been doing forensic pathology as recently as her time at Corcoran. And my last point, Your Honor, is this, and it blends in with the point I made earlier about the jury. Shouldn't a jury be able to hear the alternative theory of the defense? Shouldn't the jury have that information so that justice can be served, so that the best decision
Alternative theory, no.
can be made about whose theory about these injuries is right? We've satisfied, beyond my view, respectfully, any reasonable doubt about her qualifications and methodology. Let's let everything else go to the jury and decide, so Ms. Reed can have her fair day in court.
Okay, thank you. We have some scheduling things that we should take care of. There's another motion from the Commonwealth on another Daubert hearing regarding the digital evidence expert.
There is also, I know this document, but I filed a notice to the court regarding my concerns about ARCA witnesses. And the reason I filed that prior to filing an actual motion is because
That just floored me. Did you guys have the same response, concern about the ARCA witnesses? My understanding is it was also Daubert related, but I don't understand how the fuck that's possible.
appreciate the trial court date. I do not want the defense to be unaware of my intention.
All right.
Pretty sure that's what it
So let's set a date for a Daubert hearing. Any idea how long you expect it will take regarding the digital evidence expert?
Well, Your Honor, when you say that a Daubert hearing, you don't mean an evidentiary hearing. You mean a hearing on whether or not an evidentiary hearing is required.
So we can do that tomorrow, or we can
Well, I
set
can't
it,
do it tomorrow.
well, then we'll stay now and do that. Are you ready to do that, Mr.
No,
Jackson?
we just got this on January 31st.
Okay,
We have not had an opportunity to respond
just
to it.
December 31st, probably.
What did I say?
January.
Yes. New Year's Eve. We've not had an opportunity to respond to it. We expect
Okay.
to have an opportunity to respond
I just wanna-
to it.
How long will it take you to respond to it?
Probably a couple weeks.
All right, so what I want to do, because I want to set some dates, and if we're not going to have a hearing, we'll cancel it. It's easier than getting the motion, deciding that there'll be a hearing.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead a little bit. I remember thinking that they talk about dates. I just want to see what they say about the ARCA dudes, if anything else. God, Lally, what if anything will they say? For fuck's sake. Spinny wheel. And then we're going to read her ruling, which is really interesting because the reporting on that has been fascinating, where everyone's like, yep, she's letting it in. And I'm like, wow, people missed all the interesting things in this. So we're going to go through it.
And I talked briefly, I don't want to speak for him, but we talked briefly about the January 27th date. I think all counsel have that date cleared because it was a trial date at one point in our history. So what about the 27th for the motion on Mr. Brennan's Daubert request?
On all witnesses, not just that you said you're filing.
The only one he's got is for Rick Green.
Okay.
Who did you file a notice of, you said today?
Notice that I expect that I will likely move to exclude the ARCA witness failure to comply with Rule 14. It's not a Daubert hearing.
Okay.
Compliance with Rule 14.
Okay, so that's different.
Yes. I am waiting for a response from the United States Attorney's Office that I'm supposed to
Okay.
expect next week.
Okay.
If that changes my position, I'll notify the defense in the court. If it doesn't, then I'm going to pursue that motion.
Okay.
Okay, that's the answer I was looking for. So it's Rule 14. So that's like dealing with what was that? Dealing with like third parties. And that's why he said the United States Attorney's Office. I don't see how that's going to go anywhere. They already, anyway, but it's not Daubert. I was going to say, because really though, like you're going to really challenge their like, anyway. Okay, so now let me pull this up. And what is Judge Bev going to say? Y'all may have heard her decision, but like I said, this is way more interesting than just, it's very abnormal. This is. Okay, so let me unshare, reshare. Okay. Yay, document time. Hi, Joanne, welcome. If you're new, I think you're new here. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Glad to see you. Okay, so let me zoom in a little bit here. All right. Before the court is the Commonwealth's motion to exclude the proposed expert testimony of Dr. Marie Russell. Dr. Russell intends to testify as to whether the abrasions on John O'Keefe's right arm were caused by a dog. The Commonwealth contends that the defendant has failed to show that her testimony meets the requirements set forth in Daubert v. Murdaugh Pharmaceuticals and Commonwealth v. Lanigan. The court conducted a Daubert Lanigan hearing on December 12th, 2024 and January 7th, 2025. Although a close question, the court will deny the Commonwealth's motion. So first thing that's weird, this part. Although a close question, it doesn't need to be said, right? Okay, it gets worse. Discussion. Before a witness can provide expert testimony, the court, as the gatekeeper, must make a preliminary determination that the testimony has satisfied the requirements for admissibility. Expert testimony is admissible, quote, when the testimony concerns matters beyond the common knowledge of the jurors and will aid the jurors in reaching a decision. Okay? Expert testimony is inadmissible, however, when the witness testifies to matters beyond her area of expertise. Okay. Oh, let me zoom in more for you guys. Okay. The determination of admissibility is within the court's discretion. However, before the court may exercise its discretion to admit expert testimony, the party seeking to offer the testimony, here the defendant, must establish 5 foundational elements. 1, that the expert testimony will assist the trier of fact because the information is beyond the common knowledge of jurors. 2, that the witness is qualified as an expert in the relevant area of inquiry. 3, that the expert's opinion is based on facts or data of a type reasonably relied on by experts to form opinions in the relevant field. 4, that the theory underlying the opinion is reliable. 5, that the theory is applied to the particular facts of the case in a reliable manner. So there you go. That's what they're looking for. Here, the recognition of dog bite wounds is not within the common knowledge of a layperson and requires expert testimony, and Dr. Russell is a qualified expert as to these topics. She is a board-certified emergency medical doctor with over 30 years of experience, is trained in forensic pathology, and has conducted over 500 autopsies. With respect to dog bites specifically, Dr. Russell has treated hundreds of wounds resulting from dog attacks during her time as an emergency room doctor and co-authored peer-reviewed articles on the treatment of law enforcement canine bites in the emergency room. Lastly, in forming her opinion on this case, Dr. Russell conducted a differential diagnosis based on the pattern of the victim's wounds and their characteristics and supported her theory with references to peer-reviewed publications. Use of differential diagnosis is a, quote, standard scientific technique of identifying the cause of a medical problem, end quote. Accordingly, the court finds that Dr. Russell's testimony satisfies the 5 foundational elements and therefore will allow Dr. Russell to testify as to whether the abrasions on John O'Keefe's right arm were caused by a dog. In so ruling, the court recognizes that on cross-examination, the Commonwealth demonstrated, among other things, this is where it gets really gross, guys, that Dr. Russell's expertise primarily concerns the treatment, not the identification of dog bites. This is infuriating because it could have ended here, right here. This is where it should have ended. This is weird. This is weird. This is like saying, hey, I wanted to side with the Commonwealth. Like, this is all just showing a bias. That's all this is. This is not necessary. This is not part of the decision. This is not relevant. Okay. In so ruling, the court recognizes that on cross-examination, the Commonwealth demonstrated, among other things, that Dr. Russell's expertise primarily concerns the treatment, not the identification of dog bites, that her evaluation of the abrasions failed to consider all available information, that she has not compared the abrasions with the dentition of the German Shepherd in question. Again, that's not really accurate because, well, we already talked about it a bunch of times, right? And that her opinion is inconsistent with findings that there was no canine DNA in the area of the victim's clothing near the abrasions. However, the court concludes that these issues go to the weight of Dr. Russell's testimony, not its admissibility, and can be addressed during cross-examination at trial. This is like her saying, hey, these are all the things you should bring up. Like, this is insane to me. Insane to me. Looks like more of you guys know each other, which is insane. I don't know how that all happens, but yes. So, like, wow. Okay. So cross-examination trial. And then here it's citing here. So in evaluating admissibility, a judge does not determine whether to credit the expert's ultimate opinion order. So for the foregoing reasons, Commonwealth Don't worry, guys. I'm still here. StreamYard just did the StreamYard thing, but you guys are probably familiar with that. So the things that were the craziest to me were this part here. Although a close question, again, irrelevant, not necessary, just, I mean, if you're going to be that biased, I've said this before about Judge Bev, and I'll say it again. If you're going to be that biased, at least don't make it so obvious, but that's just my opinion. And then this entire last paragraph. Not necessary. It's almost like wanting it to be obvious that you are, you know, I mean, more than prosecution leaning, let's just say. Like, it's just gross. It's like, honestly, it's like, in my mind, it's like, this is like pouring yourself out for the prosecution. Like, I don't know how else to say it. It's just really disgusting. Like, it's not necessary. They didn't ask for this. They didn't ask her, what do you think about our cross exam? You know what I mean? Like, it's just, yeah, it just makes my skin crawl. So, but that's just me. So, so yeah, wasn't there something else I was going to show you guys? Maybe having to do with beards. Maybe. Let me see here. If I had another tab pulled up. No, I don't have another tab pulled up. So maybe we completed the beard journey, I guess. TikTok. I don't know what you're referencing here. Are you talking about with the Supreme Court situation? Oh, wow, Joanne, where are you joining us from? -9. Is that where? Canada? I don't know. Just a guess. There's plenty of places it could be -9. Yeah, the ARCA dude. So Twiz, did you not watch the first trial? Yeah, the TikTok thing is interesting. You know, I think it's a kind of another one of those things where like people maybe don't understand what the real issue was. Or solution rather too. But like, I don't know, did you guys listen to any of the Supreme Court hearing on that? Oh, really? For real? Huh. Oh, wow, that's crazy. I wonder if it's going to get colder here as well. Yeah, it's not the FBI. Well, they're from the DOJ, the Department of Justice. So, the feds rather, not the FBI, but the feds, right? So it's the Department of Justice. They hired them as independent third parties to conduct their own investigation into many things, but one of them was this case. But they're also dealing with the other one. Oh my God, why am I blanking on the name? Y'all, someone in the chat will know. Oh my God, what is her name? Starts with an S. The other one, y'all will know. There's a lot of overlap with. And yeah, so again, they're not from the FBI, they're DOJ. And they're like literally the smartest people of the smart people. I feel like I'm going to remember this name as soon as I try to find it. Let's see. Did anybody? Thank you, Kit Smith, Sandra Birchmore. Thank you. So S. I had the S. Yes. Thank you. Right. Yeah. So here's what's going on with that. So basically, China owns TikTok, right? And so the problem is all of the shareholders are in China. There's no US shareholders. So the trouble is that China has its own laws and rules as it pertains to how you can use people's data, right? People's personal information, people's data. And those rules are different from the rules in the US. And so when it comes to data mining and well, all the other stuff. I don't have TikTok. I don't, but just whatever, all the things, right? People's information, selling it, whatever. And even just when it comes to like safety, but, and privacy, when it comes to that, because there's no US shareholders, the US doesn't have any say, right, on how that is done. It's going to have to be China's rules. Now, if there was, to my understanding, I think even if there was just one person, one shareholder from the US, completely different, because now US rules would also be applicable there. So it's really a matter of trying to protect the privacy for US, like data, like US citizens, the data of US citizens, because it's like, again, the rules here that there's no people in the US basically like there's no way to have any say. Like they can do whatever, and whatever China decides, if they want to change their rules, like we have no grounds, basically, right? No grounds to have any involvement with how that is done. So that's pretty much the overview there. Right. In China, the government has full access to data mined by a Chinese-owned company. Right. Yep. That's right. And so and that's the thing, right? So for TikTok, I can imagine it's not even just, in other words, because they're entirely Chinese-owned, for people anywhere that live in any country, right? US included, but they have access to all of that data. And the problem, again, is like the US can't have any influence on how that is done. They can't do anything about it. But that is fast. I was not expecting it to be that fast. That is very fast. Right. That's right. It's a security issue. Definitely. Thank you. Yes. Indeed, Kitsmans. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep. Yeah. So really the solution would be that, somebody from the US is able to, I think what were the options, like become somehow buy part of it out or whatever. But what I heard is like that they wouldn't, the Chinese company, whatever they're called, I forget, like that they ByteDance, I think they aren't willing to do that. Yeah, I mean, that is really fast. That's really fast. So it's interesting. Definitely interesting. Do y'all want to do, hold on. I know what I was thinking of. Hold on. Let me find this real quick. Y'all want to do this? Let's see. I kind of forgot about this for a hot minute, but I'm remembering now. Give me just 1 second. Okay, hold on. Pause. Okay, hang on. Let me share this to you guys. If this will. Full screen. Full screen. Why are we not full screening? Okay, hold on. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Okay. Y'all ready? classic It's a House, Alex Murdaugh. So this is the whole, we haven't done this yet. So the Real World to Crime Edition. So what I was going to do is have people vote. So this is a fun idea. And so group one, okay. So we got Dick. So how it's going to work, right, is the group, the two groups have to merge. We have to pick, we've got 24, we need 12. So here's, we got Dick Arputlian, we got P. Diddy, we got Alex Murdaugh, Chad Daybell, Judge Belvin, Lally. And then for the ladies, we got Ezra McCandless, Casey Anthony, Lori Vallow, Amber Heard, Elaine, and Sarah Boone. And then, wait, let me just, so I can talk over it. Let me go to group two. Okay, group two. We got Turtle Boy, Daryl Brooks, Luigi Mangione, which was the reason. So this was a suggestion from somebody in the Scroll Crew that because it's a reality show, you need like what did he say? Like a hot young dude or something. I don't know. But I was like, yeah, that's funny. And then Brian Steele, Cousin Eddie, Alex Baldwin. And then we have Carrie Morrissey, Judge A, Judge Bev, Gwyneth Paltrow, Wendy Adelson, and Taylor Schabusiness. And so part of when you're considering this, right, is the interactions, right? Like if this person was on with this other person, right? Because remember, you're going for drama, right? If you're picking this group, you're going for drama. You know, and so let's look at the rules here. Okay, house rules. Cast members will be on 24, and these are all based from the actual rules from the real world. And this picture is from the Real World Atlanta, which was the most recent actual real world. That's this house that we're looking at here. Okay, so cast members will be on 24/7 surveillance, responsible for their own safety, required to work an hourly wage job, wearing a mic at all times, required to participate in weekly videotaped confessionals, and then electronics. No cell phones, personal computers, or tablets allowed. There will be a phone in each room for the use of the house landline. The house also includes one desktop computer equipped for internet use, except social media. And then here's the list of the contestants. Out of 24, only 12 will remain. No. So this is who here is not familiar with the show, MTV's show, The Real World? I mean, that's a normal question. I understand why you're asking that question. This is the opposite. This is imagine a reality show, right? Like a Big Brother, you know. So the real world was like MTV, and like they take a bunch of people, or well, not a bunch of people, but like I think it was close to 12 people, you know, something like that, right? It varied by the season. And they live in a house together for 4 months, and they can't have like any outside contact. And like the rules we just saw, right? They work a job, and literally it's just drama, and they're like all fighting and sleeping with each other. And then they give like these weekly confessionals, and it's like literally just like, you know, who's gonna remain, like because they could like vote each other out and stuff, if I recall. Okay. Just checking, because there's been plenty of people, we've talked about this before on other streams. There's been tons of people who like had no idea what this was. Shout out to Flash Fan, who was one of those people, which is so funny. So, right. So, and of course it just gets more interesting when you imagine. So that's the reason why initially it was just going to be like suspects or people who were convicted. And then I was like, you know what, let's add in attorneys and judges, right? Because we have to try to at least make sure that somebody survives to the end. And also to just make it way more interesting, right? Because like the dynamics of we got some prosecutors, we got some defense attorneys, we got some judges. And again, thinking about what would make for the most interesting combination, you know? So it will probably make more sense to vote on it when we have more people here. But I wanted to show this to you guys for whoever hadn't seen it, so you can start thinking about it, right? Because you know, use your imaginations, right? Like this is the house they're going to be living in, right? They got one phone, one computer, no social media. They're responsible for their own safety. And so really interesting dynamics. So we'll probably vote on this when we have more people here, but I wanted to show y'all because I'd been meaning to do this and I forgot about it. I also had a lot of fun putting this video together. Again, this was while I had laryngitis. I made a lot of video things while I had laryngitis because I couldn't live stream or teach violin or do much of anything. Look at that. That's a crazy, where'd it go? Trippy thing there. Look at that. Woo! Wee! Anyway. Oh yeah, there is some definite, yeah, for sure, for sure. Yeah, that's what I was going for, is like, you know, I mean, Turtle Boy and Judge Bev, you know what I mean? Daryl Brooks and Taylor Show Business, like that would be, I don't even know what, a bloodbath. You know, Carrie Morrissey, Alec Baldwin, I mean, they're the list here, right? It would be really funny to see like a cage match between like Wendy Adelson, Ezra McCandless, Amber Heard, Sarah Boone, Taylor Show Business. Jesus. And so hopefully y'all all know who these people are. Probably, I would imagine y'all do. But and then P. Diddy being involved too could make things interesting, right? Because like maybe they could be more distracted with like the baby oil and less about like, I don't know, killing or robbing each other, depending on whatever it is that they do. I will say, P. Diddy might be one of the contestants who actually has no problem being videotaped at all times. Ooh, sick burn. Get it? Because that's one of the rules. Where'd it go? 24/7 surveillance. Not mean. Not mean. And then you have some people who would not do well with the hourly wage job. I don't know, Amber Heard maybe, right? That's one thing. Because the rules are like, if you get kicked out of your job or whatever, you get kicked out of the house. You're going home. So some people would do better than others at the hourly wage job. That's a whole other thing to think about, right? When you look at that list, which is really funny. I mean, some people, the no social media could be like the clincher for some people. They're like, I can't survive, right? I mean, my thought too is like the one phone, the fighting that would ensue over just who gets to use the phone would be like a whole thing. So why is Gwyneth in there? So Gwyneth was, so the rules were they had to be, I had a whole list of rules, but like they had to be either a defendant in a criminal trial or in a civil trial, a plaintiff or a defendant. So Gwyneth is in there. That's a good question because she was a plaintiff in a civil trial from 2023, I believe. She was the plaintiff and she won. And that's why. And so, and the part of the reason why I included her is because besides that, right? So that meets the qualifications. But part of the reason I included her besides that was because I thought it'd be really interesting to have like, in terms of the celebrity people, right? Like you've got Alec Baldwin, Gwyneth Paltrow, both like actors, right? And then you've got like P. Diddy, you know, and then is there any other famous people on here? Like famous for like, you know, that type of thing. And also she has like no tolerance for any shenanigans. Like she's really like, from what I can tell, especially during the trial, she's really like, she would be having none of this, which would be really funny. Because there's a lot of big personalities on this list. And she would be like, yeah, no. And again, also too, right? It was good to involve some people who were involved in like civil trials, because if it was all criminal, you know, trying to make somebody last, at least one person standing with the end of 4 months, right? Is there anyone else on here that y'all might not know why they're on the list? Yeah, no, that's a good question. That trial was not, it's funny because, you know, that was not quite as highly publicized or high profile as other trials like Alec Baldwin, again, thinking about like celebrities, right? Or obviously like Duffy Heard. It flew more under the radar, but it was a really, really, really interesting trial. I watched it gavel to gavel, having to do with no, hold on. She wasn't the plaintiff. Sorry, she was the defendant. Wait. Yeah. She was the defendant. Now, having said that, I believe they did, like we see oftentimes, right? I believe they did that. She did that thing where there was like a cross complaint. You know what I mean? Like a countersuit. But the dude who was the plaintiff was this dude who claimed that he was skiing, and she like knowingly and or intentionally skied into his back to like run him down or whatever, even though they were strangers. And then due to which he suffered like all these different injuries or whatever, right? And but it was way more interesting than that, because it got kind of into like there was a whole psychological thing about this dude. I don't know. It was really interesting. And then there was an interesting family dynamic, and the attorneys were interesting, and I really liked the judge. It was a really interesting trial, and she had to testify. You know, that's as you do in civil trials. So did the plaintiff, and so she won on all counts, right? And when it came to, you know, where she got to list what, you know, for damages or whatever, she put either 1 penny or $1 or something like that, which it was just a gesture. In other words, she incurred all these legal costs, right? And like the point was that it was like, I'm not trying to get money from you. I just want you to stop saying that I skied into you or something type thing. It was pretty cool. So Elaine is from Depp v. Heard. Elaine! You might remember the face. This is her spirit animal. She's being chased by the lollybird, but that's Elaine as an ostrich. So Elaine from Depp v. Heard. So she was the one who really put What If Any on the map and made everyone hate it. But I'll tell you what, it was nothing until Lally came along. Nothing until Lally came along. So that's Elaine. Yep. Bretta Hoft. But most people just know her as Elaine with exclamation points. So yeah, that was an interesting trial though with Gwyneth Paltrow. Did any of y'all watch the Kowalski v. J. Hatch? That was one of my favorite civil trials that I've watched. That had a lot of really interesting like legal issues. Like it was really complex, and I learned a lot from that trial. It was really cerebral. And the jury was really interesting because they were asking questions, but they were like really involved. It was a really good one. I've thought about going back and covering that gavel to gavel, but anyway, just something to keep in the back of my head. So, but yeah, tomorrow we're going to be doing Adelson's. We're going to be doing Katie McBanowa's proffers. And then as far as the Adelson's go, the next Adelson's will be watching Stephen Webster's testimony, June Mchenda's testimony, and Katie McBanowa's testimony from Charlie's trial. And then on the next BK, there's going to be some new documents coming out because they're on the, like the summary, but they're not on the docket yet. So we'll cover those. And then we will also follow back with, as I've talked about, the trash. And I have some other things pulled up as well for that. So we will follow up with those. And then, yeah, I've got a number of things already scheduled, but some of it I'm waiting, like for BK, I'm waiting for those other documents to be posted on the docket. So yeah, I also like the jury questions. Yeah. And this jury in the Kowalski v. J. Hatch, they were like insane with the questions, man. Like it was funny because like it got over the course of the trial. It's like they really wanted to become attorneys or something, or like parties in the trial. It was clear there were a lot of really smart people, and they asked like really intelligent questions that were almost like to challenge the credibility of like expert witnesses, like medical questions and stuff. It was really interesting. And then they would get through the first round, and then they would have another onslaught of questions. And it was like, holy shit. I mean, everybody said, we've never seen questions like this before from a jury. And like, there were questions from like almost every juror, and more than one question. There was sometimes where they would be discussing these jury questions outside the presence of the jury. And one juror would have like pages of questions for that one juror. It was wild, man. Oh, it's 15 outside. Wow. I wonder if it's going to get colder here. Let me take a look. It says it's 39 here now, so that's not too bad at all. Oh, now it looks like it's going to rain. Oh, special weather statement. What have we got going on? Oh, fog, whatever.
Oh, it's going to drop here though too. That's what it is. Yep. Next couple of days, we're looking at below 20 degrees here. Yep. 14 degrees. Honestly, I prefer that to like the piss drizzle, as I call it, which is like, looks like what we have going on right now. Like to me, the piss drizzle, like 34 to 40 degrees with like shitty ass drizzling rain and fog, that damp cold. No, I would rather it be, sub-zero and dry. That, is my preference. Yeah. But my overall preference would be the 100 degrees where Top Cat is, because I love the heat. I would prefer that. As long as it's dry heat all the way for me. Desert squirreling. Oh, there it is. Oh, we're getting snow, it says actually. Oh, snow and ice. Oh, there we go. Not for a couple days though. That's fun. We got so much snow in Boone, man. It was wild. It was like not normal. Like it was an anomaly for North Carolina. I mean, just like 8 months straight of the year. Tons. Oh, you did? Yeah. Outer Banks, man. I'm glad you mentioned that because I love the Outer Banks. Let me pull this up real quick here. Let's see. Because I freaking love it. Let me do this. Let's do this here. Let me reshare this. All right. So let's zoom out. Oh, I love it so much. So here's a bigger view, guys. So we have South Carolina, Virginia, and there's the Outer Banks. Kitty Hawk is where the Wright brothers had their first flight. So Rodanthe, Waves, Salvo. So Waves, that's always where we would stay. So this is all Cape Hatteras National. I hate the red line. It's kind of annoying. But Cape Hatteras National Seashore. And then, where is Ocracoke? Here's the coolest thing, man. There's Ocracoke. So here's Ocracoke. So Ocracoke, y'all, is the island where Blackbeard crashed his ship, okay? The pirate. So there's a Blackbeard museum, and Ocracoke's flag is the Blackbeard flag. Like the Blackbeard flag, it's like the skeleton with like the hearts or whatever. That is the Ocracoke flag. So let's go. Let's just take a little field trip, huh? I don't want to be in this neighborhood. I want to be, hold on. I want to be where the people are. Oh, okay. I know where this is. We want to go. Oh, it took me back to the, wait, I want to be on Ocracoke. Are you confused, maps? Okay, right. There's Waves. I wanted to be on Ocracoke. What are you doing, map? Hold on. Let's do it this way. I thought it was taking me to Ocracoke. Oh, well, let me go there. So some of these places are probably too remote. Okay, so there's the Pony Pen. I know where that is. And beach access. So the National Seashore. So it's really nice. It's not touristy at all. There's like basically there's no Walmart. Okay, that's where the ferry comes in. Okay, so no, we need to go this way. There's no Starbucks. There's no Target. There's one grocery store on like the entire Outer Banks. But having said that, I have no doubt that Australia's beaches are, what is going on? Why are you blue? Are, I mean, there's really no comparison. So it's blue right now, but that's okay. Okay. Well, I don't know. What the heck? It's weird because like my sense of direction, it's like I'm going this way, but then the little dude down in the corner is going the other way than what my mind is thinking. Anyway, I'm just trying to find, like, can we zoom out? Let's zoom out. And why are we blue? Oh my God. Oh, here. I need to go. There we go. Can it go away? There we go. Okay. Yes. We're just having a little field trip. So up here, we're going to have a surf shop. Oh, is this? Oh, that's not what I thought it was. Okay, so we go this way. Y'all are probably like, this is the dumbest thing ever. There's a funny story about, I had sunburn one time, and anyway. There's the Sweet Tooth. So that's like a little local confectioner, like candy shop thing. Which, by the way, the saltwater taffy is incredible, and it's vegan. We're bound to see, though, one of these flags I was talking about, the Blackbeard. So here's things. So here's a beach access. Anyway, Ocracoke is amazing. And the Outer Banks are amazing. And the way you get to Ocracoke is you take the ferry, and it's free, and it's really fun. And yeah, so the wreck is still there. The wreck is still there. Wreck is still there. Yep. There's a lot of really interesting things to see, but yeah, I'm not going to bore you guys. So, but yeah, so that's North Carolina. We got the mountains on the left, and then we got the beach on the right. And then right now where I live is what we call the Piedmont Triad. Well, not we, they call it, and it's in the middle. So I got, 2 hours to be in Boone, or well, if I'm driving, an hour and 40 minutes. If I'm driving at night, hour and 32 minutes. And, or, to get to the beach. Well, there's closer beaches, but not as nice, in my opinion. Some people like touristy beaches. I don't. But, you can get to the beach in like 4 hours-ish, but Outer Banks is like 5 hours. It used to be longer, but due to the changes in bridges and stuff, it's quicker. Like growing up, it was like 8 hours, and now it's like 5.5 hours. But anywho, it's just Highway 12 though, man, when you're on the Outer Banks, and that's it. And there's no stoplights, and it's just a 2-lane road, Highway 12. And if you guys ever see people with like stickers or whatever, this is Highway 12, or a sticker that says letters OBX, they're talking about the Outer Banks, and they're referencing Highway 12. I have stickers on my violin case, actually. I have Highway 12 and OBX, like bumper stickers, but on my violin but people come from all over the world. I mean, I've met people from Australia, for example, you know, visiting, like, you know, anywho, really long jetty. I don't remember, what is a jetty? Is it somewhere on the Outer Banks? I don't remember what a jetty is, though. That's the problem. Let me see. Oh. Like a pier, I wonder? Are you talking about like a pier where people can go and go fishing and walk out there? Because like there's many of those, you know, every so many yards, I would say. Many of those have been destroyed by the hurricanes, at least on the Outer Banks and, well, North Carolina. Oh, okay. Yeah, well, there's piers every there's tons of piers. But again, many of them have been destroyed. My brother is actually a professional storm chaser. So he actually, whenever there's hurricanes, well, tornadoes, hurricanes, any severe weather, but like as it pertains to the piers, right? Whenever there's hurricanes, so he's out there and filming it. And actually, he's usually on the news and shit. And he has some really great pictures he's taken too of just like these piers. And these are piers that like we grew up on and spent time on. And it's like all gone, or like the middle of it is gone. But yeah, there's tons of these though. Ocracoke though, I don't think has a pier, but the regular Outer Banks does. You know, they're made for fishing. So people go out there and fish. And like, let's see, if I do, let's do this. So this is where we all stayed, was in waves. So again, we would like stay here and then we would like, no, see, it keeps doing that. Like, don't do that, please. I want to go to waves. I said waves. And then we would like, you drive down, then you get on the ferry. I want to go here. Look at that. Beautiful. Although that's just perfect. All right. So if I do, how do I do the above view? There was a time when I figured out how to do, to see if we can show you the overhead. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is not what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to get away from Street View and go into the above. I know exactly where this is. So, Seattle Falls Drive. I didn't even mean to end up here. This road, y'all, literally is where we usually stay on. It's really funny. We don't own a house or anything, but we rent a house. But Sea Isle Hills Drive, wow, that was completely by chance that happened. Incredible. Okay, yeah, I want to see. There we go. That's what I was trying to do. Okay, so here's what it is. So on this side, you have what they call the sound, which is like brackish water. And on this side is the ocean. And so the thing is, the Outer Banks, as you can see, is really skinny. It used to be bigger, it used to be wider. And over the years, with all the weather, it has been eroded, and time will tell how long it will last. Because you got, again, it's surrounded by water. So like if you see here, like this is the mainland of North Carolina, right? So all this is the sound. So it's like, yeah, brackish water. By the way, there's also bears and alligators as well. And there's wild horses. And so while it looks like land, it's green because it's brackish water. So this is all water. So this is the outer, that's why there's all these bridges when you're getting over here, right? And then this is all the ocean. So I was going to see though, because I know I can find a pier. Find a pier. any of them still exist after all the weather. Doo-doo-doo. There's one. There it is, Rodanthe Pier Place. There's one, the Rodanthe Pier. Oh my God, I spent so much time there growing up. There we go. So that still exists. Easternmost point of North Carolina. I didn't even know that until just now. So there's the Rodanthe Pier. Wow, but then there's going to be other piers, but that's like a bigger one, I think. Because like one of the things that you do if you go for a walk on the beach is like you walk until you get to like, you count the number of piers, and that's how you don't get lost. You count the number of piers, and then you walk back and you count the number of piers, and then you can find where your towels are, basically. Makes any sense. Do they rebuild them? You know, one would think, but I will tell you this much. Over the years, the piers have disappeared, and I've not seen replacements, but one would think they would, right? I mean, that just, yes, thank you. Now I know what a jetty is. Yes. One would think that they would rebuild them, but I've not seen that happen. That's funny that this is called 16th of August Court. Anyway, so all these houses are up. I mean, I wonder what you'll think about this too, for, you know, those of you who have other experiences with beaches, but all these houses are up on stilts. I don't know if that's common for other beaches, but like these are all up on stilts. You know, because otherwise they would not exist anymore. Which is pretty cool because like where the houses are up on stilts, you could park underneath, and then they always have outdoor showers. It's funny because some of these houses have names, and anyway, Sea Vista Court, I think we've stayed there. There's the Waves Market in Delhi. Oh my God, this just makes me want to go there so badly. There's Sea Hills Drive. Again, we stayed here many years. We stayed there. There's a lot of crazy stories. There was one day we were on Ocracoke. This was a number of years ago. We were on Ocracoke, right? We were there on Ocracoke, and we happened to be on Ocracoke the day that it got voted that year, like the number one. I think it was either number one beach in the US or something like that, right? But it was like that year it was like voted like world's best or USA's best beach or something like that. And we were like walking by one of those shops and like saw it on the newspaper. We're like, whoa. And it's like, we were there on that day, and that was pretty crazy. There's also like turtle preserves, like for the little sea turtles, they preserve them. There's also sharks, of course, although not nearly the type of sharks you got in Australia. And of course, dolphins. One time I got attacked by a jellyfish really badly. Like there was this one summer where like, I don't know what was going on, but like the jellyfish were everywhere and they were huge. And they always flocked to me. Like when you're swimming, like they flocked to me, and they would be these huge ones, and they would like take their little tentacles, not little, they were big. And they would like literally lock onto my thigh and like sting the fuck out of it. And I would have like more than one, and it was like insane. And then this other year, a seagull was flying overhead and pooped on my head. Anyway. I've got some funny stories though. I'm very accident prone. That's the one you saw. Cool. Yeah. So, I mean, but you know, I would love to go to a beach in Australia. I would love to make it over to Australia. I would love to make it over to New Zealand. That's always been on my bucket list. But Australia as well. I would love, you know, but you know, it's kind of far. So did I pee on myself? No. I know that's what they say. Wow, you've got river jellyfish? That's insane. I know they say to pee on yourself. I don't know what that's supposed to do. I was just like, get off. And then like another one would latch on. Yeah, isn't that weird? And the other thing is like my hair used to be down to like my knees for like the majority of my life. And like, so the other thing that's funny is like if I ever was swimming in the ocean and had it down, like it would like, sometimes I was like having like jellyfish PTSD like that one summer. Like usually there's no jellyfish, but like there were like that one summer, right? And like my hair would like wrap all around and I'm like, you know, is it more jellyfish, right? But the year that I decided to shave my hair and have a mohawk was we were at Costa Rica. And my hair was so freaking long. And it was like going to give me dreadlocks involuntarily because of the wind. And so we were on this beach in Costa Rica. No, sorry. It was not Costa Rica. It was Cozumel, Mexico. Yep, that's where it was. It was Cozumel, Mexico. We were on this like abandoned beach and it was like all stormy and crazy out. And I took some really crazy pictures there. And like, that was it. That was the last straw. Like that was the day. I have like took a picture, like I have a picture from like that exact moment where I was like, no more for me. And like as soon as we got back to like the US, I shaved my head and I had a bright like reddish burgundy mohawk for a while. And my friends called it like the flame. I loved it. Oh, right. I know. Australia has the thing of like the most notorious for like the deadly animals, right? With the spiders. I've heard people talk about the spiders. See, I'm not one of those people that's like, I'm not bothered by spiders. Right. Yeah, I know a lot of people are like that. Yeah. I'm fine with the spiders. Definitely less fine with the sharks. See, I'm one of those people, like, if I saw a crocodile, I would want to hug it. When I saw that bear, I want to hug it, but I don't want to hug a great white shark. They're really honestly in the minority for me because I love all animals. Like with a like no sense of self-preservation situation. The only situation where I have that feeling is with great, like a cute little baby shark, fine, I'll hug it. But like a great white shark, nope. Yeah. You know, and it's like, it's one of those things because like, yeah, there you go. That's the most dangerous one of all right there, guys. Stay clear of the hipster shark weasel. Stay far away from that right there. Oh my God, so good. So I know some people were asking for like a 12-hour stream, but it looks like people are falling asleep or I don't know, doing other things. You know, I think we will call it a night and or a day, depending on where you're at, or a morning, and come back for more tomorrow with the Adelsons. It's a mocha. It's her favorite beverage. It only came up in the trial like a million times, which was so one of the things that's just so annoying, right? Because it's like, how are you a hipster? And like, she's like, I ordered my favorite drink, a mocha. And it's like, God, that's so standard, right? Like that was part of why it was so annoying. Because like you're supposed to be like this hipster and like you're ordering a mocha, like that's your favorite drink, like you're so original. Just adds to it, right? Adds to it. Like she would say that, and it was just like, oh my God, I can't even. Hopefully you guys get what I mean. Why that's just so annoying. No, annoying. Yeah, y'all are like y'all are in for the long haul. Y'all win. Y'all win. Y'all win the prize. You win the prize, the scroll prize. I ordered my favorite drink. And what was that? A mocha. Oh my God, it was just so annoying. Oh, well, somebody heard there's a challenge going on and pop back up. Hello. That's funny. So, okay. There you go. Fair enough. I don't know what the prize is though. I should have thought of that before I said something. Still not clear on where the Bluetooth comes in, but that's okay.
I have that start.
Shout out to Glenn. Whiskey clock here now. Top Cat's gonna have a whiskey. Love it. The Bluetooth? So I guess it's just an inside joke and I'm just out of the loop. So it happens. It happens. I can show y'all where the shooting was, though. Maybe we should do that. Maybe that'll be fun. At least it's somewhat related to crime. Oh, Scranton. What? Stumpy Point. Alligator River. I always love looking at Matt. I love doing this. I just love doing this. I love doing field trips. So, okay. Where is this going to take me to? I don't know where this is. So let's do Lawndale Drive. I don't know where this is going to be on Lawndale Drive. Let's show you guys where the shooting is. Yep. Wait, where? What? Why is it here? Take me here, Lawndale, to this place. Ah, okay. This is better. Okay, so let's get out of this parking lot if we can. We're in the Harris Teeter parking lot. So that's our local grocery store. I always used to say, and will still say, if you're going grocery shopping, suckle at the teat, because the Harris Teeter. It looks like we're stuck here forever. Here we go. Okay. I was like, we don't want to be stuck here forever. I'm taking you guys to where the shooting happened, okay? There's always some, hold on. Literally, there's always somebody standing here. I just have to tell you guys, there's always somebody standing here. And look, this is from July of 2025. Wow. Y'all, the odds that my car could be in one of these pictures is pretty high, actually. Okay, so actually, we need to go this way. All right, so the shooting on New Year's Eve at like 1 a.m. Let me make this zoom out. Hang on. Okay, so this place here, it's like there's a golf shop, okay? There's like a pool supply thing, which is weird because like nobody has pools in Greensboro, but whatever. There's like an eyeglasses place. See, Miller Vision Specialties, Kelly's Golf, Aquavision Pool and Spa, and there's a gas station over here, the BP. So this is this place. Okay, these businesses are closed probably by 5 o'clock every day. I mean, I've never even seen people shop here. Like there's cars, but whatever. I mean, really, this is like not, okay. So here's the deal. All right. So there's no club. There's no nothing. Literally, this is like everything is closed. There was not anything happening. So like at 1 a.m., all right, right in this parking lot, okay, that's where this shooting happened, just on, again, New Year's Eve. And it happened actually closer to the road because all the shell casings were like right here, and there were a fuck ton of them. And, one person was killed, murdered. Another person was injured. And they still have no suspect, and there's like nothing released. And I was talking with my mom at length about this because, we were going through the different possibilities. She had heard that this was something like there were some rappers here. Like these were rappers that had just been at some restaurant or something, which I don't know. There's no restaurant here. Again, it's like being here is weird because there's nothing here, like golf and eyeglasses, right? And it's all closed. So, and apparently the other victim that was shot and survived was in a different vehicle leaving. And So it's interesting, right? So it's like, was there a shootout? Like there's so many shell casings. Were there two people? Honestly, we were walking through all the different possibilities. I was like, could have been one person with more than one gun, or sorry, one person, but like with more than one gun, or like, did each person have a gun? Or like, you know, is it one of those ghost gun situations or whatever, right? Because like, what the fuck is happening? And why did no one pick up the shell casings? Another question. There's so many questions. And like, you know, how, anyway, so we were just talking, there's a lot of, it's interesting, right? Like what is going on with this investigation? And I was like, oh my God, I want to be a part of it. I'm sure it doesn't have cameras. I'm sure it doesn't have cameras. I'll be honest, like there's no cameras. Nope. The closest place that probably has cameras is the BP gas station. And then there's an apartment complex next to it. And they do have cameras for sure. But those cameras are pointing towards my house and where I live. And the BP cameras are probably just in that parking lot. This is not a frequented area. Like this is not a crime area or even just a frequented area. You know what I mean? Yeah, July of 2025. Yeah, no, that's what it said on the Google Maps. Yeah. Oh, wait. I see why you're asking that because that made no sense. But that's what it said. That's what it said, though. I see why you're asking that because that hasn't happened yet. Good point. It said that, though. See, now this is April. Oh, you know why? The image capture and then there's 2025 Google. But it didn't always say this. Sometimes it doesn't say that. So that must have been July, but I don't know. I thought it said July 2025. Anyway, and like also the dude that was standing on that corner, I'm pretty sure he's one of the recent dudes. Like I said, there's always somebody there, and you know, it's like the same five. It's like got 5 different ones, you know, and they rotate out. But there, I guarantee you, there's not. I mean, you can even see like there's no fucking cameras. Look. And it doesn't surprise me. Like there would not be a need. Like this is just bizarre, right? In this parking lot here. I mean, and so it's just crazy. I mean, you just have the Harris Teeter and the Target across the street. And like, then you have the BP and like my road is right next to the BP. And so like of all the things, right, I would have been like, what's the scuttlebutt? I would have been on the fucking scene. And here's the thing. I think what it was, this is the only explanation. Because the sound echoes where I live, it echoes big time because of the apartment complex I just referenced next to the BP, that everything is super loud. So if there was gunshots or if there were sirens, I hear it, right? And so I think what it was is because it's like literally this area is a ghost town on New Year's Eve because everything's closed. So there was no traffic. So I think what happened was the police and ambulances and whatever, like they didn't run code. Like they might have had their lights on, although I feel like I still would have seen the lights. But there was no sirens and I did not hear any gunshots. So, you know, it was a lot of shell casings and I was awake because I'm a night owl. I literally, when my mom told me about this the next day, I was like, oh my God, I was like, you know, I had laryngitis, right? As I said, I was awake and I was like, I think I was actually practicing violin and like doing something like that. But like literally, I don't know, I would have heard it and I would have, it's probably a good thing because I would have been like, what's happening? I would have like popped on over there and like, you know, the curious squirrel that I am, again, no sense of self-preservation. Most people would go the other direction if they hear potential gunfire. Anyway, I don't know, man. It's wild, right? I don't know. Again, what my mom heard was like, these were rappers that were having a beef, but they were supposed to be friends. Like they had just been together as friends somewhere, someplace and done like a show. I don't know. And then, you know, and the thing is this. So my mom heard this, right? And that there was maybe a potential dispute. And I said, Mom, that makes no sense. And here's why. If somebody witnessed these people, even if it was somewhere else, but witnessed them having a dispute and one of those people ends up dead, there would be a suspect, right? Like they would, you know what I mean? Like, oh, it's the person, the disputer, you know what I mean? Like they would have a lead. But this to me, and from everything, we were looking into it again today, just because we were talking about it. And it's like, they don't have any leads. They are like, they're like, have nothing, looks like. There's been no names mentioned. And so I was like saying, you know, something's not making sense here. Cause like, I mean, if they had a dispute, it was away from cameras. it was away from other people. And, you know, I've said, you know, they're probably combing through social media, but again, you know, it's a long time to not have anything, you know what I mean? And the other thing that's crazy is there was a homicide right before that one, like like a week before, of a law enforcement officer who was really well known. Actually, my aunt and uncle are friends with the law enforcement officer's family, believe it or not. And this dude, they did his special fancy memorial just the other day with like all the bagpipes and the horses. And so what happened was this dude, okay, was an Instacart driver. By the way, there's not usually this is a big deal. There's not usually homicides. Okay. Like, you know, so this dude was an Instacart driver and was, apparently was like, had regular customers. One of them was like this nice old lady or whatever, according to my mom. And, so he was at this grocery store, doing the shopping for an Instacart order, and people that were there in the store said he was acting like, erratic or something. And I guess he had a gun on him and it was like in plain view. And so somebody called the police. And so the police officer came just to like check it out. And apparently this guy is like really good at de-escalating. He's got a lot of experience. He was really well loved apparently in the community. And he was one of the good cops from what I can tell. And so he was really trying to de-escalate it or whatever. And like this dude just took out his gun and just shot him like point blank. And then get this, y'all will love this part when you think about the charges they're going to be stacking up. Okay. He then fled the scene and had a high-speed chase across multiple county lines. And when they finally were able to detain him, he was like 45 minutes away, several counties over. And I'm like, oh man, this dude is fucked. This dude's fucked because he killed a law enforcement officer, right? Who knows if the weapon was illegal or not, if he had a permit. You know, who knows? We don't know. My mom actually looked into that as well today. And they haven't released that information yet. They haven't, you know, but like they know who did it. Like in that case, there's witnesses. Obviously there's surveillance anyway. So, you know, he shot and killed this police officer for like literally no reason. The police officer was not, you know, this was just for no reason, you know, it was so, so in terms of like, could we see a case that gets some camera footage or whatever, you know, in Greensboro? You better believe if that happens, I'm going to that trial, either of those trials, because both of these are crazy to me. Like that one that I mentioned with the police officer, and then this one here with my mouse. Both of these are crazy. And I'm hearing sirens right now. Speak of sirens. Anyway, like I said, I always hear it. I hear everything where I live. It's very quiet. And it's just, which is great. Because again, I'm just so curious and inquisitive, sometimes to my own detriment. And I always want to know what scuttlebutt is, you know? Yeah, I love the scuttlebutt. It's scary shit. I know, right? It's scary. And that's when I found out about this shooting here, right? Because my mom literally was like, are you okay? I was like, what are you talking about? And then she was like, really, how did you not know? Because she was expecting me to do like, what's the scuttlebutt? You know, popping on over. I'm like, I can't believe I fucking missed it. Had it been any other day of the year, I would not have missed it because I at least would have heard the sirens, right? But again, I think the whole thing is because of the timing of it, they didn't run code with the sirens because they didn't have to, because there was no traffic. Normally there'd be traffic at every hour, but because it was New Year's Eve and everything's closed, there was like nothing. And so they didn't have to run sirens. And then as a result, I missed it. Fucking hell. So, this is like some weird warehouse. I don't even know what that is. What's funny is like, I grew up literally right around here too. And, I never planned on like moving like right next to where my parents, my mom still lives there. Like, but, it just happened. But the reason I'm saying that is because my whole life, literally, this has just been like, I don't even know what it is. It's just there. It's like, what are we doing? Like, what are we even doing? But we're close by to like the Battleground Park. Like I was saying earlier, the Revolutionary War was fought here big time. Like Greensboro is named after Nathaniel Greene, who was like a big deal in the Revolutionary War. And Battleground Park is like a huge battle was fought there, hence Battleground Park. And it's like very historical for that whole thing. So it's like more old school than the Civil War, which is great. Like, I'm glad, like, there's no Civil War monuments or statues here, which is great. Cause like, I don't, kind of nothing really happened, I guess. But like, instead it's like, if we're going to be known for something like war wise, cause like I hate war, but like, at least it's the Revolutionary War and not like the Civil War, just cause, South. So, anyway, yeah. So let's just see what was going on with this July 2025. Let's go back. So like if we're over here, see now, like I said, a different person, like I said, right? Check it out. I'm telling you, there's like a group that they rotate out, and there's supplies that are always there no matter what. Like you guys can see this, somebody sitting down. There's like a bucket and a sign, and it's always there, and no one even confiscates it. So now if I'm over here, okay, there it is, July 2022, and then 2025 Google, and my brain combined them because I'm dumb. And now we have this fellow. So July 2022, and then what was the other one? April 2017. So in April 2017, I was still living in Boone. In April 2023, when did I move into this house? Yeah, I was here by then. This is so silly. Why is anybody watching me just be stupid? You guys are insane. I'm insane. We're all insane. But thanks y'all for existing and just being awesome and also being funny. You guys, this is like we can go anywhere. We can go anywhere in the world. Oh, look, now that I'm over here, another new person. See, like I said, they just rotate on out. You guys want to see downtown Greensboro? You can be really underwhelmed. You want to be really underwhelmed? There's probably a faster way to get here. Let's see. Target. Let's see. My sense of direction. How good is it? I think it's okay. Let me zoom out. Okay. I know where this is. I know where I am. Okay. So, where's Elm Street? Gate City, friendly. Like, is that? Okay. Can I do the satellite view thing? How did I make it do this? Okay. There's a picture. Yay. Oh my God. So I know I can show you guys where I saw the bear. Let's do that. That's a better one. The bear story. Okay. Okay. Let's do the bear story. This is the best one. Okay. So where is the Trader Joe's? Timber Oak. Okay. This way. Yep. No. Oh my God. Why? Hold on. So Okay. Urgent care. Oh, okay. There's the Trader Joe's. So I love shopping at the Trader Joe's. Okay. So, all right. So I was driving along. This was like maybe 2 summers ago, or maybe last summer. And okay. And so it was in the evening, but the sun was still out because it's summer. And wait, we're too far. Hold on. So I was driving along and I was listening to a trial, as always. Yeah, we need to be here. Okay. So yeah, okay, this is the place. So I was like, da 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 da, you know, squirrel in, just da 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 da, whatever. Okay. Driving along, listening to this trial. It was something I might have been during, I'm trying to remember if it was what trial it was, but it was really interesting. And I was not paying attention. I was just like engrossed in the trial, as I am wont to do. And I got to find the exact spot. Because there is a median. Here we go. All right. So I'm driving along. Da, 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 da. There's like not any other cars on the road. Okay. And I'm driving right here where the mouse is. Okay. And so see how there's this median? All right. So let me back up. This is the craziest story. So I'm driving along like right here. And I was like totally zoned out because I was listening to this trial. And if it weren't for the fact that I heard honking, I would have hit this bear. So coming this direction, there were 2 fire trucks. Now, they were not on an emergency. They didn't have their lights on or anything, but they were just driving and they honked. And the honking made me go, whoa, what? Okay. And I saw something out of the corner of my eye and my brain was like, it's a deer, but it's not a deer. And I drive a black Prius, so it's small. And it was honking. And I'm like, my brain was trying to compute because I was like, what? And so literally, I'm like right here. And it was a bear, a huge ass black bear. Okay. Huge. I mean, the size of my car. And literally, it goes running across. So the fire trucks are coming here and it goes running. And it's like at a clip. It's like a gallop, like fast. Chucking a claw. Like, what are you doing? What are you, bear? What are you doing? Why are you here? And what are you doing? And it goes across the median. And literally, if it were not for the fact that those fire trucks honked their horns, I would have collided with that bear. I slammed on my brakes and the bear was literally, I mean, a foot from my car. And I was like looking around. I'm like, are there any other cars around to witness this? Nope. Just me and the fire trucks. This bear goes running literally right here into this neighborhood. Okay. And again, it's like 7:30 at night. It's a beautiful summer night. So there's people out walking their dogs. There's kids playing in the backyard. I mean, like a lovely summer's eve, right? And this bear goes galloping. And I'm like, what the fuck just happened? And what the fuck do I do? What the fuck is happening? And it took me a minute. Yeah, this is a crazy story. And so I'm like, what do I do? And so I like pulled over and I'm like, it couldn't have been a bear, but it was a bear. I saw it. It was a bear. I saw it. It was a bear. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, I lived in Boone for 11 years. I lived in literally coyote territory. I lived in what should have been bear territory. I got lost on the Blue Ridge Parkway under the viaduct in the complete utter wilderness. Like I literally, if the one, and where do I see a bear? Like in Greensboro, North Carolina, where it's developed resident, like this blows my mind of all the places to see a bear, right? Anyway, like, bear, what are you doing? And so like the first thing I did was after I pulled over to try to like be like, what the fuck? And then I turned around and then I was like, well, now I'm gonna go looking for the bear. I wasn't joking when I said to you guys, like, I'm going to go looking for the bear. So like literally I go into the neighborhood and I have my windows down. And I'm like, bear, where are you? And I'm like looking, I'm like slowing down and like peek. Literally, it was right here, Timber Oak Court. This is it. And I was like, oh my God, look at all these backyards. And now it's like the sun is starting to go down. I'm like looking in the backyards. Oh my God, what is it doing? I was like, where are you, bear? And like, meanwhile, again, there's like, hi, neighbor. People are like waving at me and they've got like their little dogs and there's like the children. And I'm like, where are you, bear? And I literally went looking for the bear. I went looking for the bear, drove all around, couldn't find the bear. And I'm like, this bear is somewhere. Like, where is this bear? I know, right? I'm like, this is horrible, right? Because imagine like this could go wrong for everybody with the kids, with the dogs. And this bear, the last thing I wanted was this bear to end up shot or hurt or anything. I mean, this bear could have gotten hit by a car, my car. It could have been. Okay. So now I'm like, well, now what do I do? So like, meanwhile, I'm abandoning whatever my plan was for that night, and I've paused the trial because the trial can wait at this juncture. And so like, I go and I find somewhere else to just like pull over and I like Google, like, what do I do if I saw a bear? And I'm like reading all this stuff and like, literally, then this was the first time and only time in my life I called 911. I call 911 and it's just like in all the calls, right? And I'm like, whoa, and they're like, 911, what is your emergency? And I'm like, whoa. And I'm like, don't freak out, it's not an emergency. I'm like, I just saw a bear and I just don't know what to do. I want to make sure that people are safe. So I told the whole bear story. And so then they're like, well, let me transfer you over to like the whatever people, the rescue people, wildlife rescue people. So like she transferred me over to the wildlife rescue people. And of course they were closed. And so they're like, we're the wildlife rescue people. And so then I left them a voicemail and told them about the bear. And basically I made sure before I called, I made sure from the lady on that one, I was like, they will not harm this bear, will they? If they're going to harm the bear, I'm not doing anything. And she said, no, they would just like relocate the bear to the woods. So I left the message. And I don't know what happened to the bear. I don't know what happened to the bear. I never, I did after that, I did Google searches, like to see, like, was there any stories somebody got, like, was there any other sighting of the bear? I don't know, but I hope the bear is happy and safe wherever the bear is. Bear, I love you. Please don't be where you, this is just not for you. Go in the woods and have a happy bear family. Well, and I told her, I was like, hey, I said, here's exactly the neighborhood where it is. I gave them the street. I said, there's people out there, yeah, that's the bear story. That's the bear story. And I will say, so I'm a runner. So like for the next probably month or so when I was going running, I was like, every now and again, I was like, let's just make sure there's not like a bear, just because like, now I know that could happen. You know what I mean? Like some people, they're like worried about like homicidal maniacs or like getting hit by a car or like, I don't know, any other thing. And for me, I'm just like, dumb. But like the one thing that I've ever thought about was like, well, what if there's a bear? Like there could be a bear jumping out of the forest. Because my neighborhood has a lot of like foresty areas that are way better for bears than this. Like seriously, it would be way happier in my neighborhood than like, this is just insane. Like, what are you doing? I know. Well, see, my instinct though is still like, I just want to hug it and pet it. I know that's dumb, but I can't help it. I love animals. So it was cute. And it was really fucking fast. It was huge. Like the thing is like with this bear encounter, it's like, besides the whole thing being insane anyway, it ran way faster than I would have thought. Like it really just, and it came out of freaking nowhere, man. It was like, whoo. I mean, so it came from this neighborhood, right? Because the whole thing, this median is how I always know. And this road, Timber Oak. An appropriate name for a bear, I suppose, right? Timber Oak sounds kind of like bear-y. Although, again, it should not be anywhere where there is a street sign. But it was like, do. And it like the way too, it was funny because the way it entered into this neighborhood, it didn't go into the yard. It entered through the road as if it lived here. That was the funniest fucking thing. Like, hold on. Like that was the funniest thing of all of it, where it was like as if it had friends or family it was visiting, right? Like it could have been Because here it is, right? It could have gone like, but it must have seen the fence. I mean, it didn't hesitate a second. It wasn't like, oh, fuck, a fence. What do I do? It was like sprinting and like down the road we go as if we live here. Like, what the fuck? Like, do you have dinner plans, Bear? Are you going to be a dinner guest? Or go? There you go. That's it. Yeah, Goldilocks Avenue. Oh my God, that's hilarious. Yeah, that's freaking funny. Porridge, right? Wasn't there a thing about porridge? They're going to have porridge. Oh my God. That's the bear story. But, you know, the good news is nobody got hurt, be it humans or dogs or bear, to my knowledge. And I did look into it, like I said, because I was like, I hope the bear is okay. So there we go. Shout out Trader Joe's, my favorite store to shop at for food. Anywho, but y'all, I'm going to let you guys go do other better things with your life, because this is like, you know, y'all have better things surely you can be doing with your lives than listening to my nonsense, especially when it's just literally just random ass stories. So, so yeah, but we will be back tomorrow for Katie McBanowa. It's possible I might have some time during the day to follow up on the rest of the death penalty motions for Shannon Gardner. So we'll see. I might end up doing that earlier in the day, but the plan is for tomorrow night. We'll definitely be doing the Katie McBanowa. I have all the proffers already ready to go. And so, yeah, but y'all are awesome. Thanks guys for being awesome and amazing. What's the hashtag for? Is it supposed to be some other letter other than A? But I definitely agree with you for sure. Yeah. Definitely agree with you on that, that the develop, right. Absolutely agree with that. Yeah. I think, I mean, I'm all for the animals. Like I'm on team animals versus like team humans, just saying, like, you know, I'm team animal. So, yeah, I get what you're saying for sure. It's just like, man, right? And again, I would have expected to see a bear out in Boone, but like, it's funny again. And it's like my backyard. Like I mentioned, I got the foxes, I've got families of raccoons, I've got the falcon. I mean, obviously there's deer. Deer is just, you see them all the time. Just the deer, just mountains, tons of deer, bunnies, right? You know, obviously there's so many squirrels. That's one of the great things. But like the falcon and like the red foxes is when we border into like almost like fairy tale territory. You know what I mean? It's just magical. I mean, the red fox, just last night I saw him. He looked at me. I was standing right where I'm standing right now, because where I'm standing looks into my backyard. And literally my neighbor has motion sensors on his garage that are really sensitive. So it's great because whenever there's an animal, the light comes on and it's like spotlights and I see the animal. It's great. I can't miss it. So even if it's just a squirrel or a bunny, that light's going to come on. So like literally I was standing right here and like, there's the fox and the light comes on, right? And the fox just looks at me and he stops trotting. He just pauses. He looks right at me and I'm like, hi, like waving at. He's like, hi, in my mind, right? And then he like trots off, right? Oh my God, it's just amazing. It's like this magical backyard. It's very weird. Anyway, so yeah, I know, right? But y'all are awesome. I will see you guys tomorrow. Hope you guys are have a great night or day or morning. And that Top Cat, hope you enjoy your whiskey and your dinner. And thanks you guys for being awesome. Love y'all. And I will see you guys next time.